Off. I'm feeling a little bit better. Still a bit low energy, but I'm slowly but surely starting to feel like a human being again. So that's nice. It's we're getting there. We're starting to feel a little better. So maybe a short stream today, maybe not. We'll see. I got some Crest to farm out. I'm not actually max geared yet. I saved some Crest from last week. Got to craft a neck, and then fill out my rings, and then eventually go do Mythic Chimeras again. I pugged it last week, went in, got a 99 parse. Probably would have been 100 if I remembered to equip my 4 set, which I forgot. So that was unfortunate. I've got my weapon upgraded. I've got my trinkets as best they can. So I'm pretty much geared. Just got to do my rings and necklace, and then I'll be like 289 probably. Hey, Road, how's it going? Holy heck, I'm here within a minute. Hey, Strange. Good morning. So I don't know. We'll see probably what friends are online. I'm not that fussed. I haven't opened my vault yet. We'll see what we get in there. And yeah, not that fussed. We got to farm out some more of these other things, and I got a bonus roll Chimeras, and hopefully I'll get the item, and then I don't have to do Chimeras again. We'll find out. How's it going? It has been a little bit. It's been a while, actually. It's weird. I normally... It's just I've had to deal with some health stuff, so I haven't been prioritizing my game time, you know? How is Fanta supporting me? Fanta? Really, Stoops? I actually do love soda. It's really delicious. I try not to have it too much, but I've recently, like, I had to... When... What do you mean Fanta supporting me? I do actually... So I've been taking these walks. I've been trying to get outside more. Whenever my health is a little bit questionable, I always try to, like, do this, though. I always, like, try to go for walks. And there's a place in Thailand. So, like, go for a walk in, like, the corner store. And then all of a sudden... they have like the corner store does have a little soda, so I've been walking for my health, but I'm pretty sure that if I end up getting a soda at the end of the walk, it sort of cancels out. But I'm going to imagine that it's healthy regardless. For the raid build, are you hitting Thrash, Mangle, and Raise on cooldown? There's a whole video I made about it, Jonesy, if you want to see it. It is for Patreon members. I don't think I made that one public, but if you want... I made an entire guide about how I parsed that on in Chimeras if you did want to look at it. All right, let's do some keys. I don't know what we're doing today exactly. I don't know who's on. I was hoping to play with some friends and just Crest farm out a little bit. I got to farm out 5 more of these shards. Actually, a lot more of the shards because I need to upgrade a resto item. And then I did bonus roll Chimeras. A few days ago. And what happened with the bonus rolling of Chimeras is I did not get my Onseer trinket, unfortunate. But I can't complain too much because I did get this weapon with Leech, and I do like Leech. What's up, Tarizi? Good morning, good morning. Chasing Link parsing entirely, the best we've done is 98. So I didn't have the right gear on. Parsing in Raid is a little bit backwards in my opinion. Like, if you want to be a good parser in Raid, you in general want to play, like, selfishly. But you can do it. There's a video on Patreon if you so desire to look at like exactly how I decided to manage the Chimeras fight and going through the whole thing. Yo, good morning. Hey, Onos. Hi, guys. I missed you. I missed stream. You know my streaming hours this last month because of my health issues? Literally, like, actually this month, I have streamed 30% as much as other months just because my health has been it's been all over the place. Good morning. Hey, War Demon. Hello. Mackie Whaleboy, we just told our mates to check out your Guardian videos, and 1 minute later you've gone live. It is fortuitous. It is fortuitous indeed. Now, what health issues? I had like an allergic reaction to a medication, and it's been kind of rough. Like, it just threw my equilibrium off balance. Let's open my vault, by the way. I don't know what I have. It just threw everything off balance, and I do have some chronic health conditions. I manage them really well, but the problem with them is that they're not... I want to say they're never a problem. But what's interesting is, you know, eventually, they do get me. If I can find a Chimera skill real quick, I'll do it, but I don't think I need a tank right now. And I'm not actually a Mythic Raider, so let me just quickly look. If I see one that needs a tank, I'll do it. I don't really want to heal it, though, at the moment. Did I see that I was featured in a cat compilation? Yes, I have noticed that. All right, do I open in Guardian or do I open in Feral? Doesn't matter. Am I actually trying to get anything? Yeah, fair enough, Stoops. No, I had to take a sinus medication, and that medication had some interaction with me. All right, Guardian 3, 2, 1, bam. All right, do I get... Here's the question. Are any of these tertiary stats? Otherwise, obviously, we take a bonus roll. All right, go for Leech. Leech shoulders. Boom. No Leech shoulder. All right, go for Leech shoulder. Boom. No Leech shoulder. It's okay. Do I want this ring for any reason? is like maybe for Boomy. Like, would I take the ring for Boomy? Because at this point, I'm just taking sockets, and sockets are kind of lame. Like, I guess you take the bonus roll or the socket here. It's a weird vault season. There's not a lot going on with vault at the moment. Good morning, Atrix. Yeah, it's a strange vault season, though. Hardstock 3,300 on Prot Pally. Is it worth switching to Bear? Oof. Honestly, good question. Is it worth switching to Bear? It is the Biz Resto ring. I do know that. I have the Nexus rings. I don't really think I care that much about just getting this ring. I have a feeling I'll be okay, though. I'm not able to play much because sciatica and chair. What do I do? Well, we can go over sciatica in a second, and let me get started for today, and then I don't mind going over, like, the sciatica fix is actually not that... It depends. There are different levels of it, but oftentimes you can fix sciatica in 10 minutes. Like, you could make a substantial difference in your pain levels in about 5 minutes. Do I take the ring because I want the ring for any particular reason? I don't think I would play... I don't know if it's Biz for Boomy as well. I don't really think... You could just play it on Heroic. Like, you could just eventually farm this ring out on Heroic. I think I'll take a socket because a socket is still power level for Bear. So I need all the sockets I can get. Do I use for Guardian? The Nexus set? I just need to go farm out the Crest to upgrade them. I have the Nexus set. One of them is Leech on it too, so pretty nice. Basically, today's farming Crest. You know, they uncap Crest so I can go get all my rings upgraded. This is going to be 80, 80... Basically, it's like I need 160, plus I need to craft 80 crests for a neck. I'm 2 keys off for Zil 19 on Prot Pally. It feels really rewarding. That's true. I actually wanted to play my Prot Pally as well, but I haven't gotten around to it. I would say, honestly, there is a world where it is probably worth re-rolling, yeah. I don't think they're going to change it again. I have a feeling that whatever balance we have right now is the thing that we have. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't think it's going to change that much at the moment. The problem with that, with 21 Algothar, the problem with the fact that it's not going to change is there are 2 tanks that feel good to play, and then there are a bunch of tanks that, to be honest, feel really bad to play. Do you know what I mean? It's just that simple. Like, some tanks feel good and others do not. And we're just in that... I wish they would balance it more. I honestly do. I wish that they would take a better look at things and actually think about it. That's what I want them to do. What do you think about the Dreadscale trinket? It's absolutely fine if you want to play it. You play Onseer plus whatever. So the idea is every single tank, even if you don't like Mastery, this trinket's so powerful. You play Onseer, then you play whatever else you want. You could play Onseer plus Heart of the Wind. You could play Solar Flare Prism. You could play the Dreadscale from Raid. Totally fine trinket as well. You could do whatever. Would it make sense to go 12s? Oh, yeah, but 12s... I mean, I might as well just do 20s. I don't know, 20s are more fun. What's up, Volpend? How's it going? How it be? Your YouTube vids and Discord help me play Druid Tank. You're very welcome. Got my first 15-plus key. Let's go. Nice job, Atrix. I hope that I can continue to put out helpful information. I wanted to work on a video. I will not tell you what the video is. I'm going to keep this in my back pocket, all right? I will specifically not tell you what the video is. Oh, wait, no, I can't mention that either way. No, hold on, let me think about this. Nope, can't. Never mind. It's bugged for AUG? Linmac, can you clarify what the bug is for me? I'm not familiar. What is the bug for AUG? Like, does the primary stat not go through Ebonmite? Oh, that would be so bad. Is that what it is? Did I guess it right on the first try? Like, for some reason, the primary stat doesn't register, so when you Ebonmite, it doesn't actually count? That would be so sad for AUG. I was on my Brewmaster. They're getting half the value. So weird. I was on my, I want to play like Bear and Brew this season and my Mistweaver. I was in a heroic raid and Onseer dropped and I bought it. I straight up was just like, how much? And then I was like 100K, seeing if I can like slyly, it's worth more than 100K, but it was on heroic, not on mythic. And I was like 100K and he's like, somebody's offering 200K. And I was like, fine, 220. And then he was like, somebody's offering 235. The guy was he was like a professional auctioneer. And I was like, bet 250. And he was like, all right, sold. So I bought it for 250 on my monk. This is why you need gold in game. There's no other reason. Combat potion, sure. Flask, sure. But it's just so that if you want an item in raid, you got to pay for it. This is the reason to get gold in game. So I bought it for 250k, and then I went into a key on my brewmaster, and I immediately did more damage. And I was like, all right, like okay, all right, yeah. Or you just get really lucky. Yeah, you just like Heart of the Cards, Yu-Gi-Oh. You just gotta pray. My bear did not get lucky this season. I bought it on my bear as well. I think I bought it like earlier this season. I think I spent 500k on a tier piece that I didn't end up using because no Apex didn't actually. I ended up playing no Apex, and then wait, and then what? Well, this weapon for the kill a mythic roll. I got a weapon that I like. I can't complain too much. I bonus rolled. I'm going to bonus roll every week now in Chimeras to just eventually get the trinket. So like 3 more weeks I'll have it. Worst case scenario. I used it last week. I did my first Chimeras kill last week in a pug. And I got this weapon. I can't complain. Look, I got... Wait, where is it? Did I... Oh, it's here. I was like, oh my god, like, did I sell it? I got this. I can't complain that much. I don't actually like haste. To be fair, I don't want haste. Like, I actually want to recraft without haste. However, it's got leech on it, so I can't complain too much. Like, a weapon with leech is Gigabus, so I like leech. Leech is a great stat for tanks. It doesn't actually matter. It doesn't matter what secondary is. If I get an item with leech, I'm going to play it, especially on Mythic. So that's a good weapon. I can't complain that much about that. But I do want the trinket eventually. It's the only other upgrade I need. What average keys are you doing? I'm just farming today. I'm probably not pushing 21s. I'll probably hold my 21 for a second. I just want to play with friends. So this is the way I do it, Volpend. If you're on my friends list, you flash blue. So I literally go in and I just go, pre-made groups, open. The DK in this, he's on my friends list from before. So I just joined. It's a 20 Magister's Terrace. That's it. I didn't think about it too much. I open the friends list. I say, all right, take this, and done. That's how I do it. And I'm going to farm this 20. And then I know the shaman as well. And that's why it's helpful to have a friends list. Yo, what's up, Hell? Long-time watcher, first-time commenter. Hi, Hell. My question, would you ever nerf a tank for doing too much damage? No, I would buff the other tanks. I think I like how Bear feels right now. I don't mind how Monk feels right now. I do think they need to buff the other tanks. It is sad and unfortunate that you could be an extremely good prop pally and feel the need to reroll. It is not great that you could be a fantastic blood DK and feel the need to reroll. I don't like the fact that you could have been playing VDH for 5 years and feel the need to reroll. I'm not a huge fan of that. Is that like, I don't like that mentality. If that's, I don't mind there being like a 5% difference. What I don't want is there to be a 20% difference or a 30% difference or a 40% difference. Originally this season it was Brewmaster, then everything else. Now it's Brewmaster and Bear, both feel good for different reasons. And then all the other tanks just feel kind of bad. Morning Lee. Good morning, Lucky Lee. So that I don't like that. I think that tank balance should feel like you should feel powerful as a tank. To be honest with you, yeah. So I agree with you, Slims. For what it is worth, I'm in 100% agreement. I like the fact that the 2 meta tanks this season are the 2 who haven't been meta for a long time. I'm like genuinely. I think Bear is like slightly better than Brew, but the idea is I am a huge fan of the fact that we do not have VDH as meta or Prop Pally or Prop Warrior. Those are the 3 that were meta for pretty much all of the War Within. I'm cool with that. However, I still want them to be playable. If somebody wants to play them, I don't want them to feel bad. I don't want them to feel like they're trolling their team. It's no different than saying, well, hey, like if you love your Shadow Priest, I don't want you to feel bad for being a Shadow Priest. I want you to say, I know I'm a little off meta. And I know that maybe it's going to be 5% less damage than, if I was a Devourer Demon Hunter. What I don't want is for you to say, I am 30% behind. I can't actually play the game. So, yeah, and that's the problem. I agree with you 100%, and that's exactly the problem, is that you don't even get to play the game. And that's like what I thought about this a lot yesterday. Let me link them the route real quick. Let me just link them the route that we're doing. Hopefully this key just goes cleanly. I am just trying to farm out some stuff. Yeah. Hey, that's you? Yeah, what's up, Soul Rain? So, like, the thing is, a lot of people will feel like that. And it's like this season, I was listening to the Bench podcast. They made some really good points. I actually think that, you know, not that surprising. I'm not actually toxic, but to be fair, Tettles had a really good take. Tettles was right. He was exactly right. There's a weird thing this season where I don't think it's a problem, and I think it's good for the game. However, the fact that you can re-roll so easily really starts to give you a perspective on how bad the meta perception is. Because a few weeks ago, every single top key, it was, okay, so let me put it this way. Re-rolling has gone a little bit too far because of how easy it is. I don't think that's a problem because it actually benefits the larger player base. But at the highest end, 2 weeks ago, 95% of all high-end keys were Brewmaster. Now, it's 80% Guardian Druid, which means that pretty much all of the Brewmasters just re-rolled to Guardian Druid, and within 1 or 2 weeks, they're already as geared, if not more geared, on their Guardian Druid, so they can just go. And that means that if Guardian Druid got nerfed today, and then all of a sudden Prot Warrior was the best tank, a week or two from now, 80% more would be Prot Warrior. And I don't know if that's good for the game. I don't know if that's bad for the game either. There's a combination. It's one or the other. I don't really know. It's hard for me to identify. You know what I mean? Well, Skyreach is tough for Bear actually. But the thing is, SB, we have to be so careful saying that that's a bad thing. I agree with you that they're just handing out gear, but I don't know if that's bad, because saying that it's bad takes away. Would you rather us not have it? Because I love it too. I like the fact that although I don't mythic raid, I can be competitive and just get gear. Because the alternative is they don't give it to us. And I don't think that that's better. However, yeah, and we're like 10 weeks into the season, and I am just about to max out my gear aside from Mythic Chimera Trinket. I think that's good. I don't know about that, Pants. I think they have different challenges. I think Warrior rotationally is even easier than Bear. Like rotationally speaking, Prot Warrior is the easiest tank of all time. You literally you could borderline macro your 2 mitigations into Shield Slam, and you just go Shield Slam Thunderclap. That's the entirety of your rotation. For what it's worth, it's not. That's the hard part of Warrior is positioning, gathering, playing it well, rotating. Like all the nuance of Warrior is hard, but like the rotation. Well, we have Lunar Beam too. Hell, Warrior doesn't even have Lunar Beam, and Frenzied Regen. Warrior doesn't even do that. They just let the healer heal them. It's not tanks are not hard because of rotation. Tanks are hard because of all the nuances of tanking. Yo, what's up, random? I'm just farming if you want to do some stuff later. I'm chilling. All right, so let me just make sure I'm buffed up my first key of the day. We Frenzied Regen ourselves. Yeah, Frenzied Regen's on the GCD. Brewmaster's main heal is not even on the GCD. What level key? This is a 20. I don't know. I found a friend in here. I'm just doing the 20. Can I just try to fix one thing? 1 minute, please. Just 1 minute real quick. I want to try to fix one thing here. There's a lot of people who don't understand why tanks are hard nowadays. Top player take, not a common player. So I'm not saying that Warrior is easy. I'm saying rotationally it's not complicated. It is complicated because gathering, positioning, and making sure you play it well is actually nuanced. And you can blast. Like a really good Warrior is clinically speaking better than a bad Warrior. 100%. However, it's not hard for that reason, if that makes sense. That's not like, that doesn't make Warrior hard. If that does that kind of make sense? It's just it's a different skill set. All right, let me just try something real quick. I want to attempt to see if I can get this. I really want to see if I can get my YouTube combined over with my saved. All right. Hopefully this works because I figured out a chat system where maybe if people say hi on YouTube, it'll actually come up, but I don't know. What does Crest Uncapped mean, boys? Pires, it basically just means you can farm out as much as you want, no? There's no like cap on it, so you can just do however much though. Dude, nice healer. Nice. That's good. I also got that last week. I just need to farm up the 5 Ascendant cores so I can upgrade it. Okay, I'm checking my build real fast. I'm not in a raid build, right? Nope, we're good. Cool. I'll put Symbiotic on the Warlock. Okay, countdown. No, it's not needed, Laser. Dude, so sick to see your stream and you're so... Thank you, Ark Sabor. Thank you, Ark. I appreciate that. I'm really glad that people enjoy my stream as well. For what it is worth... Oh. My Incarn. It's... My bad. Rest in peace, pre-Incarn. Alright, we wait now. We got Bear and Demon Hunter. Alright, we wait. That's the... We're gonna wait now. Skill floor versus skill ceilings are very different gas per tank. 100% Codeman, I agree with you. Tank tuning is lazy, but now the character show, it's a good thing. I agree. Paris came from YouTube. Thank you. I am trying to figure out if I can get my YouTube to show on the main monitor, but it doesn't want to do it. So I have a hard time following it though. Flask gazing, just verse. Oh, just verse. Could send it. Are any of you have a Resil? No. I have a 21 Algathar, but I'm not 21 Resil yet. I might push for it this week. I might not. I don't know. 21, you know. Finally got Myth of the Dawn. Dude, nice coggle. Myth of the Dawn feels real good because then you get Myth of the Dawn. Bam, your alts are going to skyrocket. If you are willing to play them. That's the problem. You know. What's up, Gash? Hi, every bear team. Yo. The thing is, if you are willing to play them. I showed your Mistweaver clips as one of the healers on Kelta BS. Well, I mean, so I love Mistweaver right now, to be fair. No. I genuinely love Mistweaver. That clip is it's a bit clickbait. In AoE, you can do that. But for what it's worth, Mistweaver is omega fun right now. I am certainly not intending to say it's not fun. It is simple in AoE. It is hard in every other context. You have to make a plan. But I like that. What's the general idea of who to put Symbiotic on? If you play Symbiotic, you want to put it on whoever you think is most likely to die. DK, so not your healer. You want to put it on the squishiest DPS, aka if you play with a hunter, put it on the hunter. If you play with a shaman, put on the shaman, right? Craft the lower ring. I bet you it's real close, Artemis. I knew I wasn't crafting lower ring, so I did this. For what reason would somebody invite a Frost DK? Because they're Giga Blasters. Frost DK is good right now. The first 21 I timed was with a Frost DK. He was near top damage. It's a Wrestler Druid relationship. Wrestler Druid, you put it on the tank. No, Wrestler Druid, you put on tank. Something came to mind. I wonder if the new gear dropping from the new raid means you can upgrade past 298. Unsure. The crystals are uncapped. The crystals are uncapped for what it is worth. Oh, yeah. Frost DK is not bad. Okay. You know how, I don't know, has anybody watched my MDI recap videos? You don't need pre-pod. We just need this. Yeah. Here's the thing. Has anybody watched the MDI recap videos? I've really enjoyed making them because I like the MDI a lot. I just like Mythic Plus. And I get like super hype watching it, so I want to be able to share that hypeness with everyone. That being said. All right, let's go. You see the new world quest that gives Mythic gear? That was wild. The Academy one. Okay, Artemis. For me, when I make those MDI recap videos, one of the coolest things about them, okay, is the fact that there are a lot, because of the spec ban rule, you see a lot of off-meta specs, like Havoc, who is doing so well. Like, the Havoc destroyed it, and I love the fact that there are some specs right now that are proving that it's like, hey, we don't have a lot of representation, but we're doing extremely powerful numbers. I think that's really good. No joke. I think that's actually, like, a super cool thing. Now, let me just group these casters in. I kick the polymorph. Yeah, I really like that. Dude, I haven't played WoW in like a few days. I'm like, I feel rusty. I feel rusty. I could have done Sundering Roar like a second earlier. I could have done this here. This is less than ideal here. Hold up. Let me kick that bolt. We didn't defensive the overlap. We had a death already in this. Strange. First pull. It's your Thrash macro. Thrash macro is just Iron Fur. It basically just gives Iron Fur. I'm apparently not spec'd in for some reason into Incap Roar. So I went to Incap Roar that overlap and realized I didn't have it. Luckily in this key, there's not too much use for Incap, but yeah. So I'm dying this pull. A Bolt plus the AoE without a defensive, it seems. Lunar Beam here. Probably just single target this to get out of the root and Feral Frenzy as well. Yep. So back to what I was saying earlier, though, because I do think that this is important. It's incredibly important, in fact. We need to talk about the fact that I like how powerful Bear feels, but certainly I want other tanks to also feel this good. Like, if you can die right now on Guardian, it's not unfairly good, but it's straightforward, and it feels nice to play. Would you agree with me? If you're a Guardian Druid player, do you like this iteration of Guardian? I don't want my opinion to be the only opinion that ever has a voice here. We should have a conversation about it. You love it. Okay, I like it a lot. Personally speaking, I'm having a great time playing it. And I think that it is a reflection of how the playstyle is straightforward. There's not a lot of rotational complexity to it. There is enough that it keeps me engaged. Anybody who says there's no rotational complexity probably does no damage with it, or very little damage. You can do well, but you will not do perfect unless you understand and bother to learn the nuances of it. So the thing is, it's the same as Brewmaster. This basically is Brewmaster. Sometimes you press Mangle, and if you want to, and that's fine, but you're not going to die because of that. Whereas before they buffed this version of Guardian, when you were playing Apex, the problem was it was always good. I don't know if you know this, but like the Apex version of Guardian was already better than Brewmaster. The reason that people didn't want to, like, it did better numbers, and arguably speaking, it could live if you played perfectly. It was already better. Here's the problem. If you made a single rotational error, you were dead, and so it wasn't consistent. And what teams actually want from their tank player is consistency. That's what people want, more than anything. Your team doesn't really care if you do big damage, you know? That's the thing. Your team doesn't care. I'm gonna break some hearts here, but they really just don't care. If you do big damage, that's cool. If you don't do big damage, guess what? All they want from you as a tank is don't die, do the pulls, set me up. They care about their damage. They don't care about your damage. It's like Omega Giga bait to think that everyone is going to be looking at your tank damage, even at relatively high keys. That's just not true. Like, it's just actually fundamentally false. Nobody cares. Yeah, they just want, if you can do big pulls and you do clean pulls and they're like, oh, I'm blasting, then they love you as a tank and you will get added. So whether or not this does, even if they nerf the damage a little bit more, as long as it was just this tanky, I think that this is an example of how this is kind of what people want from tanks. They just want to be powerful. They want to feel good playing them. And that's the most important thing. All right, we're going to pull this kind of safe because we did have a death earlier, though. Yeah, but that's not a problem, and it's because you need to do the pull comfortable enough for them. Exactly. Enabling your team is more important than just being a perfect tank. I think he's going to get one more AoE off, so I cannot chain. Don't pull the corner. Please, everybody have the awareness to not get knocked back into the corner pack. Okay, good. Whew, that was close. I grab this here. We're going to wait for one AoE, and then we'll go do this, though. Oh, yeah, exactly. And there's a lot of tanks who really have that mentality, and I honestly think it's trolling. I genuinely do think that it is actually troll if you feel like you are trying to greed your damage. You will never, ever, ever, and I mean this, you will literally never do more damage than your team. It's just Blizzard will never let it happen. Even if it's equal levels of damage, enabling your team to do the numbers is way more important than trying to do those numbers yourself. One more of these, and then we can pull boss. That's the right time. Don't get hit by the fire puddle, please. So enabling your team to do damage is Omega value. Oh my god, please don't get knocked back. That was hilarious. That was close. Playing fair for a couple of that. I understand how freaking important to move the balls away from shit on the floor. Yeah. All right, we put first puddle here, and then I'm going to move just a little bit so that my DK can maintain melee uptime, and then I'm basically going to stand in the puddle because it don't hurt me that bad. And then we charge back, and we put the next puddle here. Ooh, and tanks being expected to do the route. You're the DPS who want to pull around cooldowns. I think... Oh my god, I'm slow. I didn't make it. Well, I'm trolling a little bit. Sorry. First key of the day. I'll soak a bunch of these. That's on me. I should have made it to the door. I was a little slow from the puddle. I position slightly different. Okay, he is AMS. I'll just do the rest. Make sure you let me soak. Let me soak. Oh, man. I'm sorry. I was slow getting to the door. My bad. I don't know how we missed all the orbs. I was gonna go and get some, but I was slow getting to the door. So I haven't played it a little bit though. Yeah, I was too far. I'm sorry. I was just my bad. I was looking at the wrong. My bad. But I thought the DK would stay by the boss, and I was gonna go get all the far ones. That's my bad. So that right there is an example of how it doesn't matter how much damage I do. I made one little mistake, keys over, just like that. That's it. That's my bad. I was 100% on me. I forgot I always need to position that knockback the other way. If I'm tanking it and he knocks me back into the puddle, I can't get to the door. If I tank on the other side and he knocks me that way, it's fine. It's literally that simple. And I made one mistake. Everything else was perfect. Everything else was doing really well. That is an example of the pressure of tanking. Not that it's pressure. I just literally made a mistake. Yeah, that's actually it. I just actually was like, whoops. I just got knocked back this way. That's actually just what happened. And as a tank, though, that's how it works. I'm glad that my tank guides have helped. I also think there's enough responsibility on tanks, like, for example, exactly what just happened, that you don't really have to... Having a complicated rotation is difficult. That's true. Well, so... You say, you think that tank Q is instant, right? If I'm playing a meta tank, possibly. Do I want to try 21 right now? I'm kind of chilling. I don't know if I really want to do that. I feel like just doing, like, chill keys today is more fun. I need to farm out some stuff anyways. Alright, let's just do the caverns. I can tell you that if I was a DPS player, this is what I can tell you here, okay? If I was a DPS player, instant, because I'm geared, it's a 20. Yeah, because I'm playing a meta tank right now. It is instant, of course, because I'm 39, 38 IO applying for a 20, and I'm the meta tank. A few weeks ago, I literally could not get into keys. Because if I wasn't... No. I'm not changing the narrative. Okay, I'll tell you I have a problem with this. I have been talking about the fact that tanks should get buffed. That every tank should feel good to play. Yes? It's been a large point of conversation recently. I've certainly since Midnight Beta, I was like, I think there's going to be a problem with tanks. I think we're going to have a shortage. I think that I want every tank to feel really good to play. Also, Stargazer, 35 stream streak. That's kind of crazy. Hello. Brewmaster was basically the only viable tank for a while in the season. Then Bear gets buffed. And a lot of people are like, see, now Awu isn't complaining. I'm like, have you been on my streams? Literally every stream I talk about the fact, I'm like, great. Now Bear and Brew both feel good to play. Buff the other ones. Like, that's it. And then I want every tank to feel good to play. Not every tank has to do as much damage. Not every tank, like, there needs to be some tier, I get it. But yes, now buff other tanks. This is it. No, it's not, hell. And it's like, good. People want to play with my Bear. Sweet. What a nice feeling. Now I want everybody to want to play with my other tanks too. Yeah. Like, I think that you should be able to play the thing you like to play. I don't have to have Zero Cloud hold aggro. There are still challenges no matter what. Let me go upgrade one of these rings since I know I'm just going to spend my crest here. We're going to need to farm out a whole bunch of crests, but it's okay. I don't think there's any sort of gaming I'll do here. I think we're just going to go bloop like this. And, yep, we farm it out. Good. Now, other 4 tanks are all right? No, they're not close. They're not close enough. I will always be better with friends. See, if you can make friends, 100%. I have a struggle to make friends. I don't know how to make friends in this game. I'm not that good at it. I have a different personality. Also, what I am saying, though, is this. Even though my Bear is very good, I have been sick. That's why I haven't been streaming. I had a medication interaction. I'm feeling lightheaded. I've been trying to eat. I've been trying to sleep, but it isn't going very well. Well, I mean, I'm feeling better. I'm feeling better. But it's a process. It'll probably take me another week or two to feel proper. Maybe more than that. I just got to let my body process. There was an allergic reaction I had to something. It really threw me for a loop. I had to cancel some work. I just certainly couldn't stream for a little bit. And so, you know what? Today I'm lightheaded. Like, I'm not feeling fantastic. And now, as a tank, I'm like, okay, so 20 Mysara Caverns is not a problem. I did 21 with 4 less item levels. But I'll still die in this key if I'm a little lightheaded and I'm kind of playing the game and I'm just like, whoops, I missed the global. I'll still die. Oh, again, I still have to play well. I know I've done this key a dozen times. But if I'm a little tired today, I might just be like, oof, that isn't true on DPS. If I was playing a DPS and I was like, oh, man, I was supposed to hit that button before this button. Oh, well. I can still do 20s. I just do a little bit less. No, I timed it after the Thrash nerf. I timed 21 Cavern post nerf, Matt. Easily. First, it just went in. Just timed it. Random bug. Like, you know, we timed the 20. We did do 5 bears versus 20 Mysara Caverns, to be fair. We did that one there, though. Font of Wardaza, a bunch. So you have to be aware that the warriors get a stacking debuff, Cheeky. That's interesting. They get a stacking debuff. All right, hold up. I can't seem to get YouTube chat to load from here, man. So unfortunate. See, time for 12s? Maybe Strange, you're right. Yeah, you're right about this. Somebody say something on YouTube real quick. Just say hello. Say something out of curiosity. I just want to see something. Man, I really want this to work. It don't seem like it working. I'm not risking a YouTube. What do you mean YouTube ban? Just say hi. Just literally say hi. YouTube. Like this, maybe? Hello, shady name. All right, good morning. You feeling better? A little bit. Okay, so the YouTube thing isn't loading well. Oh, well. I'm feeling good enough to sit here and play game for a little bit, but probably short stream, and I'm still lightheaded, and I can't get enough salt to save my life. I feel so dehydrated right now. Do I really need to take Heart of the Wild? It is a large single target increase, and it is a good tool for aggro. A lot of bears don't play with it. I find that to be weird, and I don't really understand why, to be honest with you. It's free. It's legit free. Do I eat steak? What do you mean, do I eat steak? It's pretty much all I eat. I can't have fiber, remember, hell? I'm not allowed to eat fiber, so I eat pretty much exclusively steak. Yeah. No bread? Nope, no bread for me. I wish. I miss bread a lot. Bread is so delicious. It's so good, man. I'll give her a boomy form with the oozes on first boss of Seat. No, you would not boomy form that because it just isn't worth it. It just doesn't actually matter to do it. That it's not. Starfall doesn't do a bunch of damage. It's specifically. Yeah, I can't have fiber. Why no fiber? So I have it's like a genetic condition. It's called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. It really affected me earlier in my life. I'll go over how to use Heart of the Wild in a second. I just wanted to see if I can get my YouTube chat working, man. It does not seem like it wants to at all. Like, it doesn't want to do it, man. No, Jezspark, and be respectful. Jezspark, be nice. It's not. I totally respect. I understand that a lot of people would find that to be funny. It's not funny in my stream, so I will give you a warning. Just don't be like that. In this place is not the place for that type of joke. But fair enough. I appreciate you trying. It's all good. I really wanted to get this to work, but it does not appear like this will do this though. Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. Sorry, Ehlers EDS. It's called EDS. Yeah. It basically means that the connective tissue of my body doesn't work like the connective tissue of your body. So, my joints are super bendy. Yes, fair enough. Fair clarification. If it sounded like I said that, my apologies for jumping on you. All right. Look at the camera. This will be easy to explain. You ready? Burp, 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 burp. So, my joints are just a little bit different than yours. Every one of my joints, including my shoulder, my knee, my hip, they're all super bendy. They don't have the same consistency, basically, as your joints, kind of. It's not really the way to explain it, but kind of an easy way to understand. So in my early 20s, it was really bad. It was super tough. I think I'll wait. I see an ad running. I'll probably wait for the ad to be done to keep going with the story. Yeah, my skin's also pretty stretchy. I don't have the stretchiest skin compared to some other people I know with EDS, but yeah, it's a thing. So it affects your organs. It doesn't affect just your joints. That's just the obvious one to see. It affects a bunch of things. Yeah. I'll wait for the ad to be done, though, to continue the story. I see a little ad there. Okay, so if I can't get YouTube chat to load here, we're going to do a little thing. I'm going to pin something to the YouTube chat, because I really wish I can get it to load, but for some reason it does not. Here, first of all, Discord. Guides and builds here. If you want any of the resources, bam. I got to update my routes as well. I wanted to work on that. I really haven't played much at all recently. Like, when I'm sick, I don't even really sit on my computer. I did, like, a tiny little bit. Hey, we'll love your content. I played Guardian for about 2 weeks, and it seems that Skull Bash doesn't work sometimes. Could you explain where? Hell, subscribe to Tier 1. Thank you for the sub. Hello. Oh, that's right. I shouldn't make myself move today. I'm going to do bicep curls probably on stream. Last 2 days, were the hardest for me. I started taking 2 to 3 weeks ago. When I make a mistake, I get shitted on and called. That is the problem, Tech. There's so much pressure on tanking. I want to go back to the conversation we were having earlier as these ads expire. Thank you, Hell, for the sub. The thing is, you're right, Tech. If something goes wrong in a key, you will get blamed. That last key, I made a mistake. Like, I just bricked their 20, and I feel a little bad about it because I just made a simple mistake, and I was actually the reason that the previous people lost the 20. I was very nice that they did not yell at me. One person yelled at me, but the rest did not. That's a rarity. Most of the time, you're going to get flamed. It is true. The tank bears all the responsibility in a run. But now that the ad is over, I'll continue. So basically, my joint's super bendy, and it affects my intestines the most. The thing that gets most affected by my condition is my stomach. And so I can't eat fiber because my intestines don't move properly. So, like, if you eat something, it goes through you. If I eat something, it doesn't really go through me. It kind of stays, and it just sits there. It feels very bad. You know? What's up, Suddy? To be fair, I was in a really bad mood a few days ago, and I got toxic yesterday. I did something. I not like toxic. I was trying to quickly get a heroic kill on my monk for Chimeras, because I was like, I need this on-seer trinket. And I was in a raid yesterday, and man, there were some carries. And we were sitting there, and I was like, we were getting past the second intermission, and I actually opened raid chat, and I was like, hey guys, I think we need to kick some of these DPS. And then I was like, no, woo, shut up. I told myself, I was like, calm down, it's fine. It's fine. And I was just sitting there, and I was like, please, we gotta kick some people. Like, this is so bad. I was like, I just want this kill real fast. And I was feeling stressed. And I was just like, yeah, I know, but also we were going to kill it. It just took a few pulls more than it should have. And I was just like, it wasn't mythic, it was heroic on my monk. And I just wanted it to be done. But that's a little toxic in my opinion. To just like open raid chat. Like, I'm not the lead. I just joined the group, and I have to remember not to do that sometimes. It's okay if it takes a few pulls. Some people are at different skill levels or a different this, and it's okay. Hey, Suddy, how's it going? So yeah, no bread because basically no fiber. I'm not allowed. I have not had a fruit nor a vegetable in many years of my life. I miss it, to be honest. Like, I live in Thailand, and I can't even have mango. Mangoes are bis here. It sucks. Did I get the trinket on the monk? I bought it. I bought it. So the heroic Onseer dropped, and I was like, I don't ever want to do this again. So I was like, how much? And the guy, he negotiated with me. He basically was like, I tried to get by, and I was like, 100K. He was like, somebody's offering 200. And I was like, fine, 220. And he was like, somebody's offering 235. And I was like, 250, take it or leave it. And he goes, okay, sold to the highest bidder. So I bought it for 250 gold. I thought to myself, I was like, is this worth a WoW token? And I was like, absolutely. I was like, I was like, I don't ever want to have to do this again. So why is protein okay for you, not fiber? Because the protein that I do, because like when I eat no fiber, effectively you don't have a lot of things that pass through you, and my stomach has never been. It literally changed my life when I stopped eating fiber. I don't recommend other people do that, but it was specifically for me. Like it's how my body works, not how everyone. It's not for everyone. A hype train, yo. Oh, let me put a little redeem. I gotta do hard to food. No, so it's actually the opposite for me, Dress, because it was the exact opposite. To the degree where I'm not gonna get into it too much, Dress, but for what it's worth, like when I was in my early 20s, I had to go to the hospital several times because it was the opposite of that. Now I don't have to worry about it. Now things work. But before it was that when I say it was bad, I don't mean like it was like, oh, like I had to drink some senna tea or whatever. It was like, no, like I'm in the hospital for this. It's like really bad. There's a difference between those two things. All right, first of all, from previous streams, I owe a ton of jumping jacks. I'm gonna do some bicep curls today. So the bit redeem, we'll do some bicep curls instead. Okay, let me like make sure I don't die here. Well, Curious Trinket Experiment was a great success. That trinket is rough, Suddy. Doesn't have primary set on it. Do you have combined Ironfire with Thrash or Moonfire? Thrash. Only Thrash, not Moonfire. Because you need Rage for Frenzied Regen. We do my Mysara Cavern route. Like a so. Bam. Okay, let me answer some of the Druid questions that we had during that. Just redeemed a stretch. I should stretch real quick. Make me move throughout today because I'm going to get lightheaded otherwise. What's up, Z-Moot? Hello, good morning. Okay, no problem. We'll go do a quick 20. Let's get some keys done. We got to build some crests to farm up the rest of the things. How are you doing so much damage as Guardian? Not getting near as much. Min-maxing. I played Guardian for a long time. You'll notice I don't even play with a cooldown manager because I just have it in my head. Just practice, reps. A lot of experience. It's my heart spec. I've been playing it for an extremely long time. Don't underestimate the power of just playing something for an extremely long time. Just straight reps. That's it. Not missing globals. I feel quite straight. Oh, Suddy, be careful about the puzzle box thing. Quite drained out to doing 1920 while pugging. If anything goes wrong with it, exactly, Laser. That right there, Isu, that's the problem with tanking. It is actually a job. Like, it can feel like that, right? It feels like a job. And then you do a few keys and you're like, oh, man, I'm exhausted. It's like, but it's a game. It's not supposed to be exhausting. Instead of Heart of the Wild, I'll show you how I use Heart of the Wild. Watch this first pull. I use Starfall for Gather. It's not for DPS. It's for Gathering. Because otherwise, this first pull can be hard with aggro. But I'll show you how I use it on the first pull here. If I don't get lightheaded enough and I don't actually, like, brick the run. Hopefully it goes well. This right here. Okay. Let me stand up. Let me stretch. Today, I will do some bicep curls. I'm not going to the gym. My body is still processing stuff. No, thank you. What did I drop for it? I don't even remember what I did here. I did something weird. We don't need cleanse for this dungeon. We need, like... I'll probably just take Symbiotic offer and cap it. I love your streams. You still talk to stream? Oh, thank you, Laser. I appreciate that. I work hard at it. It's important to me that I can be able to talk to people. I actually, by the way, the big news today is I might go to Blizzcon. Have you ever been to Blizzcon before? I'm curious about this. I've never been. Never, ever been. I'm very curious, though. Let me check something. He has a vid on YouTube explaining this. I do, yes. BlizzCon's fun. I've never been. I've always wanted to go. I've never actually gotten the chance to go. It just so happens that I might be in LA during this BlizzCon timing. So, maybe I'll go. Although apparently all the tickets are already sold out, so what the hell? What the hell? How everything already sold out for BlizzCon? Alright, hopefully I have the mental wherewithal. Oh my god, wait! No. Brazil, right? Okay. Reset. I was like, oh wait, this is a 20. Wait, I need my pre-incarn. That for I mean, I could do the first pull without pre-incarn, but yeah. Apparently the thickets are already. I don't know. Wait, do you think? All right, hear me out. I'm a new streamer. I'm new at this, but do you think that they would give me a ticket? Can I get streamer privilege? Do you think that that's possible? Is there like somebody I could message and be like, yeah, it can't hurt to ask, right? Like hold on. It's very possible, right? Press pass? I wonder. I don't know who to ask. I don't know like where to contact them. No, I'm not gonna get an interview. Like I'm not that. You gotta. I only. Worst case you're gonna hear is no. Yeah, I agree. I will do it, but the thing is, where thrash before or after Iron Fur? I would go Iron Fur. You want to thrash before? Thrash after Iron Fur for the macro. You would have to be a long-time streamer for that. I wonder. Maybe ask another streamer that's going. All right, I'll reach out to the network. I'll do my best. All right, so this, by the way, is how you use Heart of the Wild. People asked before. This is a great example of a poll where I must Heart of the Wild properly. Like, this will help me with aggro. So let's go over how I use it here, okay? So first, I'm going to do some bear tech by going in and out of bear form to start with a pre-frenzied regen shield on myself. And then I can go here. And then I can roar, and then I can bark skin here. What's up, G-Dub? Make sure I tag these with Thrash, and if I don't, I'll get them with that Thrash. Watch this. Heart of the Wild. That right there. That's the Heart of the Wild. You see that? And then we're going really fast here. I'm going to make sure I tag those. Bam. Incarn a second early, because I do get clapped right on the pull, and then we're good to go. Nice. Just like that. That Heart of the Wild ensures aggro. And if I can ensure aggro here, I should vortex now. Perfect. Do. Man, it feels so weird to have not played for a few days, to be honest with you. Like it's like I feel rusty. You know what I mean? I'm just sitting here and I'm like, I feel weird. Like this is why am I almost dying? I'm like, what's happening? This pull, I've done it many times. But yeah, it's so strange, actually. All right, they're all going to sync on me there after the cap totem. Easy. So that Starfall there, it's not exactly like it does crazy Omega damage. It's a little bit more because it just helps me get aggro. Because that pull is so spread out and I'm pulling so many mobs that it's going to hit everything in range. That's actually what it does. Does that make sense? These guys are a little bit alive. Cool. Go grab this right there. And then we'll get this here, and then we'll go. I'm playing like I do feel a little sloppy right now, to be honest with you. This is sloppy a woo gameplay. Like even right now, I got hit by that bear, and normally I know I'm gonna go here like this, and then I'm gonna lunar beam at my location for min-maxing damage. The truth is though, in terms of like how to get more damage out of bear, right now it's all about min-maxing your thrash cast. I do have a few videos about this if you want to check out the Patreon. Or YouTube members. I got to upload some more things to YouTube members. Right now, I've been doing mostly the Patreon videos. But the thing to understand is that if I were to Sundering Roar right there, I would lose a lot of damage. I want to make sure I thrash, then Sundering Roar. And I want to make sure that I amp that window with Lunar Beam, because Lunar Beam is going to give me atmospheric exposure and make my thrash do arcane damage, which is going to give me even more damage during that window. And so there's a lot of little things I can do to min-max, quote-unquote, comparatively, just to do more damage. If my goal is to do damage, then I want to make sure, at least with current tuning, that I never miss a thrash. And that I lunar beam, and I understand how. I'm aggro for bears, so you get Moonfire, no. Thrash, yes. Thrash does Omega damage. Did I get stuck? Bro. I'm rusty. That's the rustiness right there. So here, for example, this gather is kind of tough. So one thing I'm going to do is to delay this. I'm going to go in. I'm going to Moonfire this. And I'm going to thrash. I know I bark while gathering this. I can lunar beam while gathering this too. I pull that labor. I get enough distance with Stampeding Roar. Then I go Starfall for aggro. And I group it here. And then I need to press Incarn a second before they reach me. And I use Natural Resilience to make sure that I live the bears. But this is all just repetition. there's no way I would know all that because I've done this. I did it on beta, and then I learned this route on beta. I didn't copy this route from anybody. This is something that I decided for myself. I realized that I could do it. I think this is a good route because it's almost all tank damage effectively. Like, there's a ton of responsibility on the tank for this route, but I know that if I don't greed my own damage, I make sure, for example, to use I rotate my cooldowns extremely well. I can do all the things that I need to do. I'm going to make sure I have aggro, and I'm going to be Omega tanky, then it's all good. This route would totally scale into 22. On 22, I'm just going to have to do some tech. So right now, this is just enough alive that I want to Vortex and kite out, except that I missed my Vortex because I'm lagging a little bit, as I always am. Now I Vortex, and then I can get back to my Lunar Beam, and then I decide I can do more damage by going in for a second, hitting this, and then I need to save the Bark Skin for the following pull, and here we go, like so. Is it faster? Yeah, I think my Mysara Caverns is Omega fast, but it's also safer. The distance travel? All I can tell you is the 21 was a random pug. I based it off the 21 that we did, and it was before everybody had their 298 pieces. So the 21 was, we had like 2 minutes left on the timer, and we had 2 deaths in that run. Not the craziest, most impactful deaths, to be fair, so questionable. Is it faster? I think that you would time 22, and it was just, again, it was a random pug, so almost certainly you could min-max, oh, the elephant's on the floor, hold up. You could min-max it further, probably, to get even more. I don't know. Like, 22, I think, right now is actually the quote-unquote push key. I feel like 22 is hard. I don't know if you agree with me, but I think, like, 21 is kind of, like, you can get by with a few deaths and not playing perfectly or anything like that. But then, all of a sudden, you get to 22, and you're like, hey, if we're not doing this right, then we're in trouble. I feel like that's kind of where we're at now. Ooh, we missed the freedom on that guy. I wanted to save my kick for the Shadowbinder, but maybe I should have got the hook snare earlier. In-cap roar. I also should be vortexing that. Oh, again, I'm rusty. I haven't played in a few days. It's weird. I was playing my brew for the last few days, trying to just get caught up on him. I will try to stun the overlap of that spear there. Press dungeon spam, spend your repo. Oh, so if you're a fresh Guardian, so Wisp, that's a good question. If you are a fresh Guardian Druid, then it's a good question. I think that at this point, your answer is Windrunner Spire, because you'll get 2 trinkets that you can use, and you'll also get access to legs, shoulders, etc. So most of the tier pieces, you're fresh. You even have your other option. Seed of the Triumvirate has some stuff that you don't want. However, it has every single tier slot, so you are guaranteed to get 5 pieces of Mythic tier. But if you're playing no Apex, it's actually slightly less impactful. I say Nexus is a good point because you'll get your Mythic Heart of the Wind, which you can upgrade to 298, right? So I feel like Mythic Heart of Wind is probably worth going for Windrunner Spire. Plus, Windrunner Spire has a weapon. Most Guardian Druids crafted a weapon early on, and so a weapon is much less value for them. However, if you're a fresh Guardian Druid and you don't have a weapon, then all of a sudden it's more value for you to make sure that wherever you send your bonus roll is going to have a weapon, right? So I think that that's probably my answer. Choose a dungeon that has a weapon. Make sense? And so it's basically Windrunner Spire. They're going to sync on me after this, so ISI. Then I go here. So watch. This is a little bit of a min-max. I'm going to hold my Incarn for a second. Or just aside. So we go here. I didn't get a Flashing Claws proc, so I actually messed up. That would have been a min-max if I had gotten the right proc there, but oh well. And also, this pull died too fast on 20, so I didn't even get to really... We did so much damage here, I didn't actually get to use my full Incarn. You're welcome. Does 4-piece give us a bonus? If you're playing no Apex, 4-piece is unfortunately completely worthless. It does actually nothing. You could play without it, and I think that's sad, but it is what it is. Hopefully next season they give us a 4-piece that will work better for this playstyle. Oh, he rolls on Siege just for the random slots. Yeah, at some point that's what you do anyways. So what's the top bar of the interface? Iron Fur? Ooh, which one? This one? I have no idea what this is. I don't ask questions, I play game. I have no idea, actually, what this bar is. This is percentage. It looks like percentage on the dungeon, but I don't know what's doing it. I'm assuming it's X-Win Tools. X-Win Tools does a whole bunch of stuff that I have no idea why it's there. Oh, that's Iron Fur. Yeah, that's the Iron Fur tracker. Simple Iron Fur tracker. Yep. That's a simple Iron Fur tracker. It's good. A pug was really confused about your 3-piece tier. Okay. Man, I have a story for you about actually like tier and stuff like this. Hey, if you're on YouTube, I forgot to tell you, I can't get it to load for some reason. So if you're trying to chat with me there, I won't be able to see it today because I'm too lightheaded to look at my second monitor. So if you want to say hi and you're on YouTube, you gotta come over to the purple site, for today. I'm gonna see if I can fix that eventually. Hopefully Claude has some answers for me. I feel so, by the way, I feel so like Silicon Valley because I got Claude. And now I just ask Claude everything. Like, I don't even have to think anymore. I just go, hey, Claude, what's 2 + 2? And it's like, oh, that's a great question. And then I'm like, oh, thank you, Claude. It's great. It's fantastic. What, I can't believe I didn't get it earlier. Yeah, I know. Basically, because, like, I love World of Warcraft, and I'm taking some notes from the Blizzard balancing team, and also their customer support team. And I'm basically just thinking to myself, hey, if they can get by and be $1 trillion company by using AI, I should also learn how to use AI. That was exactly my thought process. Correct. That's right. That's the truth, right? When is season 1 over? Ooh, Pokeverse. That is a good question. Because I realized something. Because I was thinking about going to BlizzCon. And then I was like, wait a second. We need to move, first of all. We're going to move over here. BlizzCon, have they said? They have not announced it. But let me ask you a question. The MDI finals are at BlizzCon. They have confirmed that, correct? It can't be mid-September. Because the MDI finals are at BlizzCon. And there's no way that they would host the MDI finals after the season is over. So season 1 has to be going. There's no way. There's no way season 2 would have started and then they go MDI finals. It just doesn't make sense. So actually, it must be late September. Because that means that the MDI finals are going to be September 12th to 13th. So it can't be. They did it. Have they? Am I wrong? If I'm wrong about this, tell me, because I'm not like an expert on this whatsoever. I'm just thinking to myself that it would make sense. Like, technically, I thought season 2 would start effectively like August, like end of August, basically because of the 0.7 patch and like 8 weeks after 0.7 patch. But then again, the finals are just the weird thing about that. I don't know, because the finals are at BlizzCon, and so I'm assuming that season 1 has to be going at BlizzCon. That's what I'm wondering about. I take that kind of poorly. The action tracker, yeah, that's enhanced QOL. We got to single target this guy down. Make sure we get him. My Palia's wings were fine. It says frontal dodge. That's X-Win tools. That if you see the thing in the middle of my screen, that's called X-Win tools. It is a very powerful Chinese add-on. It's basically like a weak aura. It just replaces weak auras effectively. So that's what I was wondering when season 1 ends. I'm actually not sure, but I have a feeling that it's going to be a little bit later than you thought. Like, I think that it's going to be later than we all thought. And it might be end of September or like early October. Because it just doesn't make sense. Like, they have to... I guess, okay, they don't have to. But I feel like they're going to just do it. I don't think we have to go right. I actually think this comp is perfectly capable of fighting this here. We have a comp. We're not playing with a Mistweaver. If I play with Mistweaver, I don't like doing this pull. I like to spread this a little bit. But we'll go mini boss here. I'll go here. I'm going to taunt the warrior in. There we go. I'm going to taunt that warrior in. Nice. And then we move like this. It's only me and the Rat Pally that have to be standing here. And then he has Freedom. And Freedom has a longer range than Tiger's Lust. Plus we have DK Grips, so should be fine. I'm going to go in and kick one of these Rens. Put the Lunar Beam down. And we go like this. Season 2 will... There's no way, though. But then the MDI finals. So wait, all these guys who are competing in the MDI basically just get messed. They just get fucked? Like, honestly? Because, like, what are they going to do then? They have raid prog. Like, people who compete in the MDI need to be there for Season 2 start. It's not even a choice. Like, they have to be present. You can't have, like you have basically, like, members of Echo and Liquid. That would mean that basically the new raid is coming out. They literally can't. There's no way there would be an uproar in the community because they wouldn't even be able to compete at finals. I did ask Claude already. I did. And Claude was like, you've made an excellent point, Uwu. I appreciate your perspective on this, and I think you're absolutely right. And I was like, thank you, Claude. I agree. I love AI. I mean, I don't actually. It's definitely going to... Our world is over. It's so over for us. But at the same time, AI is really funny. You're absolutely correct, Amu. What an excellent point you've made. It's so funny to me. Like, we're so fucked. Because listen, I can only imagine not having as much self-confidence as I currently have about myself. And then, like, you get Claude and you're just like, wow, I'm doing good. Like, oh, everything, I'm doing much better than I thought I was doing. Excellent point. Thank you, Cheeky. Yeah. It's kind of crazy, though. Resu? Why don't you just release? The release point is here. The release point's here. Release. What are you talking about, Resu? We're not going to waste the battle res there. Did they remove the crest cap? Crest cap is officially removed today. This is going to be a bit of a sketchy pull if I do this, but I think we got to chain this guy. He a little healthy. Big bear go burr. Big bear go burr. We're just going to have a lot of dodging to do. They did remove the crest cap, although I asked in my Discord who benefits from this because I thought that almost everybody would be crest capped regardless of this week or not. So next week, everybody should have enough crests. You would have 1,100 in crests. That is a lot of crests, man. 1,100 is kind of an insane amount of crests to have. And so I kind of figured that no one would really benefit from basically the crest cap being removed. But a few people were like, I guess it would have taken me 3 weeks to finish gearing, and now I can do it this week. So, fair enough. I was going to have just enough to get it this week, and everybody should be Myth of the Dawn unless you have really messed up your crafting or your season. Like, it's possible, but I don't think so. Also, why did they just breath? Well, they breath at the end of the pool. We're about to chain. Let's pull all this. Crest cap was basically done last week. It wasn't done last week for me because I got kind of unlucky and I don't mythic raid. So to be fair, I don't know if it was done the previous week or not. For me, it would have been upcoming week. I would have been okay. Oh, I should probably watch out a little bit more on this poll, actually. I'm just I'm playing kind of lazy because I feel too safe. But I should pay attention more because I could actually die on this poll. So, uno momento, por favor. Some people didn't optimize. That's what I was thinking. Not just, well, I didn't get it on my alts. Like I did. That is a degenerate system and should never, ever, ever be in the game. I really hope that they take a look at that because, God, I can only imagine being like one of the highest end raiders. You guys know the tech with what you're saying about min-maxing your crests. So if you basically use one of your alts and delete them from existence, you can obtain the heroic achievement first of all very early on, but you have to be willing to completely sacrifice one of your alts. Dude, I don't think that's good. There's no way that should be the meta strat. Yeah. No, but I understand it's World of Warcraft. So if that is what you're supposed to do, people will 1,000% do it. Oh, yeah. How does that work? Okay. So you can downgrade crests. Are you familiar with the system? Everybody understand? You can downgrade your crests. Yeah, here's why. Here's how it works. The downgrading crests do not count toward the seasonal cap. Okay? Here's the thing. If they don't count toward the seasonal cap, you know that when you get every piece upgraded to full heroic, you get that discount on your characters, right? Are everybody familiar? Everybody following this? So, for example, if you obtain 276 on one of your alts, then your main character will now have access to a heroic crest discount. early on in the season, the heroic crests are actually valuable. Like, you don't have enough. It takes you a few weeks on your main character to get all of the pieces up to 276. So what happens is, if you basically go on one of your alts, and then you get... Okay, I already lost. You know how every week you can get mythic crests and heroic crests? Which is the more valuable? Of the two, between heroic crests and mythic crests, which is more valuable? You agree with this? Let's basically think about it from this perspective. I got you, Chemo. The answer is mythic crests. Later on in the season, you'll end up maxing out heroic items, but you'll always need mythic crest because you'll need it for crafting, you'll need it for upgrading any item from the vault, maybe you get an item from raid if you mythic raid, etc., etc. The idea is that you will need mythic crests. But if you truly cared about optimizing your character progression, what you can do is on an alt character, you can basically say, nah, and take all of your mythic crests, and I mean all of them, and downgrade them to heroic crests. The benefit of doing this is that your alt will be able to hit myth. It'll get the heroic crest achievement. We pulled extra earlier, so I don't actually need to get the side here. We just go left. Okay? So that means that your alt will unlock the hero crest discount, which means as you go back to your main character, you will save yourself a week or two of progression. It's how people geared, and it is a degenerate thing to do because whatever alt you do this on, first of all, needs to farm like giga content. So they need to be doing crazy amounts of keys the first 2 weeks, and then you need to downgrade every single mythic item. You lose all your mythic crests, but it is an optimization to get the heroic crest discount earlier on in the season for your main character because of how the discounts work. But I definitely think they gotta put... You know what? Hold up. I'm gonna backtrack here. Maybe not. Maybe it's fine. Because honestly, who does this affect? It affects me, it affects you, but who else does it affect? I mean, that's not something that literally anybody has to think about. I actually think that maybe this is fine because it actually affects what percentage of the player base really has to care about this. Not many, right? Like, let's be honest, not that many. Maybe this is just we are too competitive for our own good. Yeah, you know what? I was about to say, as I'm thinking about it, I'm like, bro, this is so degenerate. And it's like, please don't make me do this next season. And then I'm thinking about it more, and I'm just like, wait a second. You know what? If you're going to degen like that, you actually you probably are having a good time with it. They don't need to change how a system works just because I am too competitive for my own good. You know what? That's actually a great point. Nobody cares. I think that that's an excellent... I think that this is wise. No one really cares. Do I need to health potion this? Nah, we're fine. Okay, let me check the warrior stacks. Let me just make them refresh their stacks by vortexing them like that. I want them to refresh their stacks so I don't die on this boss. Did Claude tell you to say this? No. I basically asked Claude if I should say this, and Claude said, Awu, I really applaud your decision in basically reminding that the player base is not always vocal and doesn't always have a voice, and Awu, I think have I told you that your eyes are very beautiful today, Awu, and also, you're doing a great job in life, and your numbers are very high, and good job, Awu. And I'm like, thank you, Claude. Yeah, Claude is the most infinite. Honestly, I bet you they already have because it is a very, like, it's a pretty lucrative company. But Krispy Kreme really needs to hire Claude. 100% at this point. I feel like it's not even optional. Krispy Kreme should 1000% hire Claude because Claude is the best glazer I have ever met in my entire life. Genuinely. And I think that if you took this level of glazing and you applied it to a donut, you would have one of the best donuts ever. Because they always skimp on the glaze. If you're eating a donut, you want it to be like, at least me personally speaking, I want it to be like 90% glaze and like 10% donut. Just inject the glucose directly into my bloodstream. I'm not here for the dough. I'm here for the glaze. And so I think that actually, if they just hired Like whichever donut company, Dunkin' Donuts, Claw, I mean, doesn't matter, Krispy Kreme, whoever does this first is going to get a maximum advantage in the market, I think. You know, I think this is Omega Tech. Somebody needs to figure this out. Okay, to be fair, I think I'm funny, and that's what matters. You don't have to think I'm that funny. I think I'm funny. So just so you know, I'm having a great time here. It's all about the dough. The glaze is the bonus. I personally disagree. I think that if I'm here, I'm here for the glaze. I'm all for it. I am very certainly interested in the glaze. There's just something about translucent, thick, sweet, white cream that just sort of drives me crazy. Like I just want it like all the time. And it's a very powerful stimulus, a very powerful motivating factor in my life. So, yeah. Claude thinks I'm funny as well. It's true. Claude did say I have a great sense of humor now that you mention it. You're absolutely right. Dude, it is so powerful, though. For what it's worth, it is so powerful. I used to be a lot more strict about it. Like I used to basically think that when I was getting into fitness and I was getting into health stuff, I sort of bought into for a while that sugar is the devil and sugar is the enemy and you must, get rid of sugar from your diet and all that stuff. But then I actually did a little bit more research and then I moved to Thailand and then I actually got more real world experience and I realized that the thing that is most counterproductive toward our health, like the thing that destroys your gut, quote unquote, more than anything else is just stress. You have people who have such vastly different lifestyles. And the thing that seems to be the actual most successful unifying predictor of whether or not you are going to get sick is not your diet. It's not even how much you walk. It's not how much you exercise. It is very specifically, do you manage your anxiety well? I'm serious. Like, is your soul happy? Because that to me seems to be the greatest predictor of whether or not you actually have good health outcomes versus poor health outcomes. It is by far and large the thing that matters the most. If you hold your body to such extreme levels of stress and you're just like, yeah, but I got to be perfect. I got to be perfect. If oh my God, there was a Splenda in my coffee. I'm going to, oh, no, my gut. If you think like this all the time, you will end up having problems. I've never met anybody who is that neurotic about their health and doesn't have health problems. And now there's a balance to this because there's absolutely some physical elements of, but yes, you should take care of yourself and you should know what you're putting in your body. And you should, yes, it's important to get educated because you can make so many good decisions about your health if you understand better what is creating positive versus bad. Yeah, all that's good. But it's still, I think, more important to just realize that there are construction workers who basically have that Dunkin' Donuts breakfast. And then what they do after their Dunkin' Donuts is they slam a Red Bull, and then at night they basically eat a pizza and beer, and you would expect them to be like completely ill, but many of them go work a manual labor job for 12, 14 hours a day, and they have next to no heart problems. And you're like, but you should be gone. Like, you know what I mean? Like, how is this possible? And it's like, it's possible because no one ever told them that was bad. They have so many other things to be depressed about that they've literally never thought about the fact that might not be good for them. That's just straight up, it's weird. And there's a lot of really, really good, powerful information about this if you want to go down that rabbit hole. But I warn you, it's like opening the can of worms with conspiracy theories. You start to realize that they're not all conspiracy theories. And you're like, wait a second, I should never have started this journey. You know what I'm talking about? Like, the second you're like, well, I mean, come on. I mean, there's some crazy thoughts out there. But then you start to realize that they're not all crazy. And you're like, okay, so are the lizard people, like, what's going on? You have to start asking yourself some uncomfortable questions. So now you're charging off on the boss, don't skull bash, wild charge. If you are ever concerned about getting your charge off as a Guardian Druid, make sure that you are wild charging, not skull bashing. This is important. because a Skull Bash has a range that has sometimes it has a problem with its range, but Wild Charge is consistent every single time. So make sure that you Wild Charge back, not Skull Bash back. This is how you guarantee a charge as a Guardian Druid. If you ever have a problem with your Skull Bash, that's why. Because you're supposed to Wild Charge, not Skull Bash. Rough, no FC procs. Couldn't get a Sundering Roar during the damage burn. Do. It is Wild Charge, so you just go like this. Boop. Probably mess with timing. That's the best I can do. You can't Wild Charge immediately because there's a minimum range to it. I guess that's the only other piece of feedback there. Perhaps you're not waiting. Yeah. You can't Wild Charge immediately. There's a minimum range to it, but it's not like crazy. That was tank privilege, to be fair. I've tanked the whole dungeon, so watch this. I can't Wild Charge right now. I have to wait until he sends me back like a second. Now I can Wild Charge. So to be fair, there is a minimum range to it. Exactly. So genetics play a huge role, and that's why health is so hard to determine, because sometimes people have like terrible lifestyles and they should be way sicker, but they have great genetics. And sometimes people have great lifestyles but really rough genetics, and so they have worse health outcomes. That's why it's really hard to study this stuff, because it's so easy to think, yeah, but this person this, but this person that, and everybody has a story about their cousin who did this one thing and solved their health problems. So you have to be so careful about saying one way or the other. Does that make sense? You can't, it's very difficult to identify what the best thing is for health. So what you do instead is you realize there is no best answer. No one will ever find the actual best answer, if that makes sense. Does that kind of fair enough? Does everybody agree with that? To avoid the knock charge, come on, Seat feels pretty finicky. So what I would do on Seat is you just don't pull those guys. That's, I would say, very important on Seat of the Triumvirate. Do not pull. I started routing around them. And when I go into higher level seats, I don't pull this pack anymore. I used to. Oh, wait, that's not my route. But I used to pull these Adepts and Champions thinking they're just tank damage, but you just don't pull them anymore. Super dangerous. I mean, the Champions, they hurt, man. I don't like them. Their bleeds are anti-fun behavior. They're not fun. I don't like them. Yeah. You don't want to pull these. You basically, my route is like this now. There are a few different routes for this place, but ultimately you want to try to avoid, I think, those Adepts. This is the weekly route, so try this. You just skip this and you skip this pack. I used to pull them, but I don't pull them anymore. You can, but I have high ping, Limmy. Correct, Limmy, you're absolutely right. You can, but since I have high ping, I struggle a lot with it. I'm at 247 ping, so if you get a really fast Skull Bash, but oftentimes I'll take 1 or 2 bleeds and I'm just like, all right, I'm dead. GG's, Hannah. I'm just farming out some crests. I don't know if you want to do more 21s later this week, but chilling. I want to farm out some crests, and then I also, Skull Bash has no minimum rage, so that's the one you use, but it's a little finicky with how it works sometimes. All right, check the good old friends list. There's a 21 in here. Oh, shit. Does he want me? What's up, Mana Bananas? The 21 listed. I don't know if he wants me right now, but, oh, shit, all right. 21 Terrace. We can't skip the end, though, right? Hello. Hi. I was staring at you in the MC. So wait, I need some crest? What's up, Mana Bananas? So here's a question. How are we skipping the end with 2 DKs? Are we... Okay. Let me just ask him. Do you just want to take end or dragon skip? Yeah, Frost Strike, you know him, Mana Bananas, right? I wanted to ask around. I was going to ask. I don't know if you have some 21s you want to do, Mana. I don't know if you're working on your 22s at this point. I wanted to reach out. I would love to tank. My Guardian Druid will have max gear. I've had some medical stuff recently come up, so I got to say I'm feeling a bit lightheaded and stuff. But at the same time, I would love to tank some keys. You can lust the double, no skip. I think that's okay. I actually think, I know I live the Tyrant. Tyrant's not bad on Bear, so if the healer can heal it, I think it's okay to just take, to be honest. Like, I don't think you need to skip it. It's a very specific location for a rescue skip, and if we break our run to that, it would be really sad, I think. But yeah, Mana, I would love to do some more keys at some point, if you're interested. I've been reaching out to a few people, though. Convert your heroic crest into mythic. Oh! Holy, that's a fucking genius idea. Oh my god, you're right, Hanno. I completely forgot. You're right. Oh my god, I forgot. Why am I logging in farming out Crest? Bro, you're correct. I have 260 heroic crests. Wait, I can just go upgrade all my items right now. Well, I only have 2 things to upgrade, but still. I do still need some 21s. Yeah, I forgot. You just do. Wait, hold on. Wait. I could do. I can get my rings at least. I need to go craft a neck. I'm gonna craft a neck because I don't have a mythic neck, and then that's it. After this, I'll be fully upgraded. Yeah. I'm gonna have all the mythic items I need now. All right, fair enough. I don't even need to do that. I don't need that many crests. Hold up. Let me go. Let me at least get the item level here. Yeah, I forgot. You just go. Oh, hold up. All right, bet. 1 second. This is gonna be a clip. I gotta clip this. All right. Here's my route for this, Sam. If we're not taking the Warlock, tell me what you think. Magister's Terrace. Do we need to do Pyromancer into first boss with the exact timing? Otherwise, this is probably what we're gonna end up doing. With no Warlock skip, it looks something like this. You tell me what you think, Sam. I don't know if he's listening. Okay, so starting this week, mythic crests are completely uncapped, which means that all of the heroic crests that you have been using, you can actually just take them and immediately go when you log into each character. If you have a bunch of them saved, start converting them to mythic crests, and then you don't have to farm them out. You can immediately upgrade your items, and so you don't actually have to spend too long in keys farming out those crests. It is a giga tip to save you a bit of time. That's a good clip. Voila. Of a team in MDI who played probably Holy Priest Shire, would you? Asking for no particular reason? I absolutely would. That's how I got 289 today. Yeah, I have plenty of mythic crests. I don't even think I need to do that many. This is probably enough. I think I actually like... So it depends on our lust timing if we want to do the end, though. Have been doing it some first. Ask Sam. Sam would know the hierarchy strat. I be tank, and I don't die, and I do route. That's my plan. Any reason I'll just shift click and select the amount? Laziness. All right, so I take this ring up and then, oh, I do need a few more. So this ring is going to be just shy, and then I need the neck. So that's a little bit of item level. I'll take it. I need, can just quickly get a little bit more here. So we're going to go convert a few champion to hero crests because I have these as well. And then we can get one more mythic upgrade. And then we'll basically be done. And then I need to farm out 80 more, to be fair. But I need to go craft a neck, which I don't have time to do right now. So after this, I craft a neck, and then it'll be good. Routes are in Discord if you so desire, except I think that Discord link is wrong. So here. Boom, right there. Now I still need to farm out enough crests that I can go craft the neck. So we go one more of these, and then one more of these, and then we're good to go. Cool. That's actually, that helped a lot. That saved me so much time this week. Thank you very much, Hanno. I completely forgot I could do that. Look at that, 289 item level. Oof. Look at that bear druid. 289, solid. So all I need to do now is basically craft a neck, and then I keep farming this, and that's it. I just need to, I've bonus rolled Chimeras once, so in a few weeks, as long as I kill it each week, I'll get my mythic all in seer. Let's go. All right, let me see. Make a copy. Yeah, we're just going to combine this, yeah? First boss, I figured that he would want to do that. Wait a second. He wants to just change 8 and 9. I see. Interesting. Okay. And then you want to just do 4 without the familiar here? Okay. Can do. So this is a CC. Are we going to in-cap it? We just para it, right? Wait, not this side of worm. You don't want these worms? Is it just for pacing that you don't take these worms here? So you para this, and then you don't want to fight this together? I feel like you could... Is this... Let me just check something. Isn't it percentage to do this, but you don't want to do it because we don't have like a Resto Shaman for Spirit Link? Fair enough, and you guys would have to burn AMS or IBF at least. Okay. Sure, I feel like the timer here is not going to be a problem with our item level, yeah? Let's do it. I'm down. On the way. Okay, let's go. Okay. Can do. You on stream, Sam? Let me ask a question, just to make sure I can talk to him about the route. If not, I will talk in party chat. Or talk in party chat. In party chat. Oh, that's fine. No problem. You don't have to be listening to stream. I just was about the route. Do I go ahead and go into the hallway, or do I let the monk para the one mob, that healer in this? So we're going to lost 9, I imagine. Do I let the monk para that healer, or how do I pull this pull? 7. That's the question I have for you. For the pull after first boss, yeah. Because once he paras it, it's going to aggro, and then those guys charge, no? There's a charger in there, so I have to basically go get threat. How to do? Because there's going to be... Oh, there's no enforcer here. So I guess the monk could actually just go in para, and then I stand, like, right in the doorway, and then he rolls behind me, and then I just do that. We'll fight inside right at the door. Bunko... Yeah, okay, got you. That makes sense. Okay, can do. Sounds good. I feel like the timer here will be easy, even without a lock for the skip, so not that worried about it. Sounds good. Let's do it. Good morning. Good morning, Alexander. Good morning indeed. All right, let's get it. I'm gonna wake up for a 21. We're all super geared. I was doing the 21s last week with 5 less item levels, so if I die here, I'm just bad. Less first pull and 9 in last pull. 9 is scary, man. But I guess this is the advantage of having double DK, huh? Is that the only person who needs healing is the Ogavoker. Like, pretty much. I'm chill. I'll play Symbiotic. I could play Symbiotic here as well. Thinking about Terrace real quick. I don't need in-cap for Terrace. There's actually not a lot of moments. I mean, first pull, but we have 2 DKs. I'm pretty sure we'll be fine. If I drop in-cap and I can just take Symbiotic, or I can also drop Perfectly Well Honed and still play in-cap, it's fine. Yeah. There's a few options of what I can play here just to help this key go a little bit smoother, but I feel like Symbiotic on Ogavoker is really powerful for a key like this. Defense on bosses that don't really have a tank buster, you just rotate it anyways. You can save SI for the next pull silent and make sure you can have Incarn for the following pull, but in general, a good tip is always just send Barkskin on cooldown and Lunar Beam always on cooldown, of course. But the idea here is Barkskin 100% cooldown. It just helps the healer do less healing on you, which makes the key go better. Something that isn't well understood, and it is important if you want to be an Omega tank, something that is not understood in the general tanking community is this thing called smart healing. If you're playing, for example, with a Mistweaver like we are here, the Mistweaver, when he does his healing rotation, he doesn't target people. This is one of the things to understand. He's not actively casting on people to heal them. He is doing his rotation, which cleave heals. And that cleave healing is called smart healing. If I am low health, then some of that healing will go to me. And I don't want to take any of his smart healing. So during AoE pulls or any moments of HPS, like first boss of Skyreach, if I take less damage from this, then all of a sudden, he has to heal less, which is pretty impactful and actually makes a really big difference. It is a giga tanking thing and something that a lot of tanks don't think about because they're only focused on their own personal survivability. But if you really want to be a very, very, very good tank player, it is actually important to understand how healers work as well, because you can make a really big difference in your team. I'm going to kick one of the overlaps here, but not beforehand. Yeah, I'll kick that polymorph. And so you can make a huge difference by understanding how smart healing functions. And by basically saying, hey, during this AoE, if I'm full health, then he never has to worry about me or heal. I don't Starfall here because I Starfall the next pull and /or Feral Frenzy the main sentry. So Starfall here because aggro can actually be a bit of an issue on this pull, especially because we killed that first pull so fast. So this is where I Starfall, because the damage from Starfall is not that impactful. That's not why you Starfall. The damage from it, I was a second late with the Thrash there. I think he got aggro pretend. I don't actually know if that was aggro or something else. He can release and come back. It's not that dangerous. We have 2 DKs. Holy, outside of that stun. I should have SI'd a second earlier. Hold up. Now we're locked in for a second. I think we're actually going to be fine, but... yeah, Starfall is basically an aggro tool. It isn't so much for damage. By the end of the dungeon, Starfall is just pad damage if you use it for DPS anyways. It is far more impactful to use it outside of that. That should have absolutely been an SI from me, by the way, a global earlier, like right here. And then I'll have Lunar Beam so I won't die or get one-tapped here. And then I'll just Frenzied Regen as well. And I'll be a little bit dry going into next. We'll have 1 death on the timer, but otherwise I think we're going to be okay. Healer is a cosmetic role. You don't even really... I mean, do you really need a healer, though? How do you use Starfall for aggro? So Starfall has an 8-second duration. When you go into Boomy form and you cast Heart of the Wild, Starfall is an 8-second duration. It's not actually like a... You don't just cast it, and then it just casually does nothing. For the 8-second duration, it will hit everything around you. As you go back into bear form, it gets the bear form modifier for threat. And therefore, it does Omega Threat. That's the cool thing about Starfall, is that it has an 8-second duration, and when you go back into bear form, you still benefit from that buff. So it will be ticking everything around you, and it hits only things that you're in combat with, so it will never pull like through the walls or pull anything that you don't want it to pull. Yeah, you go, it's basically like a pre-pull. First pull, Algathar Academy, it's super tech 4. There's not a ton of pulls here where Starfall is going to basically ensure threat just because of the way that Magister's Terrace ends up. And remember that single target damage matters more, so here I will definitely Feral Frenzy this guy. Feral Frenzy is a large single target increase, whereas Starfall is just for aggro. And if I know I'm not going to have any aggro problems on the next pull, then I won't save it. It's only when I need it for aggro, but like first pull Mysara Caverns, the way that I pull that dungeon and more. There are many use cases for it, but ultimately it is mostly Feral Frenzy is a more impactful thing to use. Just going to make sure that I wait for that pad a second. I have occasionally pulled it too fast and it socials the thing around it. So now we're good. Perfect. And we're just fighting this here. And then in terms of the timing on this boss, if you are going to pull the Pyromancer into it, you need to chain it right away. The exact timing for this to avoid the overlap is going to be basically insta. So if you pull the Pyromancer within 1 second of pulling the boss, his ignition should not overlap with the AoE and /or you have to defensive the first AoE. And then the question is, do we want the worms right away? Is it worms right away or intermission? Intermission, that's the question. No, intermission, right? Somebody answer this. Just pyro with boss, okay. And then you pull worms after. Okay. Yeah, during intermission, right? Makes sense. That is what I was thinking. Okay, wait for it. Okay, 3, 2, 1, boom. Insta pull. And then make sure I have aggro on this. Just going to go over here for a thrash real quick. Come back. Perfect. Watch the flame strike. Okay. How exactly does this timing work? Let's find out. I'm locked in a little bit here. I don't want to make a tank mistake. There's going to be a lot of damage happening here. I wild charge back to the boss. Way too early. Okay, sorry. I normally actually don't pull it together with the boss, to be fair. I thought the overlap kind of made sense there. But if I messed up on this, my bad. You want the damage buff going into intermission, right? I feel like the worms got socialed on accident. I didn't actually mean to pull the worms at exactly that moment. Perhaps I took the knock too close to one of the sides. But this seems to be going pretty well in terms of timing. Let me just put this fire circle here. I'll have some awareness to be right in this corner in case he does one of the things. Yep, that flame strikes right there. Perfect. Okay, I think that went well. I think that went, that was about perfect. And then I'm going to charge back to make sure he doesn't move too much. I just want to stack this circle like right here, give or take, so we can min-max our space on this boss. And then pull him back this way. Yeah, I think that was the right timing. I'm pretty sure. But again, kind of unfamiliar with this strat. So occasionally for things like this, I do need a rep or two to learn how to do it. Although I totally appreciate the fact that on 21, the timer does get a bit tighter. So we're just going to position this AoE here, and then I need to be positioned right there. I apologize if my DK lost a second of uptime. Just wanted to make sure that I min-max our space, so we can always use the door here for this. I can ask after if I am kind of in the wrong spot for that. Always learning, always improving. But so far, so good. Okay, my DKs are going to take him with AMS. I could also soak one, no problem. And then basically we just do the entire boss like this. We just rinse and repeat right here. Should be good. So we can position this here, and then I'll take the knockback. I'll charge back here, and then I'll just go into this puddle, like here. No need to hold Lunar Beam on this boss. There you go. I think that that's okay because both of my I'm not worried about my DKs, like, dying to this. You don't need Lunar Beam for this boss. You just need Frenzied Regen Silent right before it hits you. If you Frenzied Regen, you'll have the natural Resilient. You can see my health barely moves here. What's up, Pei? Just in general. No, you never hold Lunar Beam. The idea is it is never, ever a good idea to hold Lunar Beam. You just send that shit cooldown. Lunar Beam, one of the things that separates a Guardian Druid who understands how to min-max their rotation currently is whether or not they have good Lunar Beam uptime. My Lunar Beam uptime in keys at the moment is something like 55%. And I play with a little bit less haste just due to ping issues. So, like, Lunar Beam does not have a long cooldown. It isn't actually a cooldown. You should treat it like a rotational button. Yeah, it's a rotational... It's actually just straight up something that you press as needed. Like, you just press it when you have it. You don't really think about it too much. Okay, I'm going to let this come across. Boss will die. Let's all position here. There you go. Okay, I get one side of the worms. I'm going to generate threat on these, so I'm going to thrash through. And then we're going to fight this inside. I've got that one enforcer. Or not. Okay. And then I'm here. I just made the AUG proc his cheat death. That's my bad. I thought I had it, but I might have missed the timing on that thrash by like 1 second. So this is a slightly different way to do this pull than, again, what I'm used to, but fair enough. Were the actual... Oh, no. Achievements in WoW is always personal. In terms of, like, what is... Like, is 3.4k a good achievement? Absolutely it is. And also, yeah, VDH is just a tank right now. It's actually quite... It does a lot of damage, but remember, it is incredibly difficult to play VDH very well. Okay, let's go kind of nice and safe here. We're going to wait for that dot. Then I pull this here. Pull it back. Okay. We have grips for the Magisters. This is an interesting way to pace this dungeon. I kind of like it. I'm going to stun this on that overlap there. And then we're going to fight this here. So there's going to be only one Dispel like this, and then you have Lust for the next pull with cooldowns. And then we're going to stop that Polymorph, and here we go, though. With Socket in Vault, nice. Nice, nice, nice. To be fair, if you are a comfortable raiding, it is always in general a good idea. But now with how much access we have to Mythic gear, I wonder if that's changed. I would take Onseer on any of my ults. Just because Onseer is hard to get. There is a lot of people that still want it, and that trinket is so powerful that even on Heroic, you would want to play it over like a Mythic trinket. That trinket is so good right now. Okay, I'm a little... fast streamer right here. Okay, we have to kill this thing. I cannot chain in, of course, until this is dead. But even right here, I'm going to send Lunar Beam. Like, you just don't ever hold Lunar Beam. It's still the right decision at the end of this pull to send Lunar Beam. How's the healer doing? Our timer is decent, so we're going to go in here. Now, that's the Starfall right there. For what it is worth, that right there, that's how you Starfall. You see that right there? It just ensures threat because I actually missed one of the thrashes. And these enforcers jump out if I'm not careful with my thrash. So that's kind of the tech for just going into a pull with it will ensure aggro on the pull, and you don't need to worry about your positioning because it hits everything that you're in combat with. I hate tanking raid, but I love tanking M+. I'm just not a big raider in general. You know, I've asked a lot of people this question because I'm curious about it. Many people love raiding. Nilo. So many people are like, dude, raiding is like BIS WoW content. Personally, for me, though, it's not for me. I just don't like it that much. It doesn't fill me with joy. Also, that was an excellent pull. Good job. Yeah, it's a chore. Ooh, I'm going to off-heal this. Okay, that's a great AMS. I'm about to off-heal this as well. It's on the DK, so they should be fine. I'm going to heal Trank. Frost is going to be okay. Regrowth, regrowth, regrowth. Hell yeah, off-healing. Okay, good. Bark when you pull this boss because he kind of claps you for a second. We don't have a purge here, so I'm going to be here. I got big item level. I did the tech to basically convert all my crests up, so I'm 289 now. I'm comfy, Pudge. Comfy. 289. Big. Big, big, big. What do you think the 1% rating would be? That is a good question. I'm actually not sure. I think that the 1% rating will probably be much higher than previous seasons. I also wonder what title will be right now. Currently, title is looking like it's going to be something kind of wild. Okay, wait for the healer to top. Wait for the healer to top. Okay, there you go. Perfect. I feel like title is going to be, what, Brazil 22? Brazil 23? There's a lot of the season left. No, higher than that, I think. I think it's going to be higher. So the thing is, we're kind of already max gear, but then the 0.7 patch has some form of borrowed power, right? Am I wrong about this? Doesn't the 0.7 patch have like a borrowed power system that's going to give us more damage or something in keys? We don't know what it does. I don't know what it does. I think it's like 20, it might even be 24s. Currently, as of right now, it would be 23s probably. Runes with different powers. I think title, this is going to be the highest title we've ever had. 100% about that. We're already past, I mean, like 4K is already achievable. This key would get me almost 4,000 IO. Okay, I have to watch my own health here. Careful, I don't want to cleave anybody with this. Make sure I have a heal on myself going in, because this boss has the buff and we have no purge. Good. Yeah. And there's going to be... What's the item level for the Spore Raid again? What's the item level on that right now? Anybody clarify for me? I'm going to mangle here, actually. Get a little more iron for... It's high, isn't it? Is it 298? Damn, I'm going to have to do it. Oh, no. No. Not 100%. I don't want to have to do it. I'm already upset that I have to do Mythic Chimeras. But... damn. That's probably going to be like a mandatory... that's not going to be optional. Sorry, I'll try to keep him planted. Or a lot of melee. What's the best target to farm rerolls? If you're a fresh bear, I would say, and you don't have a mythic weapon yet, I think Windrunner is probably your best bet. In my opinion, Windrunner is the right answer to that question because it will give you the chance at a mythic weapon on top of the fact... Yeah. Mythic weapon on top of Heart of the Wind. So you get a possible Bis Trinket with a possible mythic weapon upgrade. So I'm going to go, I would say if I had to choose, it's definitely going to be Windrunner Spire. Alternatively, Seat has every single tier slot, which is another viable option because you can get every single tier slot from Seat of the Triumvirate. So like that's a possibility. Or I use Nexus because I had already, I think a lot of Guardian Druids later on in the season have already crafted a mythic weapon or already had a mythic weapon from Vault. And so it wasn't that impactful. I am actually going to clear this just to make sure I don't die. Healer's not going to struggle too much. Okay, we're going to go through. Sam did not want to pull the side with it, and therefore we're just going to go normal. Algathar? Nah, Puzzle Box is bait. Puzzle Box sims well, but in practice doesn't work the way that you want it to work. You have to play almost perfectly for Puzzle Box to actually be worth it. And on top of the fact that you have to play almost perfectly, it just is also problematic for stuff, though. Weapons there, too, yeah, but you also have another trinket that you don't... There's a few things in there that you don't want. Here. Wait for me. I have to get thread here, so just give me a second. Okay, got it. Then we go in. Perfect. I'm going to make sure I have these shredders. This is where Heart of the Wild helps, because I will guarantee myself aggro on anything that maybe is like gathering a second late here or anything like this. Cool. Then we pull the big guy through, and we put the Lunar Beam down here, and then we go into our basic rotation and big dam. We don't let the caster cast. Boom, perfect. Look for an FC proc right there. Perfect. And then we're here. Sundering Roar. We go like this. What the hell? What the hell this? Did we want this? Is this the route? I don't remember deciding on this. What was that? Was that a tab target? What? Okay, no, that's fine. I think we're going to be okay. We have enough damage. In Cap Roar, that set of casts. Hold up. Let me just Vortex Typhoon. We can't let... Oh, we have to kill it right now. Okay, good. Holy. I don't think this was part of the route. I have no idea what percentage looks like right now. We need one of the sides, right? Is this... I don't know what percentage is. yeah, I was about to say, we need one of the side packs. Just not both of them, though. We only need one. It's not quite enough. There's no other way. I mean, our timer's good, so we just have to live triple caster. I'm going to in-cap that Terror Wave and kick it. Perfect. Okay. So 2 Void Walkers in here. Did we mean to pull that? I'm going to have to ask later if that was a weird tab target. I was a little shocked there, but luckily we had enough damage for the big guy, so he didn't get that last AoE off. That would have been really bad if he did. Oh, your dragon. I see. Okay. All good. We make it work. It was going to be the left pack anyways, so it's just an extra caster we had to deal with. Not a problem. Holy. When you said sorry, dragon, I thought you meant the Aug Evoker, Sam. I was like, oh, the Aug Evoker tab targeted? I didn't see that. Okay, I can chain the Shredders in. That's fine. Shredders we can kind of drag in and set up the next pull. Okay, good pat. Get it right here. 1 second. Threat. Here. Boom. And thrash again. So I don't think Algathar is a good key, personally speaking, to send your bonus rolls as a Guardian Druid. I would definitely choose something else. The one thing to understand about the bonus rolls, though, is whatever dungeon you decide on, make sure you send the rest of your bonus rolls there. Don't flip-flop dungeons. War Stomp. Good. Okay, last kick. This you can start chaining in. Somebody will get that kick for sure. That's a fair chain. And then I'm going to pull this guy. No problem. I'll get this fear kick because maybe somebody sent their kick behind me. So I'm going to make sure I get this first fear and then I can go void. Perfect. Here, a little early Sundering Roar because I just don't want anything though. Would you rather have me gone right? I feel like it's okay with Mistweaver, but if I'm incorrect on that, I figure with our comp this won't be a problem. But if in the future you want me to go Tyrant first and then into this, we can do that. I haven't found a lot of difficulty so long as I'm playing with Mistweaver, because previously no one sends defensives on the previous pull. They might send offenses, but they don't send defensives. My thought process is that it's actually better here. It's better to do the Void Caller first. But Sam, if you think in the future... I know it's delayed. Don't answer during the key. Kick this wave. Is it just because this guy is actually so dangerous that you want offensive cooldowns for him and you want me to go Tyrant first in the future? It's not... Bear has no problem with Tyrant, so that's not an issue for me. We gotta kill him. Yeah, he's dead here. I feel like that's kind of doable. Okay, we're gonna go into here. You want to CC one of the casters to take with boss? Okay, double grip. Fair enough. Yeah, the strikes are super easy for Bear. I don't ever have to even think about them. I inted my kick, munched it there. Careful. Bolts can kill people if they're on the same target. I'll War Stomp this set. May as well use my CC. I have it. I'm going to kick one of the bolts knowing that my team is going to get one of the fears for sure. No way my team would let a fear go off. Okay, that was kind of close. Vortex. All good. We've munched a few of our stops. We're just going to be aware. Timer looks decent. Timer's not like amazing right now because we're not doing the end skip. We do have to take that last pack, but timer's pretty fine right now. This is the Giga comp right here, by the way. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but there happen to be 2 of the same thing in this key. Well, not the same thing. Excuse me, my apologies. There happen to be 2 of the same class, not the same spec. It's a battle. Is Unholy or Frost DK better? Only time will tell. Yeah. 21 minutes at this point. You kill this boss like 9 minutes. Oh, we're fine. I think we'll be okay. I will do my absolute best to keep this in best cleave range. He's better. So this boss, although there are several targets, it is better to Feral Frenzy the start. Starfall is cool, but it's not like the coolest thing in the world. Okay, Sundering Roar right here. Nice. Still in cleave range for a second, and then we're going to go over here like this. Giga Tech, by the way, going out like that. Yeah, this comp, I swear, there's a world. I think that a lot of pugs don't know this random, but I swear this is actually a better pug comp than most people might realize. Like, if more people were willing to straight up take 2 DKs and then, like, even with no lust and just straight drums the key, you would actually probably have more success, I think, in a lot of key levels. Honestly, I think that you would have, like, a ton of success if you just played this comp. You know, maybe sub out the Augavoker with, like, a Shaman. And you would just be Giga. It's actually... it's disturbingly effective. That's the term, right? Yeah, disturbingly effective. Yeah, you just play 3 unholy. You know, one of them needs to be Frost, just for a little bit of variety. You know, Garbage, they say variety is the spice of life, but my breakfast for the last 10 years has certainly proved that to be false. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like, lust is impactful, and it makes you feel really good to have lust, but just don't, yeah, the don't die comp, that's, look at this phase timing right here. Beautiful. Watch this. This is the most perfect phase timing. Everything is nicely just omega stacked for cooldowns. Oh, it's a thing of beauty. It's a thing of beauty. We're going to go this way. That is nice. That's beautiful. I'll keep them as stacked as I can for a second. I'm going to roar. I'm going to get to my targets real quick. Come back. And then right here, the pull is going to be in like 3, 2, 1. This is where I, as a tank, also use defensives because it will help. Don't die. Yeah. I could have been... There are a few pulls here I could have certainly made even more efficient, by the way. Okay, so from here, again, I defensive. And then I'm going to Sundering Roar like now. Kind of drag this. There's going to be an overlap of these adds in a few seconds. So for maximum damage, I want to use it now. I don't need to break the shield on that far ad because we're not even going to kill it. I might as well just keep him stacked for this overlap. My ad is fine. No one's going to be hitting it. Yep. Last grasp. I have all my cooldowns for the following pull, which means that aggro won't be a problem, including pre-starfall. Nice job from the healer. There's going to be one more. If we can kill this like right now, it'll be great for my healer. I think this sting will go off for a second. Okay, just beware. Don't die, don't die, don't die. Perfect. I pre-starfall. I go here. I want to only tag this with 1 thrash, but then remember that I need to make sure I thrash these guys or somebody will get hit. Oh my god, I'm pretty sure that was Sam. No DPS I've ever played with understands that, but he's a tank player, so he would. That was omega. Holy, I think Sam just did that. Did you guys see the tech that just happened? That was tech. That was legit tech. And I can only think that Sam was the one who did it. I don't know. So he blinding sleet the ads because as a tank player, it takes me a second to gather and I have to tag the first 2, which means that as I move up the hallway, somebody can get meleeed by the little ads and then you can have a death. So knowing that, because I'm pretty sure he's a blood DK, so he blood boils the first one, he'll have blood boil for the second, but snap threat is a second weak. And so what he did, kill the AoE dude. Do you want to combine it with the 2 void guys? I live. I'm not worried about it. So we're going to go up here, I think, for timer reasons. So basically, he blinding sleet as we walk past to give me an extra second to get threat, which was just an omega heads-up play by a DPS player. Like, even right there, that was the same thing there, just so that no one got here. That's a double? Okay. That was pretty good. I need to hold my bark skin for a second, though. This is a tough pull if we're going to do this all together here. I kind of thought we would actually split this. I'm going to kick one of these. I got this. Nice. Good aggro here. Vortex in the middle. Send 1 Typhoon here. Okay. This is a tough pull, but if we live this, you can't... I want to say you can't die to the last boss, although that's not exactly true. Okay. Watch the Tyrants on me. That's a strike right there. I'm going to send 1 SI here, because I know I'm going to be absolutely fine for the others. Good. Making sure none of the fears go off. Swipe? No. Swipe is terrible for threat. You will actually troll your threat as a Guardian Druid if you're trying to swipe. You want to take swipe off your bars. Res the healer immediately. It's okay. I'm fine. I'm fine. I don't need any healing here. I can even off-heal the AUG as well. Okay, good. We're okay. Was that a rough charge or a puddle? I can take Tyrant into boss, but also our timer is pretty chill. So why don't we just like start moving up, but we don't actually have to go into boss. He just wants to kill the Tyrant. He's pinging it. Okay, don't move. Fine, fine, fine. I'm not, this guy doesn't scare me at all. This is a Guardian Druid specialty with how Frenzied Regen works right now. Okay, this boss can also kill me if I'm not careful, but obviously our timer is very good, so we're not worried about that. Mark of the Wild, got you, got you. Here we go. I'll be on this side. So knowing the tank hit is here, I can Feral Frenzy the boss right away. And then I want to actually tank this out. If the healer will let me have a second to go bring that puddle out, it does make a difference because this fight, I don't have perma cooldown coverage, especially after the last pull. And so I don't ever want to take extra damage on this fight. Since it's actually not a super great fight for Mistweaver, I need to live these tank hits, which is not a problem. But if he lets it, I'll put the puddles on the outside. I got it, I got it, I got it. So like right now, for example, I have to stand in this soak. No, that's the problem right there. That's why I wish that the healer knew, actually, and just gave me an extra second for the Dispel to get further out. Oh my god, I almost died. Like I said, you can die here. So this one I have Bark, and then I go out, because I want the puddles to be positioned out like this. It helps. And then, but see, I have to stand in this to soak it. And after the tank hit, I can be a little dry, and I don't want to take any of the healers healing. Okay, I'm locked in, I'm locked in, I'm locked in. This is a 21 right here. We time this right now if I don't do exactly what almost happened there. Okay, so tank hit is here. I Frenzied Regen on top of the Lunar Beam, and I'm chilling. And then if he just gives me a second to go into this puddle, okay, fine, SI. I have to burn the SI, because I don't have really a lot of help here. I can hear my cat meowing in the background. I'm not going to get distracted. He is very cute, but it's not going to happen. Okay, this is Bark plus Frenzied on top of the overlap here. I'm fine. I put this, if he can dispel me like here, it's way better. And then I can hold this Incarn for a second. Even though it's a DPS loss, it will help me live the fight. Very rarely do I hold Incarn as a Guardian Druid, but I'm kind of holding my breath here a little bit. So we're min-maxing my survivability, believe it or not. Because if I Incarn now, then I'm going to be uber safe for this tank hit. And I can go all the way out here. I don't care about my damage this boss. Our timer is Omega. I can Feral Frenzy. That's fine. Go Feral Frenzy here. But no mistakes. The Mistweaver, we actually have to get ready to B-res him too if he needs it. But I just want to keep myself full health. So full natural resilient shielding. Right here. So the tank hit comes. I don't need anything here. I'm fine. Okay. That means I can save Bark, and then I have SI and a Lunar Beam as well. I don't want to int my damage too much, but if I can take those puddles out to the side, it makes it easier for me to soak. This one is going to be here. I have Bark for the tank hit plus the soak. Again, don't take any of my healers healing. Just position this way out. Don't charge back to the boss ever. Big Guardian Druid tip, never ever charge back to boss. It's never a good idea. You will sometimes, your charge will take you into the beam and then you can die. Yeah, weirdly, the profile of this fight can actually be tough if I have to be standing in the soak the whole time. SI, question mark? Yes, this is SI. Don't risk it. I'm going to have Bark plus Sundering here. X-Wind Tools. Nice, okay, GG's. Plenty, I mean, this timer is free. I don't even think that was the most efficient route either. Bark will be up for that soak plus this tank hit, and then I have SI as well, and we're good. Bro, I almost died. There was actually one moment here where if I didn't health potion on that exact global, it was going to be GG's. Dude, that gave me a fucking heart attack. Soak, healer. Oh, no. Oh my fucking god. Shit. You gave me a heart. I take. The end of that dungeon was tough. Oh, yeah. We would have lived for sure. I know we would have lived, but still, that was... Imagine that we died. It wouldn't have been the first time I lost that boss at like 1%. And somebody was just like, we don't need a soak. Well, oh yeah, there was a lot of puckering going on there. Okay, so in terms of efficiency, I feel like the first, Sam, out of curiosity, was the timing wrong on first boss? I feel like I did a almost perfect. I thought we had the full 12 worm stack going into the damage phase, and the AoE didn't overlap at all. Should I delay it by an extra 1 or 2 seconds in the future? Is there an optimization I could have made there? GG's. Felt like I played that extremely well, except last boss did almost kill me. That was a little scary there at the end. What's up, Ampy? Thank you for not killing the hubby. Of course, I would never kill the hubby. Why some bears randomly go moon conform? So it's for starfall damage, Lucap. Something that's basically impactful is it's just for aggro. It's not for a lot of damage. Oh, thank you. GG's. So, for example, the Starfall, if you take a look at my overall damage here, it's not crazy. It's like 1 or 2% overall damage. But what it does is it ensures aggro on any pole where the mobs are super spread out. This is like, for example, this would be first pole Algothar Academy. This would be here. Oh, what's up, Trank? You're the DK, right? Hello. Nice to meet you on stream. Tell Sam I'm tying Dual Wield Frost because of him. All I can tell you this, Ampy, is here. Whatever Frost does, this is Sam, by the way. When we say Sam, that's Frost Strike, the Frost DK. Whatever he does, you should try probably to copy. Very rarely do I say that, but that guy is so good at his spec. And also, for what it is worth, he has a YouTube channel where he puts out cool content. If you ever were thinking about Frost DK, my dude is literally... He's the best Frost DK I've ever played with. And arguably somebody who's been committed to the spec for a very long time. Yeah. That's his YouTube channel. It's X-Win Tools. If you go into Discord, you'll see. I'm going to update this as well if I've missed anything. But like my Platinator profile is in Discord. My routes are in Discord. The exact route we just used here, let's put that in Discord as well. This was a slight variation. But yeah, this is all in Discord. It's effectively the same. We just didn't do this. I was thinking about doing this. And then 13, you add this one pack. We actually YOLO'd pulled this here, though. How do I get the drop-down timer for boss fights? This one here, I don't know what this is. I actually need to get rid of this because I just don't know. Exactly. That's a correct M-boss. There are some people who have actually not meta rerolled and played the same thing for a long time, and they're just so good at what they do. They are indeed. They are indeed. I wonder what the breakdown of like single target ethical damage would be as well. Okay, 289 Bear. I mean, I feel pretty immortal. Last boss, only thing. Which I think is the better? Snurry, I feel like Bear and Brewmaster, both of them, are in pretty good spots right now. I think both of them feel good to play. They're both tanky. They're both powerful. They're good at different things. Like, Brewmaster actually has some advantages over Bear, and Bear has some advantages over Brew. I would say if I had to say Bear is slightly better than Brew, but both of them are good. The other 4 tanks, I want them to buff that. I want all tanks to feel like this. The number 3 tank, that's a good question. I want all tanks to feel powerful. Currently, I would say that they're all able to be played, but if you ask anybody who isn't a Bear or a Brew, trying like higher keys, trying to push, like Prot Pally and 20, can you play it? Yeah, but it's just one of those things where it's so punishing. It's exactly like Apex Bear was before they buffed this version of Bear, which is like, can you play it? Absolutely. Does it actually do good? Yes. But you have to play so perfect. If you make a single mistake, you miss one global, it's just poof, keys over. And that's a problem. Vengeance has had good numbers, Amp, the entire season. But again, Vengeance is one of those tanks where A, it's a little RNG, but even if you plan for that RNG, it actually just comes down to if you get unlucky, and also if you mess up a single pull, it's GG's. The whole key is over. You're not allowed to die as a tank. That's just how it is. You know what people want out of a tank? People misunderstand this all the time, but I really want you to think about this for a second. Do you know what your group wants from you if you're a tank player? They want consistency. They don't care if you do top damage. The route not a fit. Oh, no, I meant how I pulled it. I feel like I could have sped up a few things like, no. I think I was noticing myself. I could have saved 5 seconds here. I could have saved 3 seconds there. I could have on the second pull. I think I should save Stampeding Roar for second pull just so that aggro thing doesn't happen because I'm trying to go a little fast. And I had a single Thrash ticking, but I'm pretty sure he got meleeed, right? That was the one death. Because I roared at the beginning instead. Yeah, he got meleeed by one of the enforcers because it charged out. So like those are the types of things I meant, Sam. I'm always thinking in the same way when we did 21 Pit, in Aiken Crick, I thought I tanked that dungeon extremely well in terms of my damage, my external healing required, all that stuff. But where I went wrong was on Aiken Crick, I chained 3 seconds too early, and that almost caused the problem. Because I thought it was dead, but we were playing 2 melee with an AUG, and I should have waited for that shade to die before I moved. Does that make sense? I don't know. If you like Brewmaster, it's absolutely fine. I think that Brewmaster, again, excels at certain things that Bear doesn't. I already do a little bit more single target and certainly more prio damage on Brew than I do on my Bear. Should you re-roll? It's up to you. Could. What was this death here? I think this was a bomb, right? There was the circle on the ground plus a thing. Yeah, this was a circle, yeah? Expose after fire. Oh, no, this was just ow. He did get 1 melee from the Voidling. I was wondering about that death. That's what I mean by efficient. I just mean I'm actually a perfectionist, Sam. I do like to play as perfectly as I possibly could. And there were a few moments there where I was like an inch off with my Thrash. And so technically that was a efficiency loss. Because I had to slow down for a few times and hit that Thrash. No problem. I'm using default X-Win tools. No profile. I mean, yes, Death Ray. Here's the problem. How much you want to play? How many hours you got to play per day? It is gigafast. How many hours you going to play per day? Yes, but how many hours you want to play per day right now? Because it's just a grind. It's just time investment more than anything else. So those are half 21s. The half 21s are done. What's going to be the hardest 21 here? Maybe Seed of the Triumvirate. I feel like Algathar with the damage. Maybe 21 Skyreach scares me a little bit. Like first pull actually can be kind of scary. Just have to time things really well. 21 Seed. Oh, I don't like Seed of the Triumvirate. Not a huge fan of that key. Should I only do 2 pieces of tier? If you're playing no Apex, technically speaking, yeah, you really don't need 4-piece, but I would recommend that you have a plan for 4-piece in case you ever want to play Resto Druid, in case you ever want to play Boomy or Feral, or you ever want to try Apex for like Raid as a good example. And when you raid, you're going to want 4-piece because you don't play the no Apex build in Raid. You could, by the way, for what it's worth, but still, I would recommend that you do have a option for 4-piece. You technically don't need it. I have 4-piece here with the gloves. But it is up to you. The only thing I need now for gearing-wise, I need to craft a neck, and then I also need to eventually keep bonus rolling chimeras. I did it once, but not enough. Can I send it now? Oh, yeah, I forgot steak. 1 second. I ordered 5 kilos of steak today. Yes. And by the way, I would like to thank you all for supporting my chronic addiction to ribeye steak. I am leveling up my life. You know, I've been really busy recently, and something that I will treat myself to one big thing. Not massages in Thailand, not to any sort of like, you know, cool subscriptions to websites that I shouldn't mention here. What I am going to treat myself to is ribeye steak versus just eating minced ground beef. There's a difference between those two things. Ribeyes are really nice. They're double the price in terms of the fact that I have to spend $20 per kilo instead of $10 per kilo. But I said to myself, you know what? I've been working really hard. I should treat myself. So I bought 5 kilos of ribeye. It's coming soon. Let me just pay them. Let's see. This is the food. There's not a lot of beef in Thailand, so all beef is expensive here. About to go carnivore diet again. I love it. I'm not carnivore because I necessarily think it's the best thing. I can't eat fiber. And I'm not actually carnivore because I specifically, am I going to die? No, not in Skyreach. I mean, to be fair, I think it's bear's weakest key, Skyreach. But I can't eat fiber, so I can't have like fruits or vegetables. But that's because I have a genetic condition. I adopted that lifestyle and I very much like sugar. Better than ice cream. I like both. Actually, Veronica, so I don't know if you know this about me, Veronica, but I have like 17 Michelin stars. And so with 17 Michelin stars, I can tell you that there is a combination, a culinary combination, let's say, that is going to be omega. What this? Who this? Hi, Amp. What did I just get invited to? What have I been invited to here? Are we doing a key? Hi, Amp. You should try a sugar-free diet. I have messed around over time, just taking a peep. Don't need anything outside of it for fiber. Yeah, basically that's the reason I do it. But I also really like Thai tea as an example. I do like sugar. Sugar is very delicious. But I can tell you this. There's like a super nice buffet in Thailand. It's at a 5-star hotel. Probably my favorite place. Are you ready? Creme brulee steak. Creme brulee steak. This is the greatest culinary combination of all time. And let me tell you how it works, okay? Allow me to explain exactly how this works. You take Wagyu steak, okay? Like a proper, like a tenderloin, like really good, right? Grill that to perfection. No garlic, just like salt, pepper, a little bit of salt, pepper, it's fine. And then you take that, and you're about to eat this. It's already going to be delicious. And then what you do is you take creme brulee, yeah? Then you take the creme brulee, and you put it on the steak, 1 spoon. So you have to, it has got to be like the same bite. You know, like those cooking shows, they have to like adjust the fork and the spoon. They have to get like, the perfect bite. So the perfect bite is you want the creme brulee. It envelops the steak, right? So that's the key. It envelops the steak, like an enveloping mist from a mistweaver. And then you just eat that all together. Sublime. Genuinely. Absolute sublime. One of the best experiences of my life. No, see, here's the thing. You doubt me. But you should not doubt me. 17 Michelin stars, which I definitely don't have. No, it's not menacingly disgusting. It is one of the best things you could possibly do. Allow me to explain. I have an argument for this. You might say to yourself, it ain't gonna work, but it does work, and here's why. French fries and milkshake. French fries and milkshake. I bow. Of course it works. You're taking 2 absolutely delicious things. It's not a different story. It's the same exact story. It's the same exact story. It is not a different story. It's the same story. Outstanding warrants in 7 different states and had to flee because of his culinary takes. Now, listen, here's the thing. I'm just saying, it's pretty good. It's quite delicious. What am I being signed up for here, by the way? I was ninja invited. And then what happened? This is the quote. Wait, why am I in a 21 Algathar Academy? What is this? How did I get here? Wait, what's happening right now? What's my height? I'd like to say on a good day I'm 6 foot, but in actuality I'm 5'10". I've been kidnapped to this key. Okay. Yeah, no, basically like I could lie and tell you I'm 6 foot because that sounds better, but for what it is worth, it is actually, I'm 5'10". I have Mythic Gaze and Vault, Mythic Bracers. The question is going Rift again and use a bonus roll there. You could, but I could also, you could just take All Seer at this point for what it's worth, though. It is hard to have the dungeon high keys. I feel like Seat is going to be harder for me. 21 AA, I could live it with 6 less item levels, so I know I could live it here. High Fiber reduces all cause mortality. There's no gain in skipping it. Well, hold up. Now, if we're going to have a conversation about health in my chat, we could totally go into it. But 1 second, because I have a really cute baby crying out. Wait a second. Was I ninja invited and then I was dropped from the group? This is the most confusing turn of events. 1 second. All right, buddy. I can hear you screaming out there. Come here. Hi. Honestly, I gotta stop giving in to you. I know. Yes. I know. This is the thing. I know. Every time, he just screams outside my door until I eventually let him in. But hi, buddy, I gotta stop giving in to you. Because you're just gonna learn to continue this behavior. Yes, Joe, baby. Yeah. Are you trying to tell me that the maid is here and she's using the vacuum and you don't like the vacuum? Is there a monster downstairs? Yeah? Yeah. Yeah, I know. It's crazy. I know. Are you not getting enough treats? You want more treats? Ready? Okay, buddy. They're so soft. They're just so soft. They're just so soft. Look at him. Look at him, the little baby. The little baby. The little baby. They're so soft. They're so soft. He came in here for treats. The only thing is, buddy, I don't think I have any treats in here. The treats are all downstairs. I know, you want more. I put you down, and now you want more. I'm aware. However, the thing is, I know, buddy. I know. Wow. Most vocal cat of all time. The actual most vocal cat. Routes are in Discord, although that Discord link is broken. So 1 second. And yes, no. I have to kite. Rest of the easy. Haven't I was screaming like that? Sorry, Assis. Oh, the other cat is already up here as well. Hi, Juju. Yes, I can see you there. I don't have any treats in here. I don't know what you guys want from me. There's no treats in this room. What do you guys want from me? What do you want from me? Okay, hold up. They require treats? The treats are downstairs. All right. I do want to go on this rant because it's something I'm quite passionate about. Nilo and garbage and everyone. When you talk about nutrition, there are several things you got to realize. What's up, T-Mook? What's happening with the Blizzcon thing? Oh, I want to go to Blizzcon. I'm going to be in LA during Blizzcon right now. I haven't booked the flight yet, but it just so happened to be. I was like, when is Blizzcon this year? Because my family wants me to come out to LA. And so I was like, oh, I could probably make it to LA this year. And then I realized I'm going to be there during BlizzCon, I'm pretty sure. And then I checked and I was like, oh, I am going to be here during BlizzCon. How cool is that? I might get to go to BlizzCon this year. Yeah. Because obviously I'm like 8,000 miles away. There's no way I could ever go to BlizzCon. But actually, I might be able to. So, possibly. It's probably the most exciting news for sure. Going to cost you a lot? Well, no, I might already be there. The ticket to BlizzCon is expensive, but I might already be in LA, and my family doesn't live that far from the convention center. Oh, Avakin wants to... You know, what's up? I'll just do a 20 with them real quick. I just saw the shaman's message in the previous thing. I'm jealous. It's pretty cool. I've never been before. I have no idea what to expect, to be honest with you. But I think it would just be really cool to actually get to meet people. Had age in a group, then dropped. Oh, yeah. I was wondering what was happening there. Talents are linked in Discord if you so desire. What's up, Avakin? I saw you in here with Miss Ash and stuff, though. Before your kitty cat gave up. I do see you there. I noticed your name. Yeah, well, the cats, they're both still here. They're just swarming me like sharks in the water for what it is worth. The icons are derailed. It's not derailed. It's been postponed, Osprey Bravo. Allow me to explain, for example, right? Here's the thing. You have tickets for BlizzCon? So here's the thing, Little. When did you buy the tickets? Because apparently they're all sold out, and now I need to figure out how to get a ticket. When did you get yours? Wait, little, I might be there. Unsure at this point, but I might be there. It happens, Osprey. If you ever want to hear one of the rants that I'm gonna go on stream, you kind of have to stick around for a little bit because it's gonna be like a wave. It's gonna be like a woo and a woo and a woo and a woo. Like this is gonna go back and forth. I cannot stay on topic to save my life. It's very difficult for me. So it kind of goes like here and then here and then here. You got it for the early bird. Yeah, Brew is still in a good spot, though. Congratulations, Ash. Nice job. Oh, no, I'm going to lock in as well because it's something I'm very passionate about and something that is also very misunderstood. Thank you, Deco. Yeah, Deco, every time I log in, by the way, I go into Arson's stream and just ask him, but every time I see that you guys are playing with Miss Doodle. Mr. Doodle? Juju, how did you jump up here? You're 14 years old. Please get off my desk. No, you're not allowed to be on the desk, and you know that. No, you are... There are no treats on the desk. It doesn't matter how much you want to be here. I cannot pick you up. This is the cat I can't touch. The cat... How do I do that, though? Where do I ask him? I thought so, too, Little Tattoo. I thought I could ask him, too, but I don't know when... Like, how do I ask them? I was gone for 2 weeks. What's the grind when you join now? You just have to farm out a bunch of 10s. Crests are uncapped, and you have to get, like, your 298 weapon upgrade. It's a lot, but you'll just get it over time. Send them a support ticket in game. Isn't like 99% of their team just AI now for customer support? Okay, there are 2 cats in here. How do I? But like, what's the contact? Because I would love to message them and see if I can get in at the very least. Yeah, crests are uncapped. There's no more crap for this though. You can completely farm them out. John Blizzard will hook you up. I bet. Just send me John Blizzard's thing, though. You gear up really fast, but you just have to play a lot. It's time investment at this point. Things are uncapped, so you can do all of it. Okay, hold up. Let me just get the cats out of my room because she's staring at me like she's anticipating that I'm going to give her treats, but I'm not going to give her any treats right now because I don't have any in here. All right, Juju. Come on, cats. Come on. Get off the desk. Off the desk. Here's the chair. Jump on the chair. Okay, well, you can't just bother me the whole day. This cat is so persistent. They're so persistent. No, that doesn't mean you get treats if I'm still in the room with you. That's not how this works. Look at this cat, man. Look at this cat. This cat is unbelievable. She's very cute for what it is worth. She's like extremely cute. I just can't figure out how I'm going to get her off the desk. Can you see her? She's just on the desk. Hi. You can't be here, honey. You can't be on the desk like this. It's not going to work. Come here. Oh, I might have just bricked my own camera. Hold up. Oh, uh-oh. It's magnetic. I got one of the cats out of the room. I just didn't get her out of the room. She's just kind of chilling here. She's probably going to bite my hand is the problem. What was I saying before this? Nutrition stuff. Right. Hold up. Okay, I'm giving them both treats downstairs because now the other one is just screaming outside. I gotta go give him treats. I can't focus. The noise, the screaming, the cats. They are such professional naggers. All right, come here. There's a chair right there for you to get down. Come on. No. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. Holy. Honestly, cats and dogs are such fundamentally different creatures. Because dogs, for what it is worth, okay? Dogs, if you train them to listen to you, they'll understand the command. Hey, wait about an hour, please. Oh, I'll give you a snack soon. Hey, sit over there. But cats, they don't listen. They are independent creatures. This is the absolutely the face of a defeated human. They nag at you until you give in. And at first you think to yourself, I'm better than this, right? I'm the alpha. Like, I'm the leader here. But you're not. Like, that's the thing. You're not. You're not the one in charge. And I think that you learn that pretty quickly. And so they just got treats. Pretty much how it works. Because he was just screaming. And then eventually he knows, basically, I swear he knows I'm streaming. And it's like, any advice for anxiety attacks? Yes. Yes. Mr. Marlowe's. Okay. Are you currently having an anxiety attack? Or just in general, Mist? Routes, I'm going to upgrade them if I remember to in Discord. Tell me that first. Yes. When we breathe, when we're having anxiety, our breathing becomes very ragged. So we start. The first thing I want you to do is I just want you to take your hands and I want you to wrap them. This is not medical advice, just an opinion. I want you to wrap your hands around your rib cage like this. Okay? Underneath your armpits. Your elbows are going to raise. Your hands are going to grip your rib cage. And I just want you to breathe into them. I want you to press your ribs out against your hands like this. That isn't going to solve the problem, but it's a good start. So I just want you to do that. You're basically giving yourself, it's not a hug. That's not actually what it is. I just want you to place your hands on your ribs, and I want you to breathe out against them. You're pushing with your hands like this, and you're going here. The next thing I want you to understand is that it's okay to be anxious. If you've struggled with anxiety in your life, I want you to understand that the hardest part about it is struggling against that feeling. When you're anxious, over time with chronic anxiety, you also start to get angry. You get angry at yourself, you get angry at the world, and then you have to process two emotions, not one. Because you're no longer just anxious. Now you're anxious and mad. Let go of the anger. It's okay to not be okay. Moving forward, I want you to understand that whatever you're feeling, there's a reason for it. Over time, it would be great if you could start to identify those reasons and work on them. But ultimately, that isn't what needs to happen right now. All you need to do right now is get through the next minute, which you can do, because it's already been a minute or two since you've asked me, and you're still here, so you're doing a good job. But I think that when it comes to mental health and mental illness, it's already hard enough to deal with just the thing you have to deal with. When you add the confusion and the anger, and at some point the general self-hatred you have for yourself that you have to go through all those things, then it becomes impossible to deal with. So that's what you want to solve. You have to know that it's okay. If you're not having a good day, that's okay. If you're not having a good week, it's okay. Still got to get up. Still got to live your life. But it is okay to not be okay. Feeling a little better, Mist? Good morning, Dave. Welcome. When it comes to the other conversations that I was having, for what it is worth, yeah, thoughts come and go. When I was younger, my entire life was defined by being overwhelmed by all of the things that I had to deal with. And one of the best pieces of advice I ever got was that you have to be able to invite your feelings in for a cup of tea. When they happen, you can't rage against them, because then you just have rage plus the feeling. Invite them in for a cup of tea. Say, anxiety, would you like an Earl Grey today? Or are we cutting back on caffeine? How about an herbal tea? They're just feelings. And it's okay that you feel that way. Probably a good reason for it, too. Good. When deciding what gear to have regarding Mythic Plus, should I sim? As a tank player, I don't know about that. Exilios, I am less than certain that you should sim as a tank or a healer player for what it is worth, though. I just gave up and don't leave the house. Okay, back to this conversation. It's way more important. Wookie, first of all, may I pronounce your full name? Wookie Wiener. Good name. We never actually saw Wookiee wieners in the movies, so we don't really know what they're like, right? Like, could be like a gorilla, could be not a gorilla. We don't know. The only thing I will say is this. If you're living your life and you're attempting to navigate this world, which is tough on its own, if your box of things that you are able to do gets smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller over time, I would say that that's less than ideal. Papa, I have to mod that. I hope you understand why. It's a weird rule, Papa. I saw your message. I totally read it, but be very. You just can't say that word. It's just one of those words on Twitch. It's just one of those random things that just use any other word. I hear you. I do. Believe me. I really do. But not that word. Thank you, Random. My brain goes wherever it'll go. Don't let your life become more limited. I want you to be able to do whatever it is that you want to do. Doesn't mean you have to be the most adventurous or the most functional human being of all time. How old are you, Wookie? Do you mind me asking? Wookie, do you mind if I ask how old you are? General, you can give me a range. 36, okay. You're 36. You got a lot of life left to live. It is not easy by any means. But I want you to understand the box of what you can do or handle in your life. I want it to expand, not get lower. I don't want you to feel more restricted by the time you're 38. I want you to feel a little bit more open. You don't need a warlock for this. We just timed 21 by taking the last pack. It's okay. You can totally take the last pack, Ash. I just timed 21 before this without a skip. It's okay. No, Ash is in the party with me. It's okay. It's not therapy. It's just an opinion for what it is worth. The way to eventually to get there, there's a point of radical acceptance without self-deprecation. That balance is really difficult. That's surprisingly difficult to do, because a lot of people focus so much on the acceptance without the respect and grace for what they're going through. And so if you accept your problems, you'll end up in a situation where you say, yeah, but everything is bad and I'm bad and maybe I'm not even deserving of life or happiness or love or this. The issue with only focusing on acceptance is that it doesn't actually take into account the fact that where you're at is temporary. Things can and will change. But what you have to understand about that change is that it comes from having a certain level. Yes, the first part is acceptance, but the next part is also grace. And that grace allows you to realize that there is room to improve. When I say grace, I just mean a little bit of human kindness for yourself. And it's pretty easy to explain this. Wookie, you don't know me, right? Is this the first time you're on my stream? I don't know you either. I would recognize your name. It's quite an interesting name. Is this the first time you're meeting me? I saw one short of me. This is our first conversation. Okay. So you don't know me that well. If I told you, Wookie, hey, honestly, my life has been so overwhelming recently. I have been struggling a lot, and I think I'm just gonna accept it. I think that honestly, this year is gonna suck for me. I think that this year is not only is it gonna suck, but I'm not gonna be able to do anything. Like I'm gonna. It is what it is. Just how it is. I'm gonna let go of everything, and I can't. I can't. What would you immediately want to tell me? You don't know me. Just a human being in Thailand across the world. What would you want to tell me? No, but what would you want to tell me? Because I don't think that you would actually just be like, yeah. I think that actually if you were to think about this for a second, you would want to say two things. Number one, I get it. You would want me to know that I'm not alone. Because it sucks. On top of dealing with everything, if I also felt alone and all that, man, it would really feel quite impossible to get out of. And number two, you would want to tell me it's not over. You would want to tell me not to give up. That's what you would want to tell me. That's what I would like to tell you. Sorry, context for this is that somebody was just telling this to me. I don't feel like that currently, but I have at many points in my life. When somebody tells me that they are so overwhelmed, that they're genuinely depressed and they've accepted that depression, I have an immediate urge because I know what that's like. And believe me, I do. I know you see me today and you don't see the fact that I grew up in a hospital and I had a really rough childhood. So these are things that I contended with at a level that I have a lot of respect for it. But I also know that it doesn't have to be like that. And in fact, it won't always be like that. Sometimes you just got to keep your head above the water for a day, for an hour, and you get to tomorrow. Sometimes you're able to do a little bit of work. But the real danger, the real issue is that at many points, Wookie, I imagine you're 36. So I can only begin to imagine how many times you have tried to make a difference in this, because you don't like feeling like this. Nobody enjoys this feeling. So you've probably at many different points thought, I would like to improve my situation. And I'm imagining that almost every single time you have tried, you have gotten completely beaten down. Life said, And so you learn eventually not to try. This can, over time, convince you not to continue trying. Avakin, I'll get to that in a second. This is a more important conversation than me talking about drama in the WoW community. But I need you to know, the effort that you put in, maybe it wasn't put into the right direction. And now, for example, okay, you feel as though that effort is not rewarded. If you can figure out where to put that effort that you actually win, you're going to have a much better time. Let's go, I would say Lust first, and due to pounds, everyone just appeared overnight. Hi, kitty. Before? Do I want tea right now? No, it's too late for caffeine. I mean, I'll take a milkshake. If we're ordering milkshakes, I'll totally milkshake. I'll like a milkshake. Tea right now, kitty? Not at the moment. I want you to know, I'm getting waffles, okay? Getting waffle. You want to look through the drink? Where are you ordering from? Where are we ordering from right now? Oh, coming up? Okay, hold up. 1 second. Of course, mister. No problem.
I'm getting waffles from the waffle shop.
From like the Maru waffles or something? Hi, Nord. What's your cats were so persistent though. Oh my, they were little terrors, yeah. The cats today. They were being little terrors.
Yeah. I was on the call trying to ignore them.
All right, where are we ordering from?
Well, here. It's
Alright.
Hong Kong waffles.
Hong Kong waffles. All right, what drinks do they have?
They have like jasmine tea, which doesn't have stuff, but
This is a crime against humanity for it to be this expensive.
I know, but it's on 40% discount. But I have to order it in like
Okay,
9 minutes.
You order your waffles.
I already
I'm
ordered.
chilling.
You just have a look what you want.
I don't think I want any of this. It's all caffeine. That's okay, no problem. I
They
might
have
get
fresh
a milk.
milk.
Oh, I have mint chocolate chip ice cream in the fridge. What am I talking about?
Oh, I have ice cream in the fridge.
You also have ice cream in the fridge. That's
Oh, I
right.
shouldn't get waffles then.
You could have the ice cream later. You could do waffles today and then ice cream another time.
That's true.
Yeah.
You don't want jasmine green tea?
No. I'm good
Okay.
for today.
See you later. I'm gonna enjoy some waffles. I'm getting corn and cheese waffles.
Wait, what? Did you say corn and cheese waffles?
Yeah.
You can never judge me on my culinary decisions. You can't ever judge me. If you're eating you can order any waffle as a treat and you get corn and cheese waffles.
Yeah. It's Hong Kong waffles. So the waffles with like the little like balls, and then you put fillings inside the balls, and then so I'm getting one that's filled with caramel, and then I'm getting another waffle that's filled with corn and melted cheese with a whole wheat batter.
But why?
Why not?
But why not get
You guys eat waffle and chicken.
waffle and chicken is good because you also have like maple syrup with it.
Yeah, but melted cheese on anything is good.
That's true. I mean, the cheese is not the problem. It's the corn. It's the addition of the corn that I'm confused about. They just add corn to the waffle?
Well, have you never had corn cheese?
No, what's
Okay.
corn cheese?
It's tasty.
It's just cheese and corn. I get it. But why would you add the I don't know, man.
Okay, don't
Seriously,
forget,
everybody
in
is.
Thailand, corn is both a savory snack and dessert. Like, have you been walking through the market and they'll just be like, fresh corn with sugar?
All right, you do your thing.
That's
But I would say that this is unfair to judge me for my thing, though.
no, creme brulee steak.
If you're in control
is
of my.
so not the same level as corn and cheese.
Yes, that drama is still ongoing. Oh, Bizarrius, hi. My PayPal is fine. My PayPal was never an issue. It is actually the Twitch payment that was an issue. What's up, Shorty? And I did kind of figure it out, although I am unsure if it has been solved or not. They at least did not send the payment this last month. It was only Twitch that had a problem. There you go. It was only Twitch that had a problem. Hello there. No, I am not. My food opinions are great. 17 Michelin stars. Are you kidding me? Shorty, what do you think about creme brulee steak? Let me ask you a question, Shorty. Creme brulee steak, pretty good, huh? Right? Wouldn't you say that creme brulee steak is kind of like, sounds like really good, right? Wouldn't you kill for some creme brulee steak? Because it's delicious and it's amazing, that's why. So, of course, you want creme brulee steak. Is Devour mostly... Devour is, yes. They are, I think they're entirely magic damage. I don't think they have any physical damage. I could be wrong on this, but I'm pretty certain. Do. 0 prio damage in this comp. That's okay, I do prio damage. Boom. If you take bonus roll from the vault and 3 bonus rolls, you can still buy one more, yeah. The vault ones don't count toward the cap. Agrees on corn cheese. Corn cheese waffles? Shorty, if you... Yeah, you could see it being good. Of course it is. Because I'm telling you, like, I didn't get 17 Michelin stars out of coincidence, you know. I deserve my Michelin stars, kind of, not really. That was a perfect gather there. Now we just Vortex Typhoon this all together, snap it back. That bolts on me, no problem. Just send this here. I'm pretty sure that Ash trusts me enough to basically not heal me whatsoever, and I shouldn't be needing a lot of healing this key, but I will send double SI just to help her with this pull, and then we're going to go like this, and then we're going to go like this. The conversations in my stream, I will never shy away from a topic that I believe in. And currently, I don't think there's a lot more important than talking about just, in general, mental health. I don't want to classify it as just mental illness because I think that actually almost limits the conversation. There are plenty of people who may not have a diagnosis, but do struggle, and I want to honor that struggle. And I feel like if there's any information that I have that would be able to help people, it's so important to me that I am able to actually just discuss it on my stream. I don't want to shy away from topics just because they're uncomfortable. There are certain things that are not allowed on my stream, I will say, right? I've added 2 stars since the last time I saw it. Thank you. Yeah, it's cool. I'm glad that people... I don't even know exactly where people are finding my stream all the time, but it's cool, by the way, for what it's worth, though. Is there a direct PayPal? For my stream, there is a donation if you want to be donating to my stream. If you go to the About page, there's a picture of a raccoon. If you click on that, you'll find a donation page, and that does go through, yes. There are donations set up through stream. Should work. I don't actually think many people use it, but I do. It does exist. There is a donation. You can also donate through bits. Bits is a way that basically you can donate. Plus, it'll get me to do more jumping jacks and keep me moving throughout the day. I think if you really wanted to support stream, the best way to do so is actually just straight up through bits. If you wanted to say thank you for streaming, bits on Twitch is the best way to do it. Hi, Cyborg Rooster. But yeah, there's a lot of streamers who genuinely do have... There are many different reasons to stream. And for me, although I really like World of Warcraft, and I will gladly talk about World of Warcraft literally all day, it's important to me that I can also use this platform as a way to talk about things that matter. We're all just trying to navigate this world, you know what I mean? The thing is... Thank you for the Prime sub. I think it's so easy to forget that everybody is just doing their best. You know, the thing is, literally, like, everyone is just actually doing the best that they can. It's so easy to judge in today's world. It's so easy to blame and basically point the finger and say, hey, like, they're a bad person. But most people are not bad people. If you go outside right now and you see 1,000 people, the first 1,000 people that you see, do you know what's going to happen? Every single one of them is just trying to navigate the world. They're all just doing their best. That's it. That's just how it is. They're just doing the best that they can. And I think that that's important. I posted a video the other day about talking about how you can't judge people online for using certain language. There are certain things that are obviously not great, but for what it is worth, somebody came into my stream and they used the phrase that was outdated. It was not a slur. It wasn't anything like that. I won't repeat it here. But they used the phrase that I just was like, hey, not in my stream for what it is worth, okay? First of all, Mac, the one thing I won't get into on stream is politics. No, zero politics, though. Oh, what's up, Rain? Oh, wait, we pulled this instead of the Pyromancer. That's going to be off timing now. Hi, Rain. How's it going? I was going to help some friends with this, but we're butt pulling everything. And so now it's not going the most fantastic. Yeah. Hi, Rain. That's not how we're supposed to. I didn't pull that. There's our res. Okay. Hi, Rain. Yep, joined at the perfect time. We just timed this. I just timed it on 21 right before this, though. Oh, I don't think. Welcome to Devil Lock Keys. It's a blast. I don't know if that's actually what happened there. I feel like sometimes I wonder if it's actually the Devourer who keeps trying to pull more. So in future, hold up. Let me explain how that works in the future. I think this is probably a GG's though. A Devil main. I think you probably call this here unless they really want to keep going. This is not a Resil key for them, but this is going to overlap with the AoE, so we're probably dead here. I mean, so we live this, and I think it's GG's. All you can do is laugh at that, though. Oh, there you go. In future, let me... Wait, is my party chat not going through right now? No, I didn't pull that, Ash. So, wait, why isn't my party chat going through? Can you see it right now? Hold up. Wait, can you not see party chat? They fixed the Alkali, the thing gets still bugged? Yeah, that makes sense. It's totally bugged right now, isn't it? It is indeed. Hi, Rain. How is this season going for you, Rain? I'm assuming you have your 21? Please try again later. Oh, shit. Paint update their settings to receive tips. You know, to be honest with you, for what it is worth, not many people use the tip feature. If you want to support, you can do so through bits. Bits is the easiest way. If you do /bits or /shear, whatever the amount that you would like to do, that's the best way to support stream like this, if you would like to do so. Yeah, I have an add-on that normally fixes it, but sometimes it does do this, though. How to avoid bad pugs? Just take a double DK. Oh, my whole game is bricked. It wasn't just... Wait, the whole game is bricked. Wait, oh, shit. Nothing's loading now. Uh-oh. That's not good. Wait, what is this? Wait a second. Ash, are you on the loading screen, or did you manage to load? Wait. Did you load out of that dungeon? Rain, what key level? Are you guys Resil 21, Resil 22 now? I don't know where you're at. I haven't checked recently. I'm going to restart my game. 1 second. Oh, man. I'm just trying to farm out the rest of my Crest that I need to do. Well, if my Druid is stuck, lucky for me, I can check my Brewmaster's vault or my Mistweaver's vault and see if I got really, really lucky with a litany trinket in the vault. We'll try. Yes, that's quite good. If you can do that single target, like pure single target with no funnel, then yes, that's good. Looks like my Druid is good right now. Ash, if you're listening to this, you can also tell Blur, I don't know if Blur is here, in the future, on a +20, I would not pull Pyromancer with boss. So I wasn't going to. Somebody had basically advanced and I had to tag the boss immediately. But in the future, what you do is you just pull the Pyromancer back. Like, you will time every single 20 Magister's Terrace by simply pulling the Pyromancer alone, waiting for the second AoE, and then pulling boss. On 21, we just combined it. But otherwise, you just don't do that pull. It isn't worth it. So all you have to do, if you want to time it correctly, then you have to let me pull both at the same time. You just don't, though. There's literally no reason to do it. Oh, it's actually here, though. So, I didn't pull it. But second, you really don't have to do that pull. I think that the biggest mistake that a lot of people are making at this moment in time is, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it was, I have no idea. But the idea is, you will time every single 20 that you're in, effectively, just not worrying about it. the worms. Well, also, if you pull the worms, the reason is that although it can work, you need to press defensives. And if we don't press defensives, then we just die. Yeah. So the only way to live that would be either the link or the resolve. Like, you could also resolve it for what it's worth, or like try to plan big cooldowns, but link in general when worms explode. But it's just one of those things. You just don't do it. That's the thing. Every single time, you just don't do it. It's a much, 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 much better thing to just not pull massive. Unless you are doing 21. Even the 21 we had 3 minutes on the timer with a few deaths. It's just not needed. We played double DK for that. It wasn't even the highest DPS comp with no skip as well. So if we just pull that back, it's so much better. Thank you, Bizarrius. I do appreciate it. I thank you for wanting to support stream. To be honest, I ran into a bit of a thing. A flex redeem, I can do that. I ran into a bit of an issue with stream where I was not receiving certain paychecks from Twitch. And so a bunch of cheers, I bet. A bunch of cheers. Every single 100 bits that gets donated, I will add to the jumping jack counter. 1,000 bits, okay. So wait a second, hold up. Now we're going here. So this is 1,300 bits. That's 130 more jumping jacks. I better actually get to it at that point, though. All right. Thank you for the bits. And thank you for being willing to support stream. It is a cool thing to do. Hey, Ash, have you ever been to Blizzcon? / do you know anyone at Blizzcon? Rain, have you ever been to Blizzcon? I want to really go to Blizzcon. Wait, you're still cheering, Bizarrius? Damn. Bizarrius, have you ever been to Blizzcon? Wait, there's a lot of cheers going on. Okay, I better get this, though. Show the emotion. Show the flex redeem. First of all, the flex redeem I had. Alrighty? I'm going to do some biceps here, though. You have. Thank you very much. You've been to Blizzcon a lot? Wait, have you been to Blizzcon? It's genuinely... it's something I've never been before, and I really want to go. Ads? Well, let me just gift you a sub. Hold up. I simply gift you a sub. This is easy. Gift sub. You don't have to deal with ads. Thank you, man. I appreciate you being willing to support stream. Done. No more ads for you. Today, instead of jumping jacks, I'm going to do some bicep curls on stream. IO tracker. We have this counter goes up 200. So wait, 230. So we were at 3,140. Now we're going to be at 3,300. I can do math. Bet. 70. All right, I better get to it. Man, we were going to... Oh, man. We were going to talk about nutrition earlier, and I completely forgot. Yeah, I'm going to have to circle back to that at some point, though. You're welcome. Thank you for wanting to support stream. You shouldn't... I never want anyone to feel pressured. And I want to be able to talk about real things. Osprey, you're still here. Yes! Congratulations, me. I didn't forget long enough for you to not be here. Great, Osprey, you're still here. I wanted to mention some very cool things about nutrition that I have learned over time. Haha, here we go. Here we go. I was expecting I may have to go back for the VOD. Here we go. I can hear you talk, so if you said something, I see it in VOD as usual. Okay. Thank you for being, though. Ads are killing it here in Germany. You're from Germany? I have not been there. All right. How about I start working on some of these redemptions as I talk about nutrition? Fair enough? Okay. When I was younger, I used to believe, and apparently I'm wearing fox ears while I do it. Fair enough. I used to believe, Osprey, that there was a best way to do things. I genuinely did. For a large portion of my life, I believed that there was a right and wrong way to do certain things, especially when it came to health. I always chased what's the best workout? What is the best nutrition thing I can do? What's the best diet? And I would follow the science, and I would watch all the YouTubers, and I would be part of the conversation. And you know, I'm not going to lie. As I got older and fitter and healthier, I started realizing that there are certain traps when it comes to this. We always ask the question, what's the best? But how could we have an answer to that when there For example, Osprey, how old are you? Just in general, give me a range. So could it really be that a 10-year-old kid from Thailand requires the same exact nutritional profile as an 80-year-old grandmother in America? Bit weird. One of the things about this as an example, more cheers. Thank you, Bizarrius. Thank you. More cheers. You're getting like 3,000 cheers already. Wait a second, you're at like 3,000 cheers. Thank you, Bizarrius. That is much appreciated. Much appreciated. I'll get to it. That just means that I'm going to work out more. And that means that I'm going to get more fitness in. And if I work out more on stream, that means I can stream longer. Because normally I cannot stream that long because I get lightheaded. But now I can keep going. All right. Should I stop? Listen, not on my account. I would say that you're only at 4,000. If you were really going to ask me, listen, I'm an honest person. I'm not going to, if you ask me this question, I'm not, so again, that's 5,000 now. So we're past the 5,000 bit mark. Listen, I'm going to be real with you. I'm going to absolutely say you could go even higher, but it's up to you. Like, I'm like awkward about it because I'm not very good at receiving gifts from people, but at the same time, it is a very nice way and it helps stream a lot. Bits are a great way to support a streamer. They get all of it. So it's actually like, it's basically like a donation straight to the streamer. So thank you very much. 5,000 bits. I'll update the thing. 150 more. That means that we got to put 200 more of these jumping jacks on here. I will eventually complete this. Over the course of time, we are going to have a lot of jumping jacks to do. If I say, how much is one set of bicep curls equivalent for what it is worth, though? Done some keys tomorrow night. What's up, Zavik? Cheering 400. Bizarrius, you are going for it today. Thank you. That is very kind of you. Thank you, Bizarrius. Do you normally watch on YouTube? You said you watch the VODs of stream. I want to... Then you probably know I like to talk about all sorts of things. Do you have a favorite food? What weight are we doing for bicep curls? Just whatever I have on the dumbbells here. We're at... How much? Wait. We're at how many bits now? I might have my second monitor as I raise the desk kind of... it crapped itself a little bit, so hold up. Let me see if I raise this a little bit more, what happens. 68K? Wait, what? Uh-oh. Oh, wait, holy shit. Oh, wait, no, okay, second monitor is back, but I lost the main monitor here at this point. Wait, you're really just cheering so many bits. Thank you. Looks better now? There you go. You know, honestly, I should use your bits to buy myself a better desk. 8,000 bits being cheered. 70K bits. That's 8,000 bits being cheered for today. Thank you, Bizarrius. This has certainly made today's stream. I was not expecting this, and it is actually it's a gigantic help. If I showed you the breakdown of stream, the bits actually mean a lot. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I got a lot of bicep curls to do now, so I better get to it. Do you have a favorite food, Bizarrius? Good morning, Dima. Good morning. All right. These are just going to be 10. They're like 10 kilos. Thank you. Thank you. Wow. It never ceases to amaze me that people all across the world, like literally from Germany, would be willing to support my stream. That is really cool. This chemo doesn't help. Ooh, how long have you been going through chemo? One of my clients recently, this was a thing that just happened. War Demon subscribed with Prime, thank you. 10 curls equal 30 jumping jacks? I'll take that. Food is now Bizarrius. One of my clients, I was hired many years ago to work with a man who was going through chemotherapy. My job was to help him maintain as much muscle mass as I could as he went through chemo. Rough. It's super, I mean, it's pretty wild what that does to your body. I hope you're able to still eat and do whatever you can do to feel as good as you can, although I know it's not going to be much. Yeah, they're absolutely good for a 10, by the way. The tank talons here, very good for a 10, 100%. All right, 10 curls equals 30 jumping jacks. Deal. I'll take it. Here we go. 1. Sorry. Because I'm not going to the gym today. Yeah, I hope that it all works out. as the best that you can. I'll call one set, so that's 10 reps there. This is basically my entire workout for today because I'm not going to get to go to the gym. I've got my calls later, but that's it. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Nice. Osprey. When it comes to fitness and nutrition, the truth is the thing that gets you the most results is consistency. And therefore, you have to ask yourself, what's going to make me feel the best? And how am I going to be able to keep this consistent? Because you could take the best workout in the whole world. You could take Chris Bumstead's workout or Arnold Schwarzenegger's workout. And if you do it twice, great, but you won't get anywhere. You have to figure out how you're going to do it much more than that. How are you going to be doing it in August or October or December? And so basically what people do when it comes to health and nutrition and fitness is they optimize it the same way they try to optimize World of Warcraft, which inevitably means that you will parse less. If I were to equate this to the game, it sounds something like this. Many people think they need to have the perfect combination of secondary stats. They need to have the perfect combination of all these things. The truth is, you need to get off the single button rotation. That's one of the traps that many people find themselves in. They're like, hey, if I had 2%, should I swap this ring? I've got a crafted ring. If I swap the crafted ring from crit to mastery, would that fix my grade parse? No, it's not going to fix your grade parse. That's an optimization that you want to do at the highest level. For the most part, you want to focus on the core rotation. And it's the same with health and fitness. People think, well, if I'm doing this bicep curl, if I can just train it a slightly longer muscle length, or if I paused, if I added an extra 0.5 seconds to the eccentric, or if I, focused on this, or just do the bicep curl. And then do the bicep curl again later this week. And then do the bicep curl again the week after that. And you will end up building your biceps. Unless you are a competitive bodybuilder, you don't need to do it actually pitch perfect. Just do the bicep curls. And it's kind of the same with gaming. It's not identical. Nutrition, however, follows the same concept. So many people think you got to be perfect. It's either no sugar or you might as well not be doing anything. It's either intermittent fasting or nothing. It's either keto or nothing. It's either carnivore or nothing. It's either vegan or this. The truth is, if you make generally good choices and you have some awareness of what calories are, you can actually get quite a lot of progress. And if you are working out for the sake of aesthetics, then nutrition is going to be 80% of that battle. So for example, if I want to be putting on more muscle, my workouts don't change that much, but I will have to eat more. And if I want to be losing weight, then my workouts don't change that much, but I have to be eating a little bit less. That's it. It's really not that complicated. But people like to make it complicated because they have to sell you a product. Many fitness influencers start out with the right goal. So you have like Jeff Nippard and Mike Israetel and all these people. A lot of them started out with very noble intentions. The problem is this. They started making money, a lot of money, and people like money. So what happened is they said, well, I have to make another video. I've already mentioned the best way to build your biceps, but every 3 months I have to come out with a new bicep workout because otherwise I have nothing else that I can do. So what's the next workout? I got to come up with a new video. So they're caught in a content trap where they are now forced into making content because it's their job, not because they have any actual information to share. Does that make sense? Because if you think about it, you could probably cover 90% of what people need to know in about 2-3 hours easily, actually. But that's not good for business. All right, 20, done. 1, 2. Did we agree one set of bicep curls is going to be 30 off the jumping jacks? Or was it 10 reps? I think one set, like 30 jumping jacks, kind of makes sense to me. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Ooh. Nice. I started sooner rather than later. Yeah. Yeah. It's not only starting at the right time, but also the thing is, Osprey, what people actually need to do is avoid the failure, not optimize the efficiency. That right there is the most key thing I have learned from actually working with real fucking people. Over a decade of my life, working with actual people is understanding that there's fathers and mothers and daughters and sons, and very few of them are trying to be an Olympic level athlete. So when you approach somebody and you say, actually, it's not that bad, just work out 6 days a week, basically cut out sugar from your diet, eat only at these times, also cook this exact meal. It's like, yeah, but what about my kids? My kids need to eat this sandwich. How do I manage that? And you're like, oh, that's easy. You make the sandwich for your kids, or tell you what, even better, they don't need bread. Why don't you just eliminate all carbs from their diet as well? And they're like, my kids are 7 and 9. They go to school. Like, I can't just remove, like, and they're like, oh, just don't give them candy for Halloween. That'll work. It's like, have you met kids? I feel like you haven't met kids. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you have to be reasonable and understand about this. You know? The eternal egg trinket? Is that the Tang trinket, Tyrion? No, it's not good. I'm pretty sure you could use it, but the eternal egg, is that the actual Tang trinket? I swear I've never seen anyone play it. The plume is good, but the egg trinket, not so much. And so I want to see your waffle. If you want to share your waffle, go for it. This one? Agility or something. You know what? I bet you it wouldn't be that bad. Tyrion, it's just a question of whether or not it's worth it or not. Like, do you need to do it? Probably not. If you want to do it, though, sure. I mean, if you want to take it, I suppose you could. I'll come to inspect tomorrow between... All right. So, Osprey. Food is a tough guess to crack. What each person is willing to do is different. We're supposed to be running that double ring combo from Nexus. It's free damage, Gifo. I picked the second. It's free damage. And Guardian Druid stats are whatever you want them to be, so I wouldn't worry about it too much. If you look at the breakdown, it's not going to be a lot, but it's something. So ring effects are pretty lackluster. If you can get extra damage from it, why not? Can't decide where to send your rolls. I sent mine on Nexus because I knew I was going to use the rings, and I happened to need the boots and everything else from Nexus. Completely up to you. I'm going to talk again. Thank you for all the bits, Bizarrius. I appreciate you supporting stream. When people come in here and do that, trust me, I will remember you. That is a good way for me to remember you. Not necessary, but quite helpful. So thank you very much. I hope you have a great day, and hey, good luck with chemo. You know, I will remember you. Trust me, more for the chemo comment than anything. That means something to me. I shot an easy answer to recommend. Let's move that 70K. We'll get there eventually. Thank you for all the cheers. How are you, Gifo? How are you doing? The easiest answer, Osprey, is use basic advice. So, for example, when it comes to food, a very easy one is use the plate method as an example. So just say, really easy pieces of advice are eat more protein. That's it. Don't think about mitigating calories. Don't think about anything like that. Just eat more protein. And the reason that works is because the only reliable indicator, or at least the best reliable indicator for weight loss, is the satiety index, not anything else. The satiety index is by far and large, if you were going to use a general metric, the best thing to understand for weight loss. So if your goal is weight loss, get full. Be full. It's very difficult to eat 5 chicken breasts in a row. Not impossible, but quite difficult. It's very easy to eat 5 things of French fries in a row because French fries don't make you full and the chicken breast does. Protein sources. think lean protein sources. So eat more protein. The other thing is that you want to increase the volume of food you eat, not decrease it. It's a general rule. Exactly. And so I have found that actually, psychologically speaking, anybody who comes to me for health advice and hires me as a trainer has already gone through a bunch of people before. And they have, this is not their first attempt at fixing their health. It is probably their 13th attempt. So they have a pretty negative feedback loop associated with trying things and failing. One thing that I think is very important is to improve and build on wins and success. And the way you do that is by increasing the volume of food, not decreasing it. So we can use anything like this. So if you can tolerate it, vegetables are great. You want your plate to look bigger because it's a psychological trick. It works extremely well. And so we figure out whatever your favorite vegetable is and whatever your favorite spices are, and we figure out if we can allow you to cook, if you have the option to do so. Are you showing the waffle? Come on. Show the waffle as I do one set of bicep curls. This is Thai food.
I also got Milo with grass jelly.
Okay, show them. Speaking of nutrition, I have my kitties here. All right, kitty. Show them what you got. This is the camera. This is what it looks like.
I have my waffle. Wait, where's the chat?
It's the ghost chat. It's over there. You can't see it. Osprey's here.
Where?
Hi, Victorian. GFO. You see in the middle of my screen there?
So this is the cheese and corn one. And then this one came in a cute little purse. This one is chocolate filled with caramel.
Ooh. It does come in a cute little purse.
It's so cute. Oh wait, it's backwards. They can't see it. Hi.
So, just to clarify, I eat near perfect, and I've been working out for, well, I'm 29 now. Almost 13 years of my life. Kitty? How, Kitty eats this, and you work out sometimes. Yeah?
Sometimes.
She's stronger than me. Easily.
I don't think I could do that.
She's way stronger than me, by the way.
I don't know about that. My stomach is stronger than yours.
That's for sure.
Mm-hmm. This is really good. I want to try the other one. I think, so this is like a caramel custard filling.
Mm. Ooh, that does look pretty good.
It's chocolate. So that one's whole wheat batter. This one is chocolate caramel custard.
Uh-huh.
You see it?
Oh, each one filled?
Yeah, every
That's
single one is
crazy.
filled.
That's crazy. The dedication to their craft. That looks like it's quite a lot of filling, too.
It's so good. You would love this.
I'm sure I would.
And then this is my drink. I got Milo. People know what Milo is, right?
I think so.
Yeah, it's like chocolate milk powder.
Kind of, yeah.
And then it has grass jelly and brown sugar in it.
Uh-huh.
So, very healthy. I am the pinnacle of health.
Which one of us has less health problems?
I eat and live like this because I don't have health problems.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Mm-hmm.
Basically,
Yeah,
if you
sometimes
haven't-
means like I think I've been to the gym twice in the past 6 months. That's accurate.
Yeah. I would say like this, okay? This is the thing to understand. You will gain an appreciation for genetics and health and fitness when you come to Asia. It will certainly shock you. If you think you know exactly how human beings work, come to Asia.
Yeah.
It'll challenge your notions. It will significantly challenge you.
I don't know. I think I'm just so used to just eating whatever. Actually, I'm not gonna say too much more.
There you go. Respectful, live on stream.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Don't say things we're not supposed to say.
I'll be
Good plan.
I'll see you later. I gotta get back to work. Bye.
Thanks for popping in. An unexpected treat. Enjoy your waffles.
I will.
Do you want help?
No,
Okay.
I got it.
But for real, I certainly gained an appreciation. Like, I thought I knew, and then I came to Asia, and I was like, yeah, I don't understand how people are doing this. Like, Nak Muays, like Muay Thai fighters in Thailand are so ridiculously strong, and they don't do what you're supposed to do, quote unquote. A lot of it is just genetics. All right, I got 60 bicep curls done. We said that we were going to count 30 for each, so that's 180 more toward this goal. We'll go 1,595. So we're slowly but surely making our way. Eventually, I will get closer to that. But as per the request, 100 bits equals 10 more on this counter. And I will do different exercises depending on the day to obtain this goal over time. Some of the Magister's Terrace did not go well today. Oh, he is trying the Sky Reach. Do I really want to do Sky Reach right now? Not really. Kind of want to check my Monk's Vault at the very least. 21 Sky Reach, huh? Would I have a hard time living Sky Reach at this point? I'm debating it. I don't think so, actually. I lived 21 Sky Reach first pull before. I'd be fine if he wants me for it, though. If you want me, I could do it. I'm not actually that tired. Working out, like standing up, doing the bicep curls has completely reset my mental. I could only do it on 1 or 2, though. Probably. Yeah, I'm actually, like, pretty awake right now. I'm not that lightheaded. Always a bit rejected dropping alcohol and constant parties. Completely ignored your preaching. True shit, this the mean intolerance. Suddenly broke completely. Sorry to hear that. Nurture it in something else. Either the hard or the easy way. Sorry to hear that, Dave Crypto. There are so many things to understand about health, but certainly, yeah. So I opened my vault on Druid or Resto spec. Do you already have a weapon? Weapon and trinket is the only reason you would change it. And because of it, it makes me calmer. Yeah, Victorian. It's super weird how that works, huh? Okay, we'll do 21. Let's do it. I wish I could just eat and never gain any weight. To be fair, the grass is always greener on the other side, Archelaus. What's funny is for me, I wish that I could eat more. I have a very hard time. Like, the hardest thing for me is eating enough to support the amount that I want to work out, and it's the biggest barrier for me. So, for example, today I could not go to the gym because I have not been eating enough recently. That's it. That's actually how that, like, I have such a hard time eating enough for my body. I'm always in a caloric deficit. It's very, very difficult for me to be in a surplus to the degree where I'll do things like, as best that I can, eat ice cream, eat this, but it's just how my stomach works. I have a condition. It's the gastroparesis. It doesn't rule my life. I've had to make certain adjustments for it, as many people do with these types of things, and ultimately is okay. But yeah, it's very hard for me to get enough calories. Speaking of which, let me go get a snack. While we wait for this 21, I'm going to go get a quick snack. I'll show Sam my route. I have to kite the bleeds, and the first pull, I have to play global for global pretty perfect. It is actually a difficult first pull. If we double bird, which I'm imagining we will. 1 second, I'll be right back, and then we'll do 21 Sky Reach. 1 second, Arculus. got a little ice cream. Dude, when I was in high school, all I ever wanted to do, I wanted to be like massive when I was in high school. I tried to eat 8,000 calories a day, which I never even got close to, but I was stupid. So I thought that's what I had to do. And I was like, I gotta eat 8,000 calories a day. It was very stupid. But I remember trying. I would do like macadamia nut milks. I would get a rotisserie chicken after every day in high school. And then I would try to put peanut butter, dark chocolate, maple syrup, and whipped cream on the chicken and eat that. Just for calories. I did not look good. Last set of this. Yeah, I think that healing and tanking, although different, have that same sort of responsibility. So if you're a good tank, you could be a good healer. You'd have to learn it. If you're a good healer, you could be a good tank. The hard casters? Why don't you play Mistweaver? That's why I like Mistweaver on Droste. As the solution, just play Mistweaver. All right, 30 more of these done. Nice. Play Mistweaver. And also remember that the opinions that I have on health, they're just one of many. You should absolutely not take my words as dogma. They're not the only opinion. They are one opinion. One of many, by the way. And there are a ton of people who have had a lot of success doing things that I may not agree with myself. And there are a lot of people who have had a lot of success doing exactly what I recommend. That's why I try not to recommend much at all. Without knowing your personal history, your relationship with food, why you eat, it's hard to give advice. And also, most advice is just going to make you feel worse anyways. I had one client as an example, right? I have one client right now. She has hired a nutritionist, much more expensive than me. This is high performing, high profile client kind of. And her nutritionist was like, get 7,000 steps a day, track this, more fiber, more protein, et cetera, right? And I talked to her about it, and I was like, how is this working for you? And she goes, the 7,000 steps a day is really hard. I said, could you elaborate? Why is it hard? Tell me a little bit more about why the 7,000 steps are, why are you struggling with that? And she goes, well, I wake up at like 7 a.m. and then I work. My work is really stressful right now. She's in her 60s, but she still has a high pressure job. So she's like, I've been working, 12-hour days. And so she's like, it's like 10 p.m. I've just finished work and I try to cook a meal. I barely have time for it, but my nutritionist said I have to cook a meal. I was like, why don't you order something? She goes, well, the macros I need to hit, I got to cook. And I was like, how often do you end up doing that? And she's like, not very much. I said, okay, well, why don't we try to find something to order? That's number one. And then 7,000 steps. So she's like, so it's 10 p.m., but I'm committed. I want to fix my health. I want to do better. So I tell myself around 10 p.m., I'm just going to go to the park and get 7,000 steps. Then that means I haven't been sleeping. Because, I get home so late after the 7,000 steps that I just don't end up sleeping. And I was like, you can see how backwards this is, right? Like you can see that this is a real person with a not ideal setup for health. And it's like, we got to change that mentality. If I just looked at you on paper, it's a pretty easy recommendation, get 7,000 steps. But if you're going to be losing sleep to get 7,000 steps, it's very counterproductive. So why don't we reduce the goal to 4,000 steps? And the way I want you to do it is, what do you do during your lunch break? Well, I normally do this. Okay. So yeah, well, that's her job. That's her life. I was like, what about this? What about that? How could we make this work? Does that make sense? Easy. Because I was like, first of all, you're going to be able to do this for about a month, and then you're burning out, and then it's GG's. Does that make sense? So you have to make it applicable and realistic. That's one way to do it. If she would use it, sure. Hi, Naive. No, 21 Scarish. This, by the way, is my route here. You can tell me what you think. So, sorry. We can, I think on 21, it's probably worth just doing double bird and then pulling this with 2. So we'll go like this. I will find a way to live. I think with this item level, it won't be a problem. It's actually like this, sorry. The only thing is, I can't pull a construct through a wall. I don't know if anybody could do that anymore, if they've actually fixed that, so you just have to play the key. Second one. You double bird the first pearl. I think it's probably worth doing. So, point is, when it comes to health and fitness Osprey, realistically, what we have to avoid is ordering McDonald's 3 times a day. Yeah, but the idea of a step counter is so that you can get healthier. If a step counter ends up creating pain or ends up creating problems because you have an issue with your gait, your walking, like you have a hip pain or a hip problem, then the actual idea of doing more steps will end up making you feel worse, not better. The whole point of the recommendation is that it will make you feel better because human beings are supposed to move, and the more we move, the best. But you know what else works? Standing up and doing rotations as you are sitting down at your chair. What if I told you, I was like, okay, so you got to do something. But instead of thinking 7,000 steps total for the day, what if you thought 2,000 steps? Does that immediately seem more approachable? They said, yeah, 2,000 steps, I could totally do that. I said, great, 2,000 steps. But how about this? How about this? Steps are not for calories so much as they are just for movement, which is important to be a human being. I said, what if, okay, instead of thinking, we'll do 2,000 steps, but the compromise is 2 or 3 times a day, I need you to stand up from your desk, and I need you to do these 3 things. Could you do that? She said, yeah, that's way more doable. Okay, let's do that. As an example, right? When I'm coming to I'm trying to figure out, not really into dating, and I found a girlfriend, 19. Last 3 months of high school, started taking antidepressants because I already missed 4%. Okay, gotcha. Honestly, after 2 years. I don't want anymore how to coach, trying to teach me how to eat clean without a set meal plan, automate eating real food. Dave, what does it mean? Dorito Windwalker? Who dis? Who is Dorito Windwalker? Wait. Is that... Somebody has asked me to collaborate, but who? Dorito WW. Is this the warrior or the Mistweaver? Was in just the party now? Dorito Crunch. They're not even in the key. Who is this? Wait, why is somebody offering to collab stream? But I don't even know them. Conquest Uncapped Warrior Unnerfed. Who is this? What? What this? Who is this? I don't know who this is. What? Wait. No, wait. What? What? No, wait. Why do people do this? I never understood. Accidentally misclicked. Oh, good. Oh, good. I was like, who dis? All right, well, I guess that's one way to get a follow. Somebody, I don't know who this is. All right, fair enough. Okay. I was so confused. Oh, it's Stickies. I know this guy. Do you know what I actually want to play? Because I saw Nox playing it earlier. I want to play Kingdom Hearts again. I did see Nox playing Kingdom Hearts, and I was like, dude, that looks so much fun. There's some nostalgia I have for like Kingdom Hearts, etc. Like 6.3 kilometers. For what it is worth, like if you can do walking and stuff, he has so much. I want to play it, man. There's so much nostalgia for it now. It's like it's my heart, you know. Yeah, that or some old Final Fantasy games. I wonder if I would enjoy it going back and playing it. I haven't played it in so long. I wonder how I would feel about it. Going back and playing it again. I feel Omega geared. I just need to get however many more Mythic Crests. You farm out a bit more. And then I can go... I need to kill... I can get the socket for this thing. And then each week I need to kill Chimeras for a chance at the Mythic thing. Yeah, it is a vibe. I would totally play it. And then I need to just craft a neck and then I'd be done. And then I'm pretty much good with gearing. I can buy a socket real fast because I don't need any more bonus rolls on the Druid. I've got a weapon for Resto if I want to play it. Technically, I could farm out a few pieces for Resto if I really wanted to, but I don't think I'll be playing a ton of Resto, so socket is the way now. One socket item. So we need to socket bracers, belt, and headpiece, right? Okay. Is this the one? Or I could get Champion Dawn Crest so that I could not farm as much. Wow. I'm in need of those. There are a ton of really friendly, great streamers who are... I think there's actually a lot of people, Dal, I don't know. There's so many people on Twitch who I swear they're like giga amazing streamers, but don't get the recognition, unfortunately, that they deserve. Double Warrior, holy. Double Warrior comp. Whoa. Double Warrior. Ooh. Let's get it. Okay. Let's see how this works. Here. Let me, first of all, just add a socket to either belt, bracers... What would I definitely not replace here? Probably not replacing the Mythic Headpiece anytime soon. Let's just do belt. It doesn't really matter too much. And I'll buy a socket for this, and then we'll got it, though. Got ons here. So I need it on Mythic. I have it on Heroic right now. I just need to go pug Chimeras again at any point. I want, let's see. I want an Emerald. Flawless Emerald. Actually, I don't want more haste. I want less haste, to be honest with you. So maybe I go Mastery. All right, I need a... Which one is the Mastery one? Garnet? No. I need this one. Mastery and Verse. Sounds good to me. Do. I play Wrestler Druid and Shaw. Mistweaver healing feels so hard for me. Mistweaver healing is... It's easy until it's not. You can get jebaited into feeling like it's too easy, to be honest with you. I think that's one of the problems with Mistweaver, is that oftentimes you can actually get kind of jebaited into it and get too cozy in AoE, and then not realize that you do have to make a planned single target. I'd love to play my Mistweaver some more over the course of the season and kind of show people. Not that I'm the best at it for sure, but it's not that hard once you figure out the ramp for single target, and you just swap to one talent, so you never go even if you're having to ramp. The hard thing is that people don't tend to trust their fist weaving. They don't trust ancient teachings or way of the crane, and so they spend too many globals outside of that, I think. Yo, thank you for the prime sub, Mr. Dozel, or M Dozel. All right, we're gonna try 21 Skyreach. I could die. This is, I think, I think personally, for me at the very least, I don't know about other people, it is certainly an interesting comp. Yeah. Go straight, second bird as it flies down. This bird right here. You go straight, yeah, you don't pull the second bird first. I do know that. I don't know if there's a specific timing for it past that point. I just gather the first pull and I get the second bird, and then I watch when these guys get 50%. I have to probably either SI or just make a plan. That is how you do the first pull. Maybe I'll actually draw. If I trust the healer enough, I could probably play this point here. It might help. Let's see how this goes. This will be a little bit of a lock-in key. It's no rush to get the second bird. How much do you want to delay it? I mean, it's not... The second bird doesn't hit me. The 50% through that pole, if it overlaps with a shear on top of everything else, that's what hurts me. Right when the little guy's here, though. We had 5 bonus roll in Mythic Dream Rift. I will get mine soon. Once I get 3 more of these, I can change the gear slightly. All right, let's see how this feels with Double Warrior. I'm curious to know how this is going to feel. No suit. Yeah. That's why I'm a little scared. I think it actually would help to have a soothe here, but otherwise, I'll just figure it out. Yeah, double battle shout. You do not get more value. I will do some bear tech by doing this, and then I will go basically Omega aggro with the Starfall into this, and then I just want to delay my bark probably until right there. Boom. Through. Here. Here. Frenzied Regen. Thrash. Frenzied Regen. Taunt this bird directly. Make sure I have aggro on all of this. Keep it right here, basically. That last second of Incarn, get good value out of this. Keep Frenzied Regen ticking. First shear happens. Not gonna die. Okay, 50% Sundering Roar. Lunar Beam is down. I would be surprised if I died through here. So I'm just gonna focus a little bit. I will overlap this bark, just to make sure that I live. So this is Incarn's expiring in like 3, 2, 1. Holy, we actually died really fast. Was that aggro? That might have been, because I actually might have pulled that a tad late. I thought I would just be fine with the thrashes, but it's possible. No, okay. Whew. It was just a bad overlap. No need to SI this. I'll be fine here. Yo! Not sure if I'd even get to the end with your Blood Decay. It's actually, Blood Decay is surprisingly not the worst at this particular gather, but it, you have to, I don't know, living the pool could be hard, though. Oh, Mr. Dave Crypto, I'm sorry, I got distracted and I didn't actually get to respond to you too much. I want to pull these Chakra Masters in because we might as well, A, get the funnel, or just the extra targets for Arms Warrior. And make sure I have good threat. Perfect. And then we'll finish off the bird and keep him through. That didn't feel that bad. That actually felt kind of okay for me. Okay, these birds are dead. Good. We'll be pulling these up here, though. Here we go. It is a Frost Decay. Not just any Frost Decay, too. A really good Frost Decay. Good threat. Perfect. I will probably send an SI right here just to make sure I absolutely live. I'll get my kick always late as a tank here. Thrash, boom, thrash. Rotate here. It is crazy that you can die here. And also Mark of the Wild again. I apologize. Of all the keys, I swear Skyreach is probably my least favorite to tank because there honestly is just so much damage in this key. But our DPS is really good, so things are dying on time, which is really good for me. That makes it much easier for me to deal with everything that I need to deal with. So that's not so bad. Maybe it's also just the more item level too. Honestly, it could just be an item level diff. Like the last time I tanked this, I was significantly undergeared comparatively. I was like 6 less item levels, and I can absolutely die. Just ow. There was just an overlap chakram plus blade rush. Thing hurts. Yo, what's up, Baknik? How it be? How it be? Okay, before Sundering Roar, I go Pharaoh Frenzy, and then here, and then like this. Forgot the O? Hold up. Me? I never forget the O. And then the second death was just a screech on the way back, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. We'll see what the timer looks like with those 2 deaths at the start. The biggest thing, if I may comment on it, and I will be slightly distracted, and my focus will be on this key. If Sam invites me to his keys, I don't ever want to break them. So I will be prioritizing this key, but obviously this boss is kind of chill here. Let me go soak a few of these. It is not difficult for me to do. I'll just move the boss slightly, and we can keep this area sort of set. I think it's good to tank for melee over here, and I'll just kind of clear the area here. When it comes to emotional eating, the problem is not the food. Any form of addiction whatsoever, you always have to ask yourself the same question, which is, what is this? The addiction is not the problem. I have a problem, and the addiction is attempting to solve the problem. So you can't target the addiction properly without being able... Oh, I res. Or we can reset if he wants, I think at this point. But the addiction is attempting to solve a problem. That's the most important thing to understand. If you're struggling with emotional eating, basically trying to target a nutritionist before you identify what is actually causing, before you identify what's giving you so much stress, is very counterproductive. What if your only addiction is WoW? Is it something that you really want to work on? I'm addicted to WoW, and to be honest with you, I kind of do want to work on it, to be honest. Like, it's a little bit weird because I also really... My addiction is, if anything, I'm addicted to stream, not WoW. For what it is worth, and this is kind of interesting, I think I'm addicted to streaming. Because I got like super stressed, I had a little bit of allergic reaction, so medically I have not been feeling fantastic. I've been having to contend with a few things that I haven't had to deal with in a while. I'm not addicted to WoW. In terms of the fact, like, for example, if I don't end up timing this 21 Skyreach, that's okay. If I don't end up getting IO, that's okay. That doesn't actually bother me. Seriously, I'm just like, okay, it's okay. I had fun. It was a great learning experience for me, just to see how I could better time myself, how I can improve as a player, etc. Hannah just subscribed with Prime. Yo, what's up, Hannah? And so for me, it's not actually WoW that's the thing that gets me. But you know what does get me? Streaming. Because I had to take a few days off stream because I was just like, man, like I'm tired, my voice hurts. Like I just kind of, maybe I'll play offline a little bit. Bro, that felt miserable. I was just like, I just want to stream. Like I just want to stream. Like I just really, really, really want to stream. Like that was actually difficult for me to contend with. So I figured out in the last few days that I am apparently just addicted to stream. That isn't that. I think it's a funny addiction, but I think I couldn't not think about it. I was like, can I at least make a video? I was like, but I'm really, really enjoying like the MDI review videos. Like that's I want to be able to cast one day. Like I think I'd like to try it. And so I wanted to make those videos. I'm having like a super fun time doing all the MDI review stuff. I don't want to overdo it, but like it's super fun for me to actually get the chance to experience those videos. And like, you know, do my little reviews, my route breakdowns, and examine it and just share my passion for the MDI with everyone else. Like I'm having such a fun time doing that. So I was like, okay, well I can at least do that. And then I was like, okay, but then I have to manage this. And I don't know. I think that as an adult, something I'm not really used to right now is I used to have so much more leeway to just game all the time. but now I have like a life and an actual job and a work, and I am, you know, in a relationship. And then on top of the fact that I'm in a relationship, I'm also not going to die to this bleed because I'm going to vortex and kite back. I love the MDI videos. Probably one of my favorite things I've ever recorded. So I want to be able to do more of them. That involves, however, let me make sure I get a kick on one of these before I just kite out again. I hate how much I have to kite here. Like, I really, really want to try to keep them as stacked as possible, but I will just die as a bear. Brewmaster is like a damn cheat code for this pull. Okay, I have to SI again. And then another vortex. Like, it's so annoying how I have to kite this out. Magister's done. The Magisters that we did, I seriously don't know how I don't know how the boss pulled there. I was going in to pull the pyro, and then I saw somebody pull the boss, and I was like, okay, so we went in, and then the worms pulled, and it was GG's. I'm glad. Good job, Ash. I'm glad you got it. I think with the item level, yeah. Yeah. Brute, because you can either force reset or worst case scenario, you just leg sweep. Like, leg sweep is a force reset on Brewmaster, so that feels... It's just so easy that you just leg sweep or Ring of Peace if absolutely need be as well. Whoops. No res here. Tank missed the soak on last boss. One of my first Magisters ever this season. Reset? Okay, quick reset. Yeah. All good, quick reset. We have a Fury Warrior and an Arms Warrior. Yeah. It feels like that sometimes, though, doesn't it? Okay, that didn't feel terrible for me, though. That felt okay, at the very least. You can still, even though I've done this, I can still die a bunch. Like, even though with this. The double warrior, I mean, our damage felt decent, though, no? You know what? I think that my health is getting better. You know how I can tell one way, by the way, that I'm, like, not, my health is bad? I think this is kind of cool. I mean, I probably shouldn't admit this to you. This is most likely an inside thought, but it is, no joke, something I can actually tell. If my health is bad, like I've had the allergic reaction or like I'm really not doing well, I smell worse. But like right now, like I didn't shower this morning and that's absolutely fine. There's really almost no scent there at all. So I'm glad to know that things are finally processing a little bit. It actually, that's like a great sign. Yeah, no, I'm serious. Like it's a real thing. It's a real thing. Like sometimes, sometimes it's really bad, and I'm just like, dude, I showered like it's been like 6 hours only. Like what the hell? And then this time it's not that bad. So I mean, I'm finally feeling better. Like I'm slowly but surely starting to feel like a proper human being again, which is good. That's good. It's good to know. All right, so we go here. This is like the full little setup for bear. We can pre-natural resilient shield myself, and then as we walk through, we hit the starfall. And then I want to save bark just for a second for a little bit of padding. I go here, bam, like this. Here we go. Or my nose isn't working. Uh-oh, that's true. I actually, you know, when I was younger, I actually had no sense of smell. It was so... My brother used to make fun of me all the time because the way I would smell things was by inhaling with my nose. But now I do have a sense of smell, but he really used to make fun of me like all the time. Because if you were like, yo, woo, smell this lemon, I would go, and I would have to smell through my nose because I couldn't breathe through my nose for a long time. I would have to basically smell through my mouth, right? Lunar beam down, hold up. Dude, this pull is so toxic for me. 50%, no soothe, so I'm going to go here. I'm going to bark skin a second early, and then that was a bit of a suboptimal motion because I was trying to tell you about the fact that I couldn't smell when I was a child. Okay, still very alive, still very... Oh, I forgot to pull the second bird. Holy, I'm trolling. That's okay. We're gonna do this a little bit safer then. I did get distracted there. That was actually me. I did mean to pull this bird like much faster. So we're just gonna have to desequence this slightly. I'm trolling a little bit there. And they're kind of synced. Okay, no problem. There's the spirit link. I'm just going to go grab these Chakram dudes here, and then we'll do it this way. And then I stop the overlap there. We have the Shockwave plus the War Stomp. We'll just drag this down a little bit, and we'll have to fight this bird here. It does slow the pacing of this dungeon down slightly to do it this way. I think that it's much better if you can to fight the birds on top with cooldowns. This overlap could kill somebody here as well. Oh, shit, and I just died. That's my bad. Sorry, reset one. Reset one, that was my bad. That was my bad. I desequenced it too much. I actually just forgot. I was so focused on living that first pull, I just didn't pay. I wasn't paying attention. That's 100% my bad. I will focus. No more things. Yeah, the Chakra Masters are surprisingly deadly. That's because I'm supposed to pull it. I'm supposed to put it differently than that. That's on me. That's on me. All right, lock in. We gotta get this 21. No reason we couldn't get it. It's an Iron Fur bar. No, it's called Simple Iron Fur Tracker. It's called Simple Iron Fur Tracker. In that pull, because it's actually a lot of melee damage, I might even, if I have to sequence it like that in the future when I fight those guys, very realistically. I think I might actually change my rotation there a little bit. Okay. I don't have a feast to put for the peoples. My bad. I'll do, we got this here. Okay. I died once. That was my first death today. That was my first big tank mistake. I think that's the same for Ammo Aura. This one is a very specific weak, or it's like a very specific add-on that is so this, though. No, I macro it into Thrash. Very occasionally, I need to not have it macroed into Thrash, but basically it's just Thrash. Okay, ready? Go. This pull requires pretty specific cooldown timings from me. I know how to do it. I'm not that worried about it on 21 with the item level I have now. But nonetheless, that last one was a reminder that if I play it poorly, I won't have it. You know, I should also be lunar beaming like earlier in this pull for sure. I should lunar beam that first global. Okay, so we're going to incarn here. Whoops. So we have to spend the B-res there right away. And this is going to overlap here. Whoop. Was that too early for the bird timing, or did I overlap bird there? Was that too early for the timing, or what happened there? Oh, no, that wasn't the bird. That was just damage. It was just the chakram on top of things. Through wall. Did I go too fast on the gather? Interesting, okay. All right, take two. I don't know how to make it. I have no idea. I'm really kind of clueless about how to like organize that. About 1 minute on Incarn. Wait, what is this Giga Tech, Sam? Oh, Sam, I don't know if I'm allowed to say it. Is that tech? Is it range? No way. Wait. It's range only? I had no idea. I did not know that. I actually did not know that. That's Omega Tech. Ooh. Spoiler alert. All right. Time to shift to gaming music. Are we ready? Are we going to lock in and get this? Here we go. I need to clarify. That's probably not actually going to get like removed or anything like that. The chakrams for the chakra masters are technically only on range. It's a ton of damage, yeah. You can... So if you're all stacked in melee, it doesn't actually go off? I had no idea. I didn't know that. 1 second, Incarn. I want to change the music a little bit, and we go lock in and get this key. Do do do. I'm good. In card's ready. I can delay the second bird by another like 2 seconds. I never actually did a clopper. That is kind of crazy that that existed, though. Wild that it existed, in fact. Boom, boom. Kaladin, meta is a myth. Toward the stairs for the chakra. Okay. Meta is a myth, that's why. Don't die. Locked in. So much cleaner, actually. Did he spirit link for me? That was an early link now. Basically, a lot of people think that meta... It's not that it doesn't matter. I'll believe you if we time this key. All right, we got time the key then. How do you read your chat and play really well? A lot of practice, to be honest with you. And there are times, like right now, when I get kind of tired. And the more tired that I get, the harder it is for me to do, to be honest with you. And occasionally, I think the people who play with me know, I sometimes make silly mistakes because I am doing that. But also, it makes keys way more entertaining. Sometimes I get a little bored. And I am not bored. It's like an extra affix. And it makes it very, very difficult to tank at a high level and also do this. So it's a giga challenge. And I kind of like the challenge of it, to be honest with you. Okay, I'm going to need a little bit of help here. Rotate to the frenzied, and I'm good now. Incarn here, perfect. All good now. All good. Just keep stack for the Chakra Masters. I'm going to save my kick till the end. It's better that way. Crazy that you can die through Incarn and Lunar here, if you're not careful when they rage. Stacked. I can't go in for that kick, but I can in-cap it and then go in for the kick. Nice. So basically, my brain fucking loves the challenge. It's like immediate ADHD, basically. Yeah, it's way better, actually. It's basically like omega stimulus for ADHD. Because now not only do I have to tank a 21 Skyreach with 270 world ping or whatever it is, but I also have to do it while engaging with people, being able to not only process your sentences, but also pay attention to the key. And it's just like, heh, it's super fun. And not ever miss a single mechanic because I'm a tank player. And also listen to music if that's what I'm trying to do. Which is why normally I don't play with any sort of game volume. I have 0 game volume. Like normally I'm like this. And I have no game volume whatsoever. I don't listen to music. I have no... My game volume is 0. I don't understand... Because if I added an extra set of stimulus, like audio cues, I would just completely brick myself. Yeah, I couldn't do it. I struggle while listening to my stream. I think a lot of it is certainly familiarity, but it's also just how my brain works. Like, I wouldn't recommend trying this necessarily. But one of the things for me is that there are pros and cons to this way of playing games. I don't react. I plan. And so the way that my brain works in keys is that I study and I memorize everything like chess. So during beta, I'll do this key a bunch, or I'll learn a new strategy even on live realms. And then once I learn it, I have it. But the thing is that I can't react to things because I don't think people understand how difficult it is to play with the 200 plus ping that I always play with. And so rather than say, oh, hey, I'm going to hit this global instead, I could tell you almost every single global that I hit before the key starts. And I've just basically committed to memorizing 30 minutes of rotation. And that's how I like to play. Now, occasionally, that actually makes it so that I have a hard time reacting to things that I do need to react to. So there are benefits to being a more reactive player, and I don't have those. Like, I can struggle to adjust if things don't go according to plan. But it does make me, in my opinion, a good tank. It makes me a bad healer, though. It's much harder for me to be a good healer. And the reason it's harder for me to be a good healer is because healing is very reactive. Tanking is very predictive. It also means that there are certain tanks that I do better on. For example, Guardian Druid is very predictive, especially no Apex Guardian Druid, where I can tell you the globals I'm going to hit. There's no procs I have to respond to, whereas Druid of the Claw Guardian Druid, if I had to play Druid of the Claw in a season, I simply wouldn't play it. There are two big reasons. Number one, there's a proc, so I have to respond to the proc. But number two, and this is actually a much bigger one, to be honest with you, the Ravage has an animation spell delay. I'm not even kidding. This is a genuine issue for me. With my ping, Ravage has a animation delay, and I cannot, for the life of me, get enough of them off. If I get back-to-back procs, I can't use them. It's the weirdest thing, but I noticed that it locks up my character for a second. And it's just enough world ping that I can't actually do it successfully. It's super strange that that exists, but that's why, like, if Druid of the Claw was the only viable Druid tank, I would simply play a different tank. Not because I don't understand how Druid of the Claw works, but rather, I actually think for what it is worth, though, is today's balance patch. What do you mean today's balance patch? Oh, shit, is there another balance patch? God damn it, did Druid get nerfed again? I haven't seen it. What do you mean today's balance patch? Wait, hold on, wait, what do you mean today's balance patch? Wait. What do you mean today's balance patch? I saw it last night. What? You mean the 0.7 thing that's coming up? The 0.7 is just reiterating the changes that have already happened. If you mean like the 0.7 PTR, that's fine. Don't worry about that. That's not a problem. Might be dumb, but what is your favorite tank? Guardian. Guardian is my favorite tank, for sure. I need to reset. I'm just going to War Stomp at the perfect time for a reset. Beautiful. I'm kicking that. Somebody will get the Blinding Light, I'm sure. Okay, last second. Now I have to run. I do hate running on this pole. I like to keep things as stacked as possible. It goes against my very nature as a tank player to do this. 8 stacks, run. 9 stacks, SI. Good, back in. Kick one of these bolts. Go toward the orb. Everybody knows at this key level you're supposed to focus the orb. If it's the 0.7 thing, then that is definitely just one of the previous notes. If it's a new set of notes, I'll check today. But as far as I know, there is no new set of notes. I guess if they nerfed Guardian Druid thrash damage again by 25%, I think it would be rough. Then, I mean, could we take it? I guess. As in, like, could you still play Guardian? But that would be a blow. 100% if we got another 25% thrash nerf, it would probably readjust the meta back to Brewmaster. And I'm happy. Like, don't get me wrong, right? I think he's just super dead right now. That is a beautiful Spirit Link. That's the only way he lives. He got double targeted. It's the worst person to get double targeted here. Unlucky. No, okay. Yeah, I was about to say, I don't think there are any new changes. As far as I know, there's no new changes. Good Spirit Link on his part. Incarna Global early for aggro here. Hello, my all gets double beamed. That's why you cheat death. That's the 5 fate. Yeah, I'll keep myself super full health, so my healer will never have to worry about me here. Nice. I would say our timer is pretty good right now. Okay, so this boss, we're not doing any sort of fancy tech here. We'll do regular tech. I do know that there's like a weird Guardian Druid, or just a Druid talent in general, that's happening on the 0.7 patch, and I have no idea what that means, to be honest with you. Zero clue what that note is about. Like Deft Touch. I did read the 0.5 patch, and there's a talent called Deft Touch, and I have no idea what that talent is. So maybe Guardian Druid is getting hit. I don't know. Okay, so 3 frontals, and then I'm going to go take one of the warriors. It's always 3 on the first one, and then it's 2 on the next one. And it will really help your healer if you can do this as a tank. It makes a pretty big difference. Yep, I'm moving here. So you go 2 now. You go 1, then 2, and then 2 frontal, and I take this one. And then they can move and let me take this. On 21, I'm expecting that people would know how to do this. It makes a significant difference in the healing on this fight if you're not going to do the weird dancing aug thing. Just go 3 frontals. So this is the first set now. I'm locked in slightly if I do miss one of your comments. Good. Make sure I don't overlap. So that's 1, 2. I'm going to move this way. And then 1 more frontal, and then I can take to the left here. I think Bird Boss is scarier. As long as your tank knows how to do this, it's actually, this boss becomes much more manageable, in my opinion. And then I taunt the boss to make sure he don't melee somebody, because he does that when you run out. Okay, 1 frontal. 2 frontal here. Then I take this one. Nice. As long as your tank can do this, I think this is actually not, like, crazy to heal. You don't have to soak? Technically. Although, Warrior is not exactly the tank. Like, Arms Warrior is kind of squish. This is going to be a weird frontal position. I'm going to try really hard, and the next one's going to be here. And then I'm going to take this one. I got it. Perfect timing. Perfect timing on that. Little sketch, little sketch. I'm going to take this one here. Healer did that as an emergency link. That was a bit of a rough spot. I want to put this even farther away so that there's no miscommunication whatsoever. Just going to be 1 frontal, 2 frontal, and then I take not the DK. He can Death Strike. I'll take the healers. Healer won't heal me at all. I'll be fine. Good. Taunt the boss. Before Sundering Roar, Feral Frenzy. And then here. 1 line, 2 line. And that's the tech for this. Cool, so I'm going to go here now. There's going to be 2 more frontals, and then I can take one. My DK does have IBF plus Death Strike, so we're going to go here. Position this next frontal away, and then I go take this left one. There you go. And then he can dance to the left if he wants to. It's kind of crazy, by the way, that this boss can hit you this hard as a tank. But also, remember, Resto Shaman, although they have cleave healing, they also have to triage heal. So he's making an active decision about who he's healing right now. Perfect. I got this one now. I'll take this. And then my incarn isn't quite up, so I double SI to live this next thing. I don't know why this next pull, they just hurt real bad as a tank, but it do kind of hurt. Okay. Actually, weaved in 2 Mangle there for extra iron for uptime. Okay, I've got well-honed instincts. I've got my incarn coming back at the kind of the perfect time. We're going to gather this. Care aggro for a second. I need to be kind of swift with this gather. I was fast. We're going to go here. Overlap fucking cooldowns. That's how you do this pull, by the way. Overlap SI plus Bark. I'm going to incap it right away to get myself an extra global for the Thrash. I'm assuming, honestly, the thing is that this should hit me just as hard as the 20 hit me because I have way more item level, give or take. What is single target on that fight? I'd have to go back and check. And I'm kind of locked into this right now, so I might actually... Yeah, you literally overlap. You double SI if you need to. We killed that pretty fast, though. Oh, yeah. You don't mess around with these birds. These birds are no joke, man. The routes are linked in Discord, but you have to actually do exclamation Discord to find it because for some reason that thing doesn't work very well. Immediately taunt this boss. Okay. Bark plus Lunar here. We are melee, so we will all have to do this pretty well. I would lust here, yeah. I want to kill this ad. I'm going to Feral Frenzy the ad. And then go back. Also, Bear can die on this boss if you don't sequence well. If you're a little bit off with your things here, though, no, it doesn't work anymore, and boss is already fixed. That was never going to last. That type of stuff, they don't like when you do that. They really specifically do not like it when you do any sort of weird finagling like this. If you tried to do the ad boss tech, your whole group just dies now. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go back in, drop the Lunar Beam here. Right in melee range. Yeah, they fixed it like today, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. No more of that tech. I'm getting a little cold, so I'm just going to reach for my AC remotes. And then I save Frenzied Regen on top of this bark. A little War Stomp just to help the team out. Bam. Frenzied Regen, Lunar Beam. So the last part of this dungeon fucking sucks for me, I'm not going to lie. Oof, I'm kind of cold. I'm not used to being cold in Thailand. There is a world, and I do not like this world. I might have to hold Incarn if it comes back up right now. Ooh, not like this, not to a frontal. Go forward. Got the charge, I've got the charge. No, with that warrior death, I sent Incarn here. I thought about it. It's going to be like potentially just off, but I think he's too healthy to hold Incarn. Do you recommend overlap defensing a lot? No, traditionally you never overlap defensives. Lunar Beam is not a defensive in this case. You Lunar Beam on cooldown, but you bark, Incarn, bark, and SI to fill the gaps. But there are some situations as you get higher in keys where you will die through one cooldown. So you do have to double the defensive, but in general, it is actually counterproductive to defensive and double defensive. It is almost always the wrong decision to double defensive like this. So ideally, yeah. So realistically, the answer is no. I really didn't want to send that SI because I kind of need both for the later part of this dungeon, but it's okay. One SI, not the end of the world. This boss is dead. Oh, our timer's good. I'm going to rebuff for that warrior who died. Don't greed this. We're too much melee damage. We have to line of sight this one. Timer's pretty good. 18 minutes here is a solid timer. Okay, so now I just have to live the last part of this dungeon. I hate this part, just so you know. I really, really strongly dislike what is about to happen in this dungeon. This one I bark. Not a fan. Oh, you can stand in the circle. That's not a problem. Circle doesn't do damage. Circle is just to indicate where the ad's going to die so that you don't get another ad. That's the thing with the circle. So you want to not put the circle on top of one of the previous eggs, but it doesn't actually do damage. People misunderstand that. So you can just stand in it. Like, you don't have to move for the circle. Okay, I am bad at this wind tunnel. Nice. I did it first try. Good. Good job, me. All right, Incarn's perfect. I will have to kite here. Please focus orbs. Focus orbs. Just don't die. I'll try. Dude, I'll try, man. If I die here, it's not that I'm a bad tank. It's just that this is just really bad for Bear. No joke. Like, first of all, I'm already at 7 bleed stacks, but that War Stomp allows me to reset to at least maintain initial grouping on this. Put the Vortex down on top of this. Okay, I reset one, actually. Nice, nice, nice. Like, to be fair, if you die as a... You can counterplay only so much. 7 stacks, Typhoon away. Okay. I use that as movement. You see that there? That was pretty cool. Okay, I'll go back in with Bark. In cap, run away. I cannot SI here. I need to save SI. I will need to SI. Okay, I managed to reset there with just a little bit of soft kiting. If there's another one of these, I'm going to need to hit the SI right now. So that was a perfect SI. Not bad, not bad. I want to progress, but I need to be careful of those adepts. Fucking hate this area, dude. I am super locked in right now. If I ignore all of your comments, it's because this is arguably, at least for me, the hardest area of any dungeon this entire season to tank well. Because I can't just run the whole time. Okay, the orb's here. Like, that vortex was quite inefficient. But then I'm a little dry here. So this pack, SI. I don't want to die. I'm back to bark in a few seconds. In-cap it, backpedal. Okay, good. It's so spooky, man. I also don't want to incarn here if I don't have to. But I'm going to incarn now so I don't die on top of this orb. Make sure the orb dies. This elemental has to die before I chain at all. Okay, I have incarn up right now. I really want to go in. Aggro. There's no way I die through incarn. That was close, actually. 5 stacks. Spirit Link comes out. After the Spirit Link, I have to be careful of my health. I don't want to get globaled out of Spirit Link. I genuinely can't even read right now. It's like one of the only areas that I'm actually this panicked, to be honest with you. Okay, that shear. Immediately taught myself. Then here. This is a tough overlap. If we just live this. Backpedal. Make sure we're not moving away. Good. I can't, like, I'm not even, like, looking. And normally I'm, like, paying attention to, like, timer, to this, to that. Nope. Not now. Might have to SI, like, right now. Yep. That was why you SI right away. Not even playing around. I think if we do this, we have a chance at timing. Probably time. I almost decided to try to hold the SI. That would have been unwise. 5 stacks, kite, right on the orb. Orb is the only thing that matters here. Like, I physically, like, it makes me sick how much I have to kite here as a tank. Because kiting like this is such a DPS loss for this comp. So I'm trying, the thing that I'm trying to maximize, it's not about just living. It's about the fact that I don't want to move the mobs. Like, it goes against everything that I believe in as a tank. Because I'm trying to help my team do max damage, and we're playing with 2 arms. We're playing with 2 warriors, 1 Fury. We're playing with 2 warriors and a DK. Like, I want to keep things as stacked as possible, but I literally have to run. And there are some moments I've actually greeded a little bit more this run than I normally would, and I'm still having to run, like, just so much. I think our timer is good, but we have to kill ads last boss, right? Like, you know, we have to kill the ads, right? Careful the knock. Okay. We kill all ads, right? Kill ads, right? Except on healer. Except on healer. All right, here we go. Are they reflecting? If they want to reflect, they can. Are they reflecting? Because that one was not reflected. If they want to reflect tech, then that's absolutely fine. I know how to do it. But I think we have to kill the ads. That's on the healer. We don't have to kill that one. Wait, are we killing it? That's on healer. Are we? Okay, I'm going over. I kind of figured we wouldn't kill on the healer, no? Or we're just going to play it safe. Oh. We lose so much damage on boss like this. If they're gonna reflect, I'll do it. Nice. Good reflect, good reflect. Oh, somebody kicked! Somebody kicked! Oh! Somebody kicked. Rough. Okay, add. That blast is going off on me. I Feral Frenzy add. That was my last SI, so I have to be careful. I don't know what we are or are not doing with these kicks. Okay, Chains of Ice is kind of Omega for these guys, apparently. I War Stomp last second. And then we're back. Okay, if somebody wants, don't kick. No kick, no kick, no kick. If they know how to do it, good. No kick, no kick. No! No kick, no kick. Stop kicking, stop kicking. Don't kick the boss, don't kick the boss. He's actually doing the taunt right. That's on me. I will be the only one to kick the boss. Otherwise, stop kicking. I think our timer, I mean, it's really good right now, but if we have some deaths, it'll compile, and that extra boss damage would make a pretty big difference. I can't read chat. We're timing a 21 Sky Reach. I have tanked this really well at this point. Not like Omega perfect, but pretty good. But it's not a given that we win right now. Let's see if they get the kick. Okay, good. No! No kick. We've lost 3 reflects. He's actually done it perfectly each time. I will kick if, because I can see. It's green if it's on me. If we need to kick, it's like that one right there. I know to kick because it's on me. Otherwise, actually, they're all doing the spell reflex properly. That's the advantage of Platinator. I'm going to roar this one. Good. And then come back. Okay, let's see if they get it. Again, if purple cast, that means he has reflected, and he's done it perfectly. If green, I kick. Okay, that's good. No! Man, every one of these... I don't know who is kicking, but we have lost so much boss damage. And it might matter. Like, the timer is starting to get really suspicious. That's the only one you kick. We actually might... Like, the timer is going to get tight. I think cooldowns are coming back right now, so we're going to be okay, but... The timer is going to get really tight without those reflects. Oh my god, the fire. That's exactly what we have to avoid. We can't get to the ad here. Uh-oh. We have to walk through the fire. No. Man, I really wanted to time this. We have to move around and through. And that's going to be tough for the healer. We have to... Oh, that thing is... We can't kill that one. Oh, there's a blast on me, too. Can you kill this one? I can Feral Frenzy it. It's not going to get killed. Can he leap back or charge back if I keep the boss right here? We have to go. Fuck. Dude, no! No, I wouldn't have had it. Actually, the reflex would have saved it. The reflex would have been... Does he want to keep the key or does he want to finish? Actually, we might not be able to finish either way. That sucks. Oof. Man, it was ours to lose. It was actually ours to lose, man. He's okay. I thought I tanked that dungeon pretty well. I thought I tanked it. We had time at the end, but the reflex, we just losing all that damage at the end was tough. Yeah. That was rough. Yeah. So many kicks. The kicks there, yeah. I saw you get all of them. I don't know who was kicking. Basically, no, I don't have this time. This would have been IO for me. Basically, only let me kick last, because I can see if warrior taunts or not. It's a lot of damage. The idea is that I'm the only one who's allowed to kick last boss. Oh, yeah. I mean, I tanked that pretty well. What'd I miss? Oh, wait, there was a debate happening. Yeah. At least you could probably double reflect it, to be honest. You could double reflect it, because I'll pay attention to it. That's tough. Oh, it was the healer kicking on accident. Oh, GG's. All right, at least I know I can live it. At least I know it's not that bad to tank, actually. The end is pretty scary for me, but actually that didn't feel like ridiculously terrible to tank. Oof. Those kicks were rough. I feel like we would have had it for sure, because then we would have rallied against the fact that actually, like, we wouldn't have tilted with the fire, and then we would have landed those reflects, and the reflects do, like, probably, what, a mil damage plus? Oof, it would have been good. Oh, hold up. Wait, what's the conversation happening right now? Leave every condition. Dude, hold up. No. Yeah, hold up. What's this? Well, have you had any way to share your routes? Yeah, they're all in Discord here. I don't think your meds are bad. Okay. Can I chime in on this? Can I chime in? I don't see, keep in mind, if I chime in on this for what it is worth, allow me to explain. May I give you my opinion on medication? It's an opinion. It's not a fact. But I would love to give you my opinion on medication for what it's worth. Because I have a pretty unique perspective on this. And boss, certainly one thing for a fact, if you are ever talking about something that is serious, it is very important that you understand what works for you does not necessarily work for other people. This is a fallacy of the human condition. We think, well, it works for me. That does not mean that it is going to be the best thing for someone else. Likewise, what works for them may not be the best thing for you. Medication saved my life. If modern medicine did not exist, I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention, and I was actually very locked into that key. So if we were having a serious conversation about this, I wasn't able to see it. Without modern medicine, I would have died as an infant 100 times over. A lot of my organs didn't work properly. A lot of things happened to me as a kid and as like a young child, and I needed constant medical intervention. Those meds had side effects. A lot of side effects. They caused me to develop kidney disease at an age that I shouldn't have had kidney disease. They caused me to have a bunch of other side effects that I had to solve later in my life. Meds are always a double-edged sword. You can't put something in the body without there being a side effect. But just like in life, we choose the better of two evils. Without that medication, I simply wouldn't be here. So modern medicine is truly a marvel. In terms of what it can do, it's unbelievable. Okay. When I was 23, I had been it caused me to develop pretty much early onset, like mental illness. So I was diagnosed when I was 4 with generalized anxiety disorder. And you're like, how can you be when you're 4? Like, what? Crazy. Yeah, I was a really sick kid. I had a lot of problems. When I was 5, I was diagnosed. I have to remember the exact dates. You'll have to ask my mom exactly what ages were which. But before I was 6, I had been clinically diagnosed with low functioning, changed to high functioning autism. I was diagnosed with bipolar disorder at 6, which is very young to be diagnosed with it, but I used to black out rage and bite people, so it wasn't that hard to put together. And it was a very accurate diagnosis. I was then put on a bunch of different medications. I was always on so many meds that, it would fill up my entire palm when I had to take them. Eventually, I found lithium. Lithium made a big difference in my life. I took lithium for 17 years straight, 6 to 23. I am not saying that you should do this. I'm having a conversation about what happened to me. This is my personal experience. I decided when I was 23 that I wanted to get off lithium. It took me 7 months. I'm proud of it. Do you know why I was able to get off lithium? 7 months of withdrawals. Crazy withdrawals, by the way. Very hard to do. Extremely hard to do. But, and boss, may I share with you, because a lot of people, this is going to be a tough conversation, and there's going to be a lot of people who attack you for having an anti-med opinion. And I didn't see what was originally said. But just know there's going to be a lot of people who attack you for that. You have to understand why they're attacking you for that. First of all, hopefully we can keep it respectful. I'm not attacking you. I just want to share with you my story, if I may. So, end boss. Right? Okay, so but I understand why, so I don't talk. Do you know why I was able to get off? Because, for example, if I use my experience and I said, well, I mean, look, I had extreme problems, and although I had to take meds for the vast majority of my life, I think that everybody should aim to get off meds. That's not my opinion at all. I was able to get off lithium because when I was 23, COVID had just hit. I had zero work at that point, like very little at the very least, because COVID had just hit. So I couldn't work. I was working as a trainer, and I could not go see clients. And COVID in Thailand was a big deal. I was living out in the Thai countryside with a wonderful partner at the time. And I played World of Warcraft all day. I had zero financial responsibility, zero life responsibility. I had no children, no pets. Everything was taken care of for me. And for 7 months, I was able to basically just focus on getting off medication. So I went through crazy withdrawal symptoms that were wild, and I managed to get through those 7 months. Very difficult. I remember at some points my vision was completely, like I lost my sight for a few days. That was kind of crazy. I would have these crazy shakes as my body was adjusting to not having lithium in my system every time I would titrate down. Do you know how hard it is to get 7 months of zero responsibility? Next to zero, close to zero at the very least. Not quite zero. I still had some things to do. But that would be like saying, imagine that, yeah, but imagine that I was like, yeah, but you too can get off meds. It's like most people have a job, a life, a responsibility, a situation where they're either maybe they don't have kids, but they're living with their parents and their parents are not so easy to live with. Maybe they have other things going on. I also had basically 20 years of 20 years of cognitive behavioral therapy to give myself all the tools, the assets, and everything else that I would need to somehow manage all of those symptoms. You know, it's not easy to do. I don't think that anyone should probably try that unless you too. You know, I tell you what, if you want to get off meds, just give yourself 1 year in Thailand with no responsibility. Then try it, sure. But it is insensitive. It is very insensitive to say, but imagine I went through that and I was like, yeah, you can also get off meds. It's like, can you? Really? Is that how that works? I did it. My experience, not yours. There are many factors that allowed me to do that. Yeah, just do it. No, don't do it. Absolutely terrible advice. Good morning, by the way. Hard, man. Incredibly difficult. Astronomically difficult. It's not fleeing. Robin on YouTube, I see your comment there. And if you want to be part of the conversation, you should come to Twitch because it's a good conversation to have, right? You don't know what somebody feels. We have all at different points in our life felt a certain level of anxiety. That does not necessarily mean that all of us have had anxiety. Not the actual condition. Every human being on this earth has at some point struggled with feelings of depression. That does not necessarily mean that everyone has depression. But there are two sides of the coin, because you'll have people who basically say, for what it is worth, you'll have people who say, I felt depression and I was fine, so you should be fine, which is very insensitive and not quite right. You'll also have people who have said, but I have diagnosed depression and your depression is invalid, which is also insensitive and wrong, because everyone has experienced at different points. That is a human emotion that we've gone through, especially in the modern world. You'd be hard pressed to convince me that anyone hasn't felt that at different points. That does not mean everybody has a condition, and it doesn't mean that everybody needs medication. Certainly not. But there's nuance to this conversation. And having a polarizing view of black and white either way is specifically insensitive. Because I don't know you. You don't know me. You don't know my life. And I would never assume that I know exactly what's going on in your head. But I can relate at the very least to some of the things that you're feeling. And boss, I can see your perspective. And I can also see, for what it is worth, a perspective on YouTube where you said, you know, you're weak if you feel the need to rely on anything external to just get you through your day. I see where that comes from. I disagree with it entirely, but I see where it comes from because I'm not going to attack you for believing that. There are many people I know that think like this. But we all use external things to get through our day. It might not be meds. Maybe it's WoW. And if it's not WoW, it's something. You got Instagram, you got TikTok, you use something external to get through your day and deal with your dopamine as well. Congratulations. Everyone uses something. It's the modern condition. Some people use things that are obviously, they have a name. And some people use whatever. And some people absolutely, for sure, it does. Some people use caffeine, which is also a drug. It is, yeah. How about modern infrastructure and plumbing? I suppose some people really like plumbing. I think medication is a serious thing, not a light thing. I do too, and boss. But I also, what if we had this type of conversation at this point, and boss? I think that the thing that is the worst for people is being so clinically or chronically stressed that they don't sleep, that they can't be kind, that they get so overwhelmed with their life that they cannot process anything that's going on around them. I think that that is perhaps the worst physiological state that you can exist in. I think that your body will fight against you if you are trying to live like this. Would you agree with that, end boss? Because the one thing I think we can find common ground in terms of that feeling, that just absolute, you're completely overwhelmed all the time to the degree where anything that comes at you, you lash out and you can't process it. Would you say that is, I would say that that's probably the worst possible physiological state for you to exist in. Ideally, you would find a way to not exist like that without the use of medication. But practically speaking, that is not the reality for so many people. And if you were to say, just don't take meds, then you would be asking many, many, many individuals to be existing permanently in that state until eventually their body breaks down or their mind breaks down. And that isn't good. We don't want that. You don't want that, and I don't want that, because you're not a bad person. I'm assuming that you're not a malicious person who wants people to fail. So let's hopefully we're on the same page there. I'd like people to succeed. At the same time, okay, there's the mentality that what you're saying is you don't want people to learn how to rely on the medication because it might prevent them from being able to develop the skill set so that they can progress with their life. I'm with you on that. I agree. You don't want to use anything, because that's just an addiction at that point, that would prevent you and basically solve the problem to the degree that you would never, ever have to do the work to, because if you allow somebody to not confront the things that are difficult to confront, holy, they're not going to do it. I wouldn't do it. You go back and give me a time machine and allow me at 3 years old, 6 years old, 10 years old, 15 years old to not have to deal with all the things I had to deal with, I would take that in a heartbeat. But in having to confront those things, I learned a lot about myself, and they were very valuable lessons. I needed medication so that I could at least obtain a level of equilibrium so that I could do the work, so that eventually I needed less medication. And there are still some meds I take today. In particular, I mentioned this a few weeks ago, or I mentioned this a few streams ago, that one of the big things that's happened to me is sleeping. I gray parse sleep. I've never been a good sleeper. And I've taken sleeping meds for as long as I can remember. I tried to get off of them, and I was pretty committed. I was like 5 months of titration of just basically reducing my dose. I got to a pretty low dose, and then my life sort of started falling apart. And I was like, I'm stubborn. I don't give in. And I should have given in earlier, man. Yeah, I live in Thailand, Rob. I should have. I was being stubborn for no real reason. Maybe pride. I feel a little human again now that I've sort of got back on them. A reasonable dose. I'm glad I tried. I don't think, and one thing I would like other people to understand is like, my brain is not that different than yours. We're different people. And I don't know, for example, what goes on in your head, nor do you know what goes on in mine. But we're all humans, for sure. And I don't think that at my entire life I will need to take what I take currently. But I'm also kind to the fact that I'm 29. You know, if I get off of them when I'm 35, that would be a hell of an accomplishment. Because the alternative was I was sleeping like 3-4 hours a night, and it was getting worse. And all of a sudden it was like 4 a.m. and I was up, and 5 a.m. and I was up, and 6 a.m. I'm almost 30 now. But then I stop and I think, okay, I have certain priorities. And you know what? My priority right now is not just to get off these meds. Maybe when I'm 35, I'll do the work that would be required for me to get off of them. And maybe I'll find out that I can't. And okay, I'd like to give it a shot. Because I agree that I think I would probably be healthier if I didn't take them. But how much healthier? Because the alternative is not sleeping. And that would make me way more unhealthy. So I think that it's a nuanced conversation. You can't argue one way or the other. But I hope at the very least that in talking about this, we can all take a step back and just realize it isn't a black and white yes or no conversation. It's actually a, hey, some of us are just trying to keep our head above water and get to tomorrow. Yeah. Do I work in Thailand? I work online, basically. Like, I live in Thailand, but I work online with foreigners, Rob. So I get to work from home. And then I stream in my day. And so we could see the cakes. Well, first of all, I do jumping jacks facing the screen. Okay, I can't keep giving in to him because I hear the cat screaming outside my door, which means that if I open the door, he's going to start learning that eventually I will open it if he just screams outside. He's looking for snacks. I already gave him snacks earlier, man. Is that a pet behind? No, that's just it's a sloth stuffed animal. Ah, that's pretty cool. Is not the problem. It's the medication recovery approach. I would agree with you, Calaros. I had a lot of appreciate when I was in high school. All right. I would agree 100%. A little bit, guy. I've noticed a little bit. Not for a month, so I ignored her, and she gives up eventually. Thank you, my lord. A situation I've also learned to go. You know what? Fair enough. And if you're very, I have no problem talking about these types of things, then, boss. But I do hope that I've at least illuminated some of it, for what it's worth. Yeah. Fair enough, Victorian Cuddler. What was the question that was just asked? Right, Calaros. And thank you, everybody. This is a difficult conversation. I hope for as long as I stream, and I do mean this, okay? For as long as I stream, I want everyone to feel comfortable having discussions. I will moderate them if I need to. I want my stream to be a respectful place. Ain't nobody attacking anyone here. And that's important. For me, this is my stream is an extension of me. And me as a person, nothing anybody does shocks or offends me. So when somebody is scared to bring something up because they're like, oh, I'm worried about the backlash, I'm like the best person to talk to because you can bring it up to me and I'm just not going to yell at you. I don't really get that feisty. And so You know, I'm not like a pitchfork type of person, and I genuinely appreciate everyone that I thank you for saying every Victorian cuddler, and for what it is worth, that was probably one of the best displays on the internet that I have seen in a long time. Verati, I understand how important this topic is for you. You took the time at the end of this conversation to say, I hope you didn't feel if anything I said came off as an attack, I apologize. And that was not my intent. You just that is one of the best moments. Thank you for everyone who just decided to say that, right? Really, really, really. I'm glad to know I'm not the only one who thinks like this. It's pretty difficult to find on the internet, you know. It's pretty tough. It's pretty tough to find like a reasonable conversation online nowadays. So I hope that my stream can always be a place where we can do this. Thank you for the Prime sub, Elenian. But Caloros, I'd love to continue that another day as well, just because my life is a really good example of exactly what you just said earlier about learning the skills on top of being able to take care of yourself and use the tools that you need. Thank you, Passion. I will do my best. And what drew you to living in Thailand? You're half Thai, born in Udon, moved to the US at 6, still family there. Have you been back, Harry Nelson? There's not a lot of Thai people who play WoW as well. I've lived here for almost 9 years now, and Thailand for me, I wasn't intending to move here. Like, what drew me here? Complete chance. Actual complete chance and the willingness to do things that I'm not comfortable with, because I didn't plan to move here. I was actually just traveling. I basically was here for like a week or two. I'll tell you the whole story another day, but I basically was here for like a week or two, and then I decided to cancel my return flight and stay, and then it's been like 9 years. Is the woman admitted? Well, there's one particular woman. I went once. I want to go back. It is a very amazing country. Yeah. Even without that, you meet her the first day? No. Okay. How much I owe? 5,000. Passion. 5,000. And the emotional labor is being polite is hard. Yeah, I mean, like, man, it's so tough. I got some opinions on being polite. I definitely think that if you're the type of person to be so polite that you get walked all over, I don't like that. I'm really anti that feeling in particular, for what it's worth, though. Animon's on a rampage. He is doing good. Yeah, he does so much single target. His bear does crazy damage, too. Some of the logs I've seen, I don't know, man. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, kindness, underrated, but you got to also be able to balance, again, nuanced conversation. We want to be kind, not abrasive. We don't need to be abrasive like sandpaper, but at the same time, like, oof. Yeah. You have 24. Dude, they did 24 today. I did not. Guy's popping off. I'm glad he's having a good season, too. I'm glad people are enjoying Bear in general right now. I'm enjoying my Bear. We almost had that 21 Skyreach. I felt like it's definitely a lock-in key for me in terms of, like, how kind of sketch it is for me to just live. We played Double Warrior, too. The timer was pretty close. That last boss was kind of unfortunate. But I'll get it another day. It's okay. What this? Also, have you guys ever been to BlizzCon? Last question for today. Have you guys ever been to BlizzCon? Just a genuine question. Because I might be in LA this year. I wish, 2019. I might actually be in LA for BlizzCon this year, so I kind of want to try to go. But apparently all the tickets are sold out, so I don't know how to go. I might be in a position where I can go. It's kind of cool. Yeah, it would be weird. I've never met a single person from stream before, but it would be Yeah, I do. How? But where? Like, okay, so like, I'm kind of okay with doing that at this point, right? Like, I'm super okay with that, Pala, but I don't know where. Like, you know what I mean? The where? People often equate kindness with stupidity. True, that's actually fair. Yeah, I think it's important. Like, you have to have good boundary defense Victorian color, but also still be kind at the same time. Difficult to manage and difficult to do for sure. Oof. Do. Kind of pressing Thailand has 70 million people. Yeah, honestly. There has to be an email or something. Yeah, I might have to just reach out a little bit. I'll figure it out. I gotta ask some people actually. Dude, honestly, yeah. Can I have a Murloc onesie? Okay, I would actually wear a onesie. That seems to be in my personality. You'd be surprised actually how much that might be in my personality. All right, I'm getting tired. I will probably. I think I'm feeling a little better today, so I'll probably stream the next few days. Most likely, we'll have to see. I'm not 100%. I'll take care of my health first. Tired? No, I just joined. Yeah, I couldn't even stream the last few days because I had, well, funny enough, a weird medication interaction that I've kind of been recovering from. I have not been feeling amazing, let's say. But I'm starting to feel a little better, and I appreciate everybody hanging out. All right, let's see who's still on. Oh, I want to make more of the MDI videos, but I kind of don't want to overdo it. It is genuinely one of my favorite things to do at the moment. I really enjoy them. They're super cool, man. They're like awesome, and I really enjoyed it though. It was cool watching a stream, enjoying the YouTube vids. Thank you, Osprey. And thank you for the enjoyable conversations today. I don't think you can was there really, you like them? I don't want to be like farming content off of them, but I just genuinely, the reason I end up making the MDI videos is because I was watching it live one day. Yeah, that's the thing. I was watching it and Kitty was on the couch and I was like, can we turn on the MDI? And she was like, yeah. So I turned on the MDI and then literally all I did, I was just like, yo, Kitty, look at this. I can't believe they did that. Oh my God, Kitty, do you know how hard it is? Do you know how hard? Oh my God, look at that, Kitty. Oh my God, do you know how many kicks there are in this? And she's just like, yeah, okay, honey. Like, okay, she doesn't play WoW, so she doesn't understand. So I was like, all right, fine. I'll share it with people who do appreciate it. Yeah, actually, Pala, one thing I want to do is I want to go over at least all of the 20s, right? I think, oh, dude, they're super authentic. I genuinely really like them, Wiz. That, like, you know what I mean? Yeah. They're actually something I really enjoy. I want to make a breakdown. Eventually, I'll share them. Early access will be here. The idea is I want to do at least every plus 20 I do, if not some plus 21s. I want to give a breakdown of my cooldown timings and how I approach each pull. And I did one for like 20 Algothar and kind of approaching like how exactly what my cooldown rotation was as Bear and everything like that. It'll be on Patreon for now. Eventually, I'll share them to YouTube. But I'm enjoying this, though. Yeah? A bit, and I'm like, she leveled a character briefly in WoW. I don't know if that counts as playing WoW. She technically I bought it for her, and I'm glad I did. She will eventually level 5 more levels at some point. Probably. Maybe. Maybe. We'll see. WoW is not new player friendly, man. WoW is so anti-new player friendly, it's actually insane. All right, you guys like centaurs? I haven't said hi to Nordenheim in a while. Let's go say hi to him. He is a centaur, and his back half is green. If that hasn't piqued your curiosity, I honestly don't know what will. Thank you for the stream. You're welcome. Yeah, but work is slow. Oh, I'll see if I can be back tomorrow. GG's. Bye. Bye. Okay. Good night.